Chapter 341. Snail Village. Pei Mansion. When Pei Ziyin opened his eyes, Yisu let out a soft moan. Her body flushed red. She turned around and hugged Pei Ziyin. She rubbed her face against his chest. "Brother Pei, I'm finally your wife." Hearing Yisu's words, Pei Ziyin cupped her face in his hands and kissed her on her forehead. "Me too." A serving maid knocked on the door. "Young master, young mistress, old mistress is waiting for you." Hearing this, Yisu's face turned red. Pei Ziyin leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Wake up, we still have to serve tea." Yisu replied softly, "Okay." The both of them got out of bed and put on their clothes before walking to the main hall. They saw Pei Qianshi sitting in the middle of the hall, looking to be in a good mood. A serving maid had already prepared tea for them. Yisu stepped forward to receive the tea and knelt down to serve it to Pei Ziyin. Pei Qianshi took the tea and took a sip. She then looked at Yisu and nodded her head, indicating that the ceremony was over. She then said to Pei Ziyin, "You and Su are now tied. Let's go to the ancestral hall and tell your father about this." Pei Ziyin listened and replied, "Yes, mother, this is the right thing to do. Men, prepare the offerings, incense, and paper money." Pei Ziyin instructed. Immediately, someone obeyed. Before long, the family of three arrived at the ancestral hall. The walls of the ancestral hall were painted white, and there were two small stone lions in front of the door. They looked very dignified. In the past, it was a little difficult to use them, but now it was more than enough. "Old mistress, you're here." A member of the Pei family stepped forward to greet them. He was about 50 years old and looked very thin. Now that the ancestral hall had been built, there were also 50 mu of farmland. Naturally, it was necessary to arrange for the clan members to guard it. This was his third uncle. Pei Ziyin did not mind, as the three of them entered the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall had been built for more than 2 years, and the moment they entered, they could see a white mist with a tinge of red. They knew that this was the chi of the ancestral hall. Of course, the Pei clan, not to mention Goldwater Island, had 1,000 mu of land around it. There were more than 10 clansmen in the vicinity, and it was only natural that they would have such an aura. However, there weren't many memorial tablets. There was only one in the middle, and it was marked as Pei Yuan Shun, the Minister of Literature. He was Pei Ziyun's father. Pei Qianshi took out some candles, paper money, and wine. She poured the wine and placed it in front of him before burning the joss paper. Smoke swirled around the room as Pei Qianshi said, "Husband, after you've been gone for so many years, Per has grown up and is now married. Pei has a bright future ahead of him, and the life he's leading now is something that I never would have imagined. It's time for you to rest in peace." As she spoke, she started to cry. Pei Ziyin, Pei Qianshi, and Yisu kowtowed to the deity tablet and lit up the incense. They then took a few steps back and bowed again, marking the completion of the ceremony. Pei Ziyin thought for some time before saying, "I shall allocate another 100 taels of silver to the school." Third uncle thanked him profusely. Pei Ziyin smiled and nodded his head before walking out. He noticed that the sky was getting darker and darker, as though it was covered by clouds. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a cavalryman riding a horse towards the ancestral hall. When he reached the hall, he dismounted and bowed to Pei Ziyin. He then handed him a document and said, "Down Master, the imperial envoy and the governor are about to arrive. They're fast." Pei Ziyin picked up the document and looked at it. He then laughed and instructed, "Half of you escort the old mistress and mistress back to the sect." "Yes, Down Master." The leader of the bodyguards acknowledged. Pei Ziyin sighed and turned around to mount his horse. He then turned to Yisu and Pei Qianshi. "Mother, sir, wait for me to return." "My son, just go ahead." Pei Qianshi looked at Pei Ziyin and said. Yisu's face was filled with longing and anticipation. "Husband, go ahead. Come back soon." Pei Ziyin turned around and sprinted off, with the rest of his bodyguards following behind him. He sprinted all the way to the village road and arrived at the riverbank. His eyes lit up when he saw that the boat had already been prepared. A sharp-eyed soldier saw Pei Ziyin approaching and shouted out, "Old Master is here." Everyone hurriedly welcomed him. Pei Ziyun heard that the moment he got married, he had changed from a young master to an old master. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. He then waved his hands. I told you to prepare. Have you finished? A middle-aged man who was the captain of the boat hurriedly replied, We've finished preparing. Old Master has treated us generously. He gave us land on Golden Island and even rewarded us with silver. We are extremely grateful. How would we dare not do our best? Pei Ziyun laughed out and said, Now that you've finished preparing, we shall set off immediately. We shall follow the waterway to the estuary and then head to the city's pier. Yes, the captain replied loudly before the boat set off. Pei Ziyun turned back to look at Snail Village with a look of reluctance. He then sighed heavily. The entire journey was silent. After 10 days of sailing, they finally arrived at the city's pier. It was much easier to travel by boat than by land. When they arrived at the pier, they saw that although the war had only been over for a month, the sea trade was already open. Many boats were heading towards the pier. Pei Ziyun and his bodyguards disembarked from the boat. Someone then welcomed them and said, Dao Master has come at the right time. We've received orders from the Imperial Envoy to arrive today. What a coincidence! Pei Ziyun saw that a large number of officials were already waiting for him. Before long, someone reported, The Prefecture Prince is here. Pei Ziyun then said, Let us go welcome him as well. As he said this, he walked forward and saw Prefecture Prince Shun and Count Zhongqin alight from the carriage. A group of bodyguards surrounded them. Count Zhongqin smiled and said, So, Dao Master has arrived. Since the Imperial Envoy has arrived today, Dao Master's rewards should be here as well. Dao Master Pei, you finally arrived. I was a little worried. If I missed the Imperial Envoy, it would be rude of me. Prefecture Prince Shun's eyes lit up. Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out from the front. The Imperial Envoy is here. This voice interrupted Prefecture Prince Shun's speech. Everyone stopped talking and arranged themselves according to the order in which they looked out at the sea. They could see that the sea was clear and blue, with waves crashing against the shore. Flocks of seagulls flew up and down, and they could vaguely see the Imperial Envoy's boat. The Imperial Envoy's boat was getting closer and closer to the shore. Count Zhongqin gave an order, and the music started playing. When the boat reached the shore, the anchor was lowered and the bridge was built. The Imperial Envoy and a middle-aged man came ashore, and 3 cannons were fired, causing the entire shore to shake. Even Prefecture Prince Shun himself knelt down. At this point, the music stopped, and the entire shore was filled with a clear voice. Your subjects and the officials of Ing Prefecture pay their respects to the Emperor. Pay your respects to the Emperor. The eunuch spoke solemnly as he walked to the incense table. Receive the imperial edict. The middle-aged man looked gentle and refined, with a sharp look in his eyes. He turned around and knelt down as well. Everyone knelt down and shouted, Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! By the will of the heavens, the Emperor's imperial edict. The eunuch read out loud, Ever since I became the Emperor, I have brought peace and prosperity to the people. I thought that all the officials under the heavens would be grateful to me. Who would have thought that there would be traitors plotting a rebellion and causing chaos in Ing Prefecture? Fortunately, Prefecture Prince Shun led his troops to quell the rebellion. With the help of Reverend Ning and Count Zhongqin, we were able to quell the rebellion. Today, we shall be punished. How can we be stingy with our rewards? At this point, the eunuch swallowed his saliva and continued reading. The middle-aged man, Li Jin, was appointed as the governor of Ing Prefecture. Immediately after that, he announced the promotions of all the lower and middle-ranking officials. He announced all of them at once, except for Prince Shun, Pei Ziyun, and Count Zhongqin. He did not announce the rewards immediately. He then said, Prince Shun, Dao Master Ning, Count Zhongqin, Chun Yong, Meng Yao, and the others are to report back to the capital immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch smiled. Your Highness, Reverend Ning, Count Zhongqin, and General Chun, the Emperor has issued an imperial edict for all of you to head back to the capital as soon as possible. Your subject obeys the imperial edict. The few of them kowtowed deeply. As soon as they agreed, Pei Ziyun felt his body relax. Although he wasn't very close to it, he had been following him all this while. Suddenly, he felt a sense of loss. Even with Pei Ziyun's temperament, he still felt a sense of loss. AI, if the emperor can give, then naturally he can take. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Everyone else had their own thoughts as well. According to the imperial edict, Pei Ziyun was second only to the prefecture prince. Count Zhongqin was next, and Qinyong was next. Li Jin, who had just been appointed as the governor, looked at Pei Ziyun deeply. Pei Ziyun had a feeling as he looked at him. When their eyes met, Li Jin turned his head away. The eunuch smiled. Your Highness, Count Zhongqin, Reverend Qi Ning, generals, there's a banquet on the ship. Please board and enjoy. His Majesty has summoned us urgently, and this servant did not dare to delay. This is the only thing I can do. Hearing this, Royal Prince Qingshun nodded his head and said, Yes, Jinren boy, generals, please, we will eat on the boat. Although Prefecture Prince Qingshun was young, he had the demeanor of a prince. Pei Ziyun did not mind and replied, Of course, Your Highness, please. The few of them followed the eunuchs, and the generals who had been named also followed. The imperial envoy's ship was very big. They walked along the clean deck and entered the main hall. A banquet had already been prepared. The maids were respectfully waiting, and not far away, the stage had already been set up. Play, backup dancers, set sail. When it was time for the banquet, the eunuchs gave the order. The dancers came forward to dance. The maids served the wine. The imperial envoy's ship also immediately set off. The ship shook slightly. The big sail was raised. Why are you in such a hurry? Pei Ziyun sat down and saw that the entire place was decorated with wooden planks. There were fans and pillars carved with stories. Someone was pouring wine for him, but he was not in the mood to look at it. He thought to himself, Oh yes, it's the 7th month now. In my previous life, the emperor had passed away in the 11th month. His body is probably dying now. No wonder he's in such a rush. The eunuchs seemed to know how to act. After a few rounds of drinking, everyone was getting tipsy and relaxed. The emperor is still worried, and this isn't the time for us to be happy. The eunuch smiled as he handed the booklet over to Prefecture Prince Chengshun. This is the latest intelligence report, Your Highness. Prefecture Prince Chengshun frowned as he opened the booklet. He took a look and remained silent. He then handed it over to Pei Ziyun, Down Master. Pei Ziyun took the booklet and read it carefully. His face was solemn. So King Lu's army attacked. A commander attacked and was defeated. The commander himself died in battle, and Chonglin County fell. Xie Chengdong and King Lu really have some skills. They even had a banner to lead them to victory. Indeed, they were the emperors of my previous life. How lucky! Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued reading. 4,000 captives. King Lu used the crown prince's rebellion to imprison his father and reorganize them into the army. They then charged into the capital city, purged the emperor, and rescued the emperor. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Pei Ziyun didn't speak. He maintained a solemn expression as he handed the booklet over to Count Zhongqin. Count, take a look. Count Zhongqin received the booklet and started reading it. Prefecture Prince Qingshun had a look of anticipation on his face as he looked at Pei Ziyun. Down Master, after reading this, what do you think? The battlefield is ever-changing. If we don't fight, we can't say for sure. Pei Ziyun's expression was unreadable as he raised his cup and downed the wine. Although the banquet was being held on the ship, the taste wasn't bad. Prefecture Prince Qingshun was filled with hope. Seeing that Pei Ziyun wasn't commenting, he frowned. Chapter 342. Capital City. It was dusk, and the streets were bustling with people. The shops and restaurants along the way were all lit up and looked bright and colorful. Both sides of the streets were filled with dumplings, pancakes, and steam buns. The 100 Flowers Tower stood tall on the north side of the street, with vermilion pillars and green stairs facing the street, with lanterns hanging on them. 30 to 40 guests were sitting in the hall downstairs, gathered in twos and threes, drinking until their faces were red. Renwei was dressed in plain clothes as he watched from the window on the third floor. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Beside him was a scholar dressed in a white robe. He looked to be around 30 years of age. Renwei turned around. "Zhou Zion, do you understand what I've instructed you to do?" Zhou Zion replied, "Mr. Run, since you've forked out 100 taels of silver, I will make sure that you do a good job." "All right, I'll see how you arrange it." Renwei laughed. Zhou Zion didn't speak much as he clasped his hands in salute and walked down the stairs. He didn't go to the main hall, but waited at the second floor. Someone walked up the stairs and saw that it was a private room. The floor was clean, and there was a table in the corner. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. There were already people seated. There were more than 10 of them, and they were in groups of 3 to 5. They were reciting poems and writing songs and discussing various topics. Zhou Ziwan walked out to welcome him. "Brotherly, you're here. Please." Scholar Li was a middle-aged man. He nodded his head. "I'm late. Please forgive me." Before he could finish, he heard someone inside say, "Have you heard? King Lu is attacking the capital city and has lost yet another city." Hearing this, Zhou Ziwan's face froze as he sighed. "Brotherly, the world has only been peaceful for a few years, and now there's chaos. Please join us for a small banquet." Please. This was a small banquet for scholars. It wasn't a big banquet, but everyone who was present was a famous scholar and had a certain amount of influence in the city. Scholar Li had just reached the second floor when someone shouted, "Li Sheng is here." "Greetings, Brother Chun." Zhou Ziyuan sat down and looked around. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he then said, "Everyone is here. Let's start the banquet." "Great, great." Someone tapped the table with his fan. Zhou Ziyuan shouted, "Waiter, serve the dishes and also a jar of jade jardu." Jade jardu was one of the best wines in the capital. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly agreed. In just a moment, all the dishes were served. When scholars drank wine, they naturally had to make some literati. What they offered was the Lu Shao medallion. This was a type of wine medallion. There were 48 wine chips divided into red chips and green chips. The top of the red chip was convex and painted red. The top of the green chip was concave and painted green. The red chip was engraved with the words, "Drink someone's wine," which was to pour wine for someone at the table, and correspondingly matched it with an ancient poem. The green chip was engraved with the words, "How to drink wine," and what to do next. "Let me do it." Someone hurried over and drew a stick. He read, "Left seat, drink on my behalf." "Ha, Brother Shun, you're on my side. Quick, have a drink." Everyone started cheering as the sound of wine being poured could be heard. This person gulped down the wine in one gulp. He then breathed in the smell of alcohol as he drew a stick. He then said, "Drink to the left seat." "Quick, first seat, Brother Zhou, come and draw a stick." Zhou Ziyuan had no choice but to draw a green chip from the pot. He looked at it and laughed. Pass the bamboo section 3 times. Those who don't pass the bamboo section will have to drink a cup. The sounds of wine being poured, the sounds of people drinking and laughter could be heard. Before long, everyone was drunk. Zhou Ziyuan swept a glance around and sighed. "Fellow brothers, the world has been in chaos recently. The emperor has fallen ill, and the crown prince is in charge of the country. First, there was the chaos in Ying Prefecture, and now there's King Lu's rebellion. As scholars, how can we stand by and watch? Although we live among the commoners, we should do our best for the imperial court and think for the commoners. Now is the time for us to offer advice and advice." This was a small banquet for scholars. Naturally, they were discussing the most important matters in the world. Hearing these words, everyone agreed. Brother Zhou is right. As scholars, how can we stand by and watch? Speaking of the chaos in Ying Prefecture, someone else said, "Although Pei Ziyun has done little, he's a Taoist. If he were to be given a title and given the title of a duke, it would be considered a Taoist who is interfering with politics." Yes, that's right. A Taoist isn't an official of the imperial court. How can he interfere with politics? All the scholars agreed. Their faces were filled with anger. Although this person was a high scholar, he had become a Taoist, which meant that he had betrayed the world. How despicable! Those who were jealous of Pei Ziyun spoke up. The Taoists of the Song dynasty, Chongzhi and Yuan Huanzi, didn't have any merits, but instead caused a huge disaster. They caused internal strife, and even caused the death of Emperor Xingjing. It's obvious that these Taoists, even if they had some merits, would cause a huge disaster. Zhou Ziyuan looked over and saw that the person who spoke was a high scholar who was on the same level as him. His name was Zhu Xiefeng, and he had a rather extreme temperament. At this point, he was speaking out loudly, causing the entire crowd to respond. We have been studying the books of sages. Strange powers have caused chaos in the world. How can we allow outsiders to run rampant? Everyone, now that King Lu is in chaos, we cannot allow Pei Ziyun to be in charge of the military affairs. Could it be that we, the great Su dynasty, can't find a good official to use? Why must we allow a Taoist to be above the rest of the officials? This is a disgrace to the imperial court. I'm prepared to report to the imperial court and demand that these Taoists be punished. When someone who was slightly older heard this, he laughed. Brother Zhu, this Taoist hasn't done anything evil yet, and I've heard that the crown prince admires him. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of him. It's because the crown prince admires him. That's why he wants to get rid of him. If the crown prince were to ascend the throne, wouldn't this demonic Taoist rise to power? Zhu Xiefeng seemed to be filled with hatred towards Pei Ziyun as he raised his arms and shouted. It's difficult. King Lu has led his troops to attack the capital city, and Pei Ziyun has won the war in Ying Prefecture. Even if we don't reward him for his merits, we still have to be prepared for the worst. Even the imperial court has to protect him. It's impossible to punish him openly. Another scholar stood up and spoke. I feel that it's better to take down this demonic Taoist reputation first, before planning to wipe him out. We have to take things step by step. That's right. Someone else spoke out. Count Zhongqin was born a scholar and was well-versed in the art of war. When the dynasty was founded, he had been sworn by the emperor and had contributed many strategies to the emperor. He had been through many battles and had many merits. I think that this victory in Ying Prefecture was all because of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun is just the top scorer in Ying Prefecture and has never gone to war before. He's not even 20 years old. How could he have commanded the entire army and still managed to achieve victory? This person swept his gaze across the crowd and voiced out his suspicions. He paused before speaking out. I've heard that Pei Ziyun was once a guest of the Crown Prince's palace. I'm sure that the Crown Prince was the regent of the empire, and thus managed to hoodwink the Crown Prince and steal Count Zhongqin's credit. That's right, we must give Count Zhongqin justice. Someone's forehead was throbbing with veins popping out. He raised his arms and shouted out, as if he could not live under the same sky as Pei Ziyun. The atmosphere within the hall seemed to have reached a climax. Although Zhou Ziyuan was the one who started the conversation, when she heard the words of these scholars, she had the urge to leave. Scholars looked down on each other. Isn't it because they're jealous of Pei Ziyun's talents? Although Zhou Ziyuan was thinking this way, she still said sternly, everyone is right. I have been taught by my master. The Tao sect is just a small faith and a small favor. It is not a great way to govern the world. That is why the Sane has abandoned it. If a Taoist were to take control of the imperial court, even if he managed to gain some merit, it would be a disaster for generations to come. This isn't about a single person, but the rise and fall of us scholars. I can see that Count Zhongqin was able to pacify Ying Prefecture. He should be able to pacify the north as well. We should support Count Zhongqin and not let a Taoist take control of the imperial court. That's right, we must not let a Taoist cause chaos in the imperial court. These scholars had drunk some wine, and when they heard these words, they felt that every single one of them spoke out loud. One of them spoke out, I have a clan brother, Zhu Cheng, who is currently working at the imperial censor. We can submit a petition. My father has a disciple named Li Ji, who is currently working at the Ministry of Rights. We can submit a petition. That's right. I know quite a few scholars as well. We can submit a petition together. The scholars were filled with joy as they started to link up. One of them then shouted out, we are all righteous scholars, and we'll definitely be able to restore order. Come, cheers! Everyone raised their cups and downed their cups. When they were all drunk, everyone started to leave. Li Shusheng and Zhou Ziyuan were the last to leave. Li Shusheng smiled and said, Brother Zhou's expression has been different lately. Looks like you've had a stroke of good fortune. Brother Li is indeed intelligent, but this time you're wrong. Zhou Ziyuan waved his hands. Brother Li, shall I send you off? No need, I'll go back myself. Zhou Ziyuan sent everyone off and returned after some time. Rinwei turned around and walked out from the next booth. Who's this Li Shusheng? Zhou Ziyuan picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. He's Li Si1, an old high scholar. He's been living in the capital city for 5 years now and has quite a reputation. However, he's a very cautious person. Although he can guess that we're spreading rumors, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Oh yes, what do you think of my job? Zhou Ziyuan asked curiously. Why did top scorer Pei do such a thing? When Rinwei heard this, he laughed and said, You've done a good job. This is for you. As he said this, he handed over 100 taels of silver. Seeing Zhou Ziyuan accept it, Rinwei sighed and said, Why? Actually, you've seen it for yourself. Top scorer Pei was 17 years old when he became a high scholar. All the scholars in the world were envious and jealous of him. Furthermore, his poems were renowned throughout the world. Although they had no choice but to submit to him, how many of them were secretly gritting their teeth? He even led an army to quell a rebellion and achieved great things at the tender age of 20. Even if you're Zhou Ziyuan, don't you secretly hate him? Zhou Ziyuan paused before laughing out. Brother Rin is really interesting. I started studying at 7, became an elementary scholar at 15, and a high scholar at 21. Even now, I'm 30 and still have no chance of becoming high scholar. I'm stuck in a capital city and only eat vegetables and tofu. Whenever I think of someone who's not even 20 years old and has such a meteoric rise, I hate him so much that I can't sleep. As he finished speaking, both of them burst out laughing. Rinwei then spoke out in a serious tone. Conferring a reward is a grand ceremony of the imperial court. However, we have to consider the hearts of the people as well. Look at how he exploded just now. What a fearful man's words. My young master had no choice but to sully his own reputation. Zhou Ziyuan laughed. That's human nature. This has happened in every dynasty. That's why I didn't hesitate to take this silver. If it were anything else, I wouldn't dare to interfere. As he finished speaking, Zhou Ziyuan patted Rinwei on the shoulder and didn't speak further. He then walked out of the room. Looking at his shadow, Rinwei couldn't help but be taken aback. This was like pushing a boat along with the current. Using only a little bit of strength, he managed to get the officials to board the boat. Without making a sound, the entire world changed. No matter how strong Count Zhongqin was, he wasn't far from death. If he didn't expose him, who would know that he was trying to kill Count Zhongqin? Even if someone saw through it like Zhou Ziyuan did, they would only think that he was trying to protect himself. He then sighed, Such power, it's almost like the Tao. Chapter 343. Grand Princess Mansion. There was a birdcage hanging in the courtyard, and a parrot was jumping around within it. The Grand Princess was holding on to some bird food as she teased the parrot. Does it taste good? Delicious, delicious. It's too delicious. The parrot spoke happily, causing the Grand Princess to laugh. Although she was laughing, her face was filled with worry. She then called for an old maid. How's the Canton Princess's meal? The old maid saw the Grand Princess's expression and whispered, The Canton Princess hasn't been eating well recently. She only eats 1 or 2 bowls of rice, and most of it is vegetables. She doesn't eat meat and has gotten skinnier. The Grand Princess asked, What about before? She was better in the past, and even invited an imperial physician over. The physician said that she wasn't ill, just depressed. Before the old maid finished speaking, a female official rushed up to her. The Grand Princess waved her hands. I understand. At this point, the female official bowed. Grand Princess, Your Highness, someone from the imperial court has accused Dao Master Pei of recommending Count Zhongqin. Hearing these words, the Grand Princess was distracted. Who submitted the memorial? The female official stepped forward and handed a copy of the memorial. It's Li Ji, Zhu Cheng, and Chen Jihuang. They said that a person cannot be appointed as a marshal. They even recommended Count Zhongqin to be the marshal. AI. The Grand Princess's interest was piqued as she received the memorial. She looked at the appendix and asked, "Why is there such a rumor in Shilin? Have you found out?" "I've found out. It's because the imperial court was discussing how to reward Yingzhou's officials. This was a public matter. When the officials and scholars heard about it, they felt that Taoists were disobeying the laws of the imperial court. Furthermore, there were many bad historical precedents. Hence, this rumor started." Hearing this, the Grand Princess frowned. "Is that so?" According to the appendix, this sudden rumor was that the officials and scholars hated Taoists. Hence, the Ministry of Rites couldn't keep it a secret. It was normal for such a situation to occur. However, she felt that something was amiss. "It feels familiar. Delicious, delicious." The parrot chirped loudly. The Grand Princess turned around and asked, "Where's the Imperial envoy ship?" "It's still on its way. It'll take another 10 days to reach the capital." The Grand Princess pondered for a while before saying, "Inform me once we've arrived." "Yes." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the deck. Green mountains and clear waters passed by on both sides of the river, but the mountains were gradually becoming shorter. Large fields appeared along the shore. On the ship, Prince Qingshun, Count Zhongqin, and several generals looked relaxed as they chatted idly. Taoist pay still hasn't come out today?" County Prince Chengshun asked. Chen Yong poured a cup of tea and smiled. "Your Highness, I believe Tao Master Pei is having morning lessons." The cabin was very dark. There were candles in the room, but they were not lit. Pei Zi Yun sat on the couch, as a sliver of sunlight shone through the blinds, bringing with it the scent of the sea. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Master. Level 8, 102. 1%. Master. Materialization, Ascension, Night Roaming, Removal of Records, and Immortality. Once you reach the 5th level, the reputation gained from the novel will start to diminish. At the 8th and 9th level, I feel like even Calm the Chaos reputation isn't enough. Before I reached the 8th level, I had an excess of 88%. But after Calm the Chaos spread, it took me almost a month to reach the 9th level. The translucent plum blossom remained motionless between Pei Zi Yun's eyebrows. Boom! The plum blossom expanded in size and enveloped his entire body. Spiritual energy flowed into his body, and he felt a sense of perfection. As the spiritual energy continued to flow into his body, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. Rays of light started to seep out from his body, and even started to solidify. Pei Zi Yun was shocked. He noticed that his entire body was enveloped by a halo of light. The halo wasn't very clear, and seemed to exist at the same time. We've reached Chongping Crossing. We're only 20 miles away from the capital city. Someone shouted out. Pei Zi Yun was shocked as he opened his eyes and stood up. It's done. Indeed, I've reached the 9th level of Master. My Master is nearing completion. I can feel that many of my Tao arts have been strengthened. Master, level 9 too. 1%, sword techniques, Master, 37. 3%, Tao arts principles, advanced, 67. 8%, Tao arts, 79 varieties, advanced, 43. 3%, stars transposition, level 3, 55. 2%, cloud wind form, level 3, 1. 2%, Pei Zi Yun looked at it carefully and noticed that there were improvements. However, the improvements were slow. He sighed, only the Tao arts principles and Tao arts have improved significantly, especially the Tao arts. I've increased from 43 to 79 varieties. This is the result of obtaining the memories of the Demon Clan. Demon Clan? Why haven't I heard of them in my previous life? Pei Zi Yun thought to himself. as a shadow started to form in his heart. At this point, the boat shook as it reached the shore. At this point, a eunuch stepped forward. He was around 50 years old and had a stern expression. When he saw the imperial envoy, Prefecture Prince Chengshun, Count Zhongqin, and Pei Ziyin disembark from the boat, he welcomed them. "Your Highness, Count Dao Master, Generals, the Emperor has summoned all of you. Hurry up and prepare to meet him." The eunuch's forehead was filled with perspiration, and his face was slightly red. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. Count Zhongqin revealed a smile. Prefecture Prince Chengshun then spoke to the eunuch, "Lead the way. The horse carriages have been prepared. Your Highness, please." The eunuch spoke as he led the way. Not far away, several horse carriages were already prepared. Pei Ziyin followed behind, thinking to himself, "So fast." Prefecture Prince Chengshun was in one carriage. Pei Ziyin and Count Zhongqin were in another, and the three generals were in another carriage. Pei Ziyin climbed onto the carriage and opened the curtains. From afar, Ren Wei was standing by the side of the road. He gestured to Pei Ziyin, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Pei Ziyin couldn't help but smile. At this point, Count Zhongqin asked, "What are you smiling about, Dao Master?" Pei Ziyin closed the curtains and replied, "I saw the citizens of the city lining the streets to welcome us. They are living a peaceful life, and that's why I'm smiling." Pei Ziyin spoke casually. When Count Zhongqin heard this, he nodded his head. "Dao Master, you are indeed compassionate." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. Both of them did not speak for a long time, as they arrived at the imperial city. The eunuch led them into the imperial city. Along the way, there were many halls and corridors. Every 5 steps, there would be an imperial guard with a blade in his hand. As soon as Pei Ziyin entered, his heart skipped a beat. Free Cloud Sex Paradise is completely isolated, but the immortal Dao Dragon Veins spiritual energy is still present. When they entered the inner palace, they could not even sense the immortal Dao Dragon Veins spiritual energy. This place was extremely tight. Actually, when they reached the inner palace, there were much fewer imperial guards. The eunuchs escorted them along the way. Flowers and trees covered the sky, and it was extremely quiet. When they arrived at a corner, they saw a palace. In the west wing, smoke rose up from the decoction, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. Pei Ziyin could not help but frown. He then saw a few doctors discussing in hushed tones as they wrote down a prescription. Along the corridor, there were several eunuchs standing around. They did not speak to each other. As soon as they entered, they saw that there was a small chair and a tea table in front of the screen. The crown prince was outside, dealing with official matters. The both of them looked at each other, but did not speak. The entire hall was filled with the sound of footsteps, as well as the rustling of clothes. Not a single sound could be heard. Pei Ziyin sighed. Even an emperor would have such a day. As soon as he thought of this, he led them further in. Someone in front of the screen whispered, "Do not make any noise." As soon as they entered, they saw several people bowing to them. The emperor then spoke, "Everyone, please rise." Prefecture Prince Chengshun was at the front. When he heard that his father was excused from the formalities, he stepped forward to report to the emperor. The emperor leaned against the bed and saw that Prefecture Prince Chengshun was about to speak. He waved his hands, causing Prefecture Prince Chengshun to stop in his tracks. Cough, cough. The emperor coughed once more, knowing that his energy was limited. He then looked at Pei Ziyin. "Minister Pei, when the crown prince recommended you, I have my suspicions. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. You have done me a great favor, which is very gratifying." When Pei Ziyin heard the emperor's compliments, he bowed. Jibei Ho did not recognize the might of the heavens, and did not know the will of the heavens. He was defeated and died. This is the emperor's blessing. This humble subject merely borrowed the might of the heavens. When the crown prince heard these words, he relaxed a little and thought to himself, "These words are true. Father can only listen to these words now." The emperor smiled and asked, "Minister Pei, King Lu has started a rebellion against the emperor. What do you think of this?" Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun's heart sank. The emperor was so direct and straightforward. It seemed like he had no more energy left. Pei Ziyun paused for some time before speaking. Your Majesty, King Lu was bewitched by someone. This person was from Dark Altar Sect. Dark Altar Sect is extremely ambitious and has planted spies all over the continents. This humble subject has been persecuted by them many times. They're the biggest cancer on the Taoist sect and the imperial court. Your Majesty, before I came, I've written a report on the spies that Dark Altar Sect has planted throughout the continents. As he spoke, he handed the report over to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince then took it and handed it over. The imperial court's encirclement was not successful. In truth, these people were the ones who were secretly helping the imperial court. This subject is willing to help the imperial court get rid of them. The emperor received the report and scanned through it. Pei Ziyun stood there with his hand by his side. This was a combination of information from his previous life and some fabricated information. However, even the emperor wouldn't be able to tell. Count Zhongqin was startled as he clenched his fists tightly. If Pei Ziyun didn't do anything, then it meant that he had a grudge against the imperial court and was willing to help the imperial court get rid of the spies. That would be the right attitude. Damn it. Why can't I find any loopholes in this? Prefecture Prince Chang Shun stole a glance and saw that the emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He then placed the report aside and said, I understand. The emperor waved his hands. I'm tired today. We shall discuss this another day. All of you may leave. Long live your majesty. Everyone knelt down before the eunuch led them out of the palace. AI, it's raining? Once they were out of the imperial palace, Pei Ziyun felt his entire body relax. He politely declined Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun's offer to send him off. Rinwei, who was standing guard outside the imperial palace, drove an ox cart forward. The coachman shouted as the carriage started moving. Pedestrians could be seen dodging the rain as the hooves of the oxen clattered against the ground. The sound of raindrops hitting the tarpaulin could be heard. After half a street, Rinwei asked, Young master, how is it? Seeing that there was no one else on the road, Pei Ziyun laughed. It's about 60 to 70% done. Actually, even if I'm willing, the emperor might not be willing to let me lead the troops. Quelling the rebellion in Ying Prefecture only required a few tens of thousands of men. Quelling King Lu wasn't a matter of tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. I can't be the commander-in-chief. It's most likely to be the deputy general. But why should I be the deputy general? Pei Ziyun looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. His expression was calm. Once I'm under Count Zhongqin's control, he would have an excuse to kill me. Now, it's almost certain that Count Zhongqin will be the commander-in-chief. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 344. Pitter-patter pattered as the rain pelted down onto the streets. There were no pedestrians on the streets. An ox cart was parked under the eaves of an official's residence. A woman with makeup was seated within the cart. Her face was filled with worry. It was the Grand Princess. An imperial guard who was also the driver of the ox cart looked out from time to time. Down Master Pei's carriage is here. The Grand Princess then said, Go and invite Down Master Pei over. Yes. The imperial guard heard this and walked towards Pei Ziyun's ox cart. Young master, the rain came too suddenly. Outside the carriage, Rinwei was wearing a raincoat as he drove the ox cart. The sound of the rain hitting the stone floor was crisp and clear. You're prepared. Pei Ziyun looked at Rinwei and said, It's not that I'm prepared. It's just that no matter what the weather is, an ox cart always carries a raincoat. Especially in summer, nobody knows when the rain will come. As Rinwei spoke, someone blocked the way. He was so frightened that he shouted for the ox cart to stop. Luckily, the ox cart was docile and stopped. He then shouted, Who are you? Why are you blocking the way? The warrior who blocked the way then said, Mr. Run, is this Down Master Pei's carriage? The Grand Princess requests your presence. The rain was heavy, but he could hear that it was the Grand Princess. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and saw Rinwei pull the curtain aside and asked, Young master, it's the Grand Princess. All right, I know. Let's go. Pei Yun said as the ox cart reached the eaves of the official's residence. He then got off the ox cart and saw the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess looked haggard. Her eyes were filled with worry and anger, as well as disappointment. Seeing Pei Yun get on the ox cart, she then ordered, "Return to the mansion." The ox cart started moving as the incense within the carriage started to rise. The two of them did not speak. The Grand Princess looked out the window as the rain hit the stone floor, splashing water everywhere. It sounded like a melody. After some time, the Grand Princess then turned around, tears welling up in her eyes. Thousand Leaf is sick. Hearing these words, Pei Yun's heart sank, as though he was in pain. He hesitated before asking softly, "What illness? Have you seen a doctor?" Hearing Pei Yun's words, the Grand Princess turned around and glared at him. "You'll know once you see it. Why bother asking? Don't tell me that Qinya is sick, and you don't even want to take a look?" Pei Yun did not speak. He just sighed. The rain outside was getting heavier. When he reached the Grand Princess's mansion, someone immediately came to welcome him with an umbrella. He walked up the stairs and along the walkway. Inside the mansion, not a single drop of rain could be seen. He walked all the way to the small building and was welcomed by several serving ladies. They didn't say a word and bowed to him. The Grand Princess then turned around and spoke to Pei Yun. "Go in. Thousand Leaf is inside." As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Pei Yun didn't know why, but he was a little nervous and hesitated. The Grand Princess was infuriated. "Qinya is in such a state, and you don't want to see her anymore? Then why did you provoke her back then?" As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. The nannies and maids beside her were all silent. Pei Yun did not speak as he entered the building. There was another serving lady standing in the walkway. Her eyes were red. When she saw Pei Yun, she bowed. "Down, master. The Canton Princess is resting. Please follow me." When he entered the building, Pei Yun's heart sank. The Canton Princess was lying on the bed with a blanket covering her. Her cheeks were sunken in, and her hair was yellow. She was as skinny as a stick and looked as cute as ever. It was almost as if it was the night of the Lantern Festival. She was still jumping up and down beside him. "Brother Pei, my name is Qinya. Brother Pei, don't call me Canton Princess from now on. Just call me Qinya. Brother Pei, I'm so happy that you accompanied me to watch the Lantern Festival. I wish time would stay here forever." As he thought of this, Pei Yun's eyes turned red as well. The room was filled with the smell of medicine. He stretched out his hand and caressed the Canton Princess's cheeks. The Canton Princess seemed to sense something as she called out softly, "Brother Pei." Her voice was soft, and he had to lean in to hear her clearly. Pei Yun then replied, "I know. I'm here. Brother Pei, I really like you. Why don't you want me?" She mumbled to herself in her dreams. Pei Yun's heart ached for some time before he sighed heavily and left the room. When he reached the corridor outside, the serving maid started sobbing. The doctor said that the Canton Princess is suffering from a mental illness. Her body isn't really ill, but she doesn't want to eat or drink. Sometimes she would play the zither, and sometimes she would smile at the paintings. She's getting thinner and thinner. As the serving maid spoke, she started sobbing softly. At this point, the Grand Princess walked up to Pei Yun. Her eyes were red and swollen. She looked at Pei Yun for some time before waving her hands. "You may leave." The serving maid and Granny left the room without saying a word. The Grand Princess looked at the unconscious Canton Princess in the room before walking further into the corridor. Pei Yun followed her. On both sides of the corridor was a small garden. Raindrops fell on the roof and onto the green stone floor. The Grand Princess did not turn back. She walked to a corner and looked at a pond. All of a sudden, she said, "Have you heard about the affair between me and Prince Consort Mei?" Hearing this, Pei Yun was slightly surprised. He nodded his head. "I've heard a little about it." Prince Consort Mei was from a scholarly family and owned 200 mu of land. He was a high scholar of the previous dynasty and was well-versed in history and history. He was a strategist and was skilled in archery and horses. Back then, many people respected him. After that, he joined the emperor's camp. He provided disaster relief, guarded the city, and governed the country. His orders were strict, and he won the grand princess's heart. The couple got along well. However, good times did not last long. Not long after the founding of the country, he died a mysterious death. He drowned in a river. The emperor conferred him the title of Count Foam. Thinking about this, the grand princess's eyes turned red. She stretched out her hands to catch the rain. She was almost 40 years old, and her hands were as straight as a spring onion. The raindrops hit her palms and splashed water everywhere. Prince Consort May had no sons and only had a daughter. Xinya was the apple of my eye. Your talent is even higher than Prince Consort May's. That year, when you took the top score examination, I ordered someone to take a look at it. Indeed, every word was a gem. Even my brother said that this was the top score examination. You don't envy riches and riches. Although I felt that it was a pity to cultivate the Tao for your father, I also felt that it was a sign of filial piety. Your poems and writings have spread far and wide. You've been famous for a while, and no one can match up to you. In the future, your name will be known throughout the world. I'm happy for you. As for your quelling the bandits, you opened up the borders and led the troops to quell the rebellion. In the blink of an eye, everything was settled. Just like what Count Zhongqin said, I've followed the emperor on his expeditions to the south and the north, and have seen many people. I've seen this man take care of the bandits, and he was flawless. Even if I were to replace him, how could I be as flawless as this man? To have such talent, it's truly shocking. Actually, when you rejected the marriage proposal, I wasn't angry at all. After all, a poor friend should not be forgotten, and a poor wife should not be married. You have such talent and integrity. What else can I say? I can only respect you even more. The Grand Princess spoke with melancholy. Her eyes were cold as she stared at the rain. After a long time, she said, "It's just that I didn't expect the little Canton princess to be so deeply in love. You're getting more and more haggard by the day. Although I've always admired you, and the imperial court has always relied on you, the little Canton princess is the flesh and blood of my heart. If anything were to happen to her, I would no longer be the Grand Princess, but a mother who has lost her only hope. What do you think I should do?" As the Grand Princess spoke, she looked at Pei Ziyun, her eyes filled with hatred. Pei Ziyun avoided her gaze and looked at the raindrops falling on the lotus leaves. He stood still and turned around. "AI, what is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for each other. Since ancient times, love doesn't last long. What have I done to deserve the little Canton princess's love? As a mother, if you blame me, I have nothing to say. I've let the little Canton princess down." Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. Although he spoke calmly, when he thought of her pitiful face, his heart was filled with emotions. As he spoke up to this point, he swallowed hard. What is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for each other. Since ancient times, love doesn't last long. You're really talented, but I don't want to hear all this. I just want to know how you're going to treat Xinya. If you divorce your wife and marry Xinya, I'll help you get the title of true sovereign. I'll even help you bear the pressure of the imperial court. If you're not willing, you might think that you're irreplaceable. If you think that way, you're wrong. The Grand Princess's voice was very soft and sounded very clear and sinister. Even Pei Ziyun felt a chill down his spine. After some time, Pei Ziyun finally calmed himself down. He stared at the rain and said, "I've already married a wife, and it's impossible for me to divorce her. However, the Grand Princess has 2,000 hectares of land, while the Canton Princess only has 800 hectares of land. My Golden Island has 5,000 hectares of land." These words came out of nowhere and were very harsh. The Grand Princess paused before she understood. She was enraged. "How dare you? You want Xinya to be your concubine?" When others said that you were extremely daring, I didn't believe them. But now I do. This matter concerned the dignity of the imperial family and was impossible. The Grand Princess was truly enraged, and her words were laced with killing intent. He then replied plainly, "It's impossible for me to marry the Canton Princess, but Xinya can. Furthermore, she's not a concubine. I'm a Taoist, and do not need to follow the rules. I'm just a wife. My wife loves me deeply, and I never expected Xinya to be so infatuated with me. I can't let her down. This is the only way. Grand Princess, Your Highness, rules are dead, people are alive. The Canton Princess loves me deeply, and I have no choice but to suggest this. You're saying that you want the Canton Princess to fake her death and marry you. The Grand Princess was an intelligent person and understood what was going on. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Just as she was about to explode in anger, she heard Pei Ziyun ask coldly, Grand Princess, have you read the immortal records? Like Shin Ziyuan? Why is it that Dark Altar sect is involved in the Crown Prince's rebellion, and yet the imperial court doesn't say anything? The Grand Princess was shocked as she looked at Pei Ziyun and sighed. Of course, it's not that the imperial court is afraid. Even if it's a paradise, the imperial court can break through it easily. It's just that an Earth immortal has a physical body and is able to suppress an entire area. He doesn't follow the imperial court's orders and hasn't been killed. Pei Ziyun looked at the Grand Princess's ashen face. He then turned around and looked at the misty rain. A bird flew across the sky, killing insects before flying back to its nest. Pei Ziyun paused. Besides, around Dark Altar Mountain, the Earth Immortals are much more powerful. If they were to engage in guerrilla warfare, even 1,000 soldiers would find it hard to defend against them. In the immortal records, there's no mention of risking one's life to assassinate the Emperor. Could it be that the imperial court doesn't want to destroy the Taoist sects? It's not that they don't want to, it's just that the price is too high. Before we destroy King Lu, we can't afford to lose all decorum. Pei Ziyun then turned around and spoke in a hoarse voice. With this person's help, King Lu will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I'm the Taoist who is the closest to becoming an Earth Immortal. As he spoke, he didn't wait for the Grand Princess to reply. Pei Ziyun bowed. Your subject shall take his leave. The pathway within the mansion was paved with green stones. Pei Ziyun stepped onto it and walked away slowly. He wasn't wearing a raincoat, but the raindrops that fell within 3 feet of him seemed to have hit a transparent barrier, as they fell onto the ground without getting wet at all. Seeing this, the Grand Princess's face fell. Chapter 345. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of drums could be heard, deep and penetrating. It reverberated throughout the battlefield and pierced through the hearts of the people. It was a sign that a massacre was about to begin. The army advanced on the battlefield, as the sky was covered with flags. The sky was dark, as dark clouds covered the sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Ta-ta-ta. The armored soldiers stomped fiercely on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. They were filled with killing intent. 100 steps, 90 steps, 70 steps. As the two armies got closer, both sides could see the ferocious faces of their opponents. Some were fearful, some were determined, some were crazy. They were clad in armor and held spears in their hands. This was the battlefield, the graveyard of the brave and the cowardly. Nobody could escape. 10 steps. Kill. Without any further words, the two armies clashed against each other like a meat grinder. The soldiers brandished their blades and spears as they pierced forward. Nobody could retreat. The people behind them pushed forward. The moment the people in front fell, the people behind them would rush forward. Blood splattered all over their faces. Blades, spears, and corpses piled up on the ground. There were cries of death and screams. Most of them were the sounds of weapons slicing through throats and flesh. It was like fingernails scratching across a blackboard. Slowly, the lives of the people were swallowed up. When they were spat out, they had turned into a pile of minced meat. The battlefield was a meat grinder where all lives were lost. King Lu stood at a high vantage point as he watched the massacre unfold. The armored soldiers charged forward, unafraid of death. The battle had just begun, and they charged forward, stabbing and stabbing. There were people who fell, but there were others who took their place. This was a battle of willpower and strength, until all the enemies in front of them were dead. The moment the battle began, the vanguard troops had already gained the upper hand. As time passed, their advantage increased. Watching this, King Lu revealed a proud smile. Before long, the advantage was even greater. King Lu could hear someone speaking in his ear. "You can charge forward now. You are the chosen one. You will win." King Lu mumbled under his breath. "Why do I have such thoughts?" Without hesitation, he spoke to the deputy general beside him. "Prepare the cavalry to charge forward." "Yes." The deputy general gave the order as he waved the flag. At the same time, the sound of the drums changed. The cavalry on both sides of King Lu, who had been waiting, charged forward. Giddy, giddy, giddy. Hundreds of cavalrymen flew out like a torrent of steel, bypassing the main army and preparing to attack the flanks. As King Lu's cavalrymen charged out, the flags of the imperial army were raised as well. "Kill!" No words were exchanged. Both sides clashed. Two streams of energy collided, and in an instant, dozens of people were turned into piles of lifeless flesh and blood. All of a sudden, one of the shadow cavalrymen charged forward with a gust of wind. With every step they took, a group of enemy soldiers were wiped out. In a short period of time, more than 10 people were killed. The cavalryman's morale was greatly boosted. With him as the center, they formed a long, cone-shaped formation and pierced through the stalemate. King Lu could see clearly that this wasn't a fight to the death. Instead, he was able to maintain a certain distance between them and his troops. He was able to constantly adjust his tactics as he led his troops to attack left and right. His attacks were all aimed at the weakest points of the enemy's formation. The enemy's formation was initially orderly, but it wasn't without a price. Every time the formation was broken, some of the soldiers would fall. However, they would be replaced by more and more soldiers. Within moments, the imperial army was in a state of chaos. Although they were cavalrymen, they instinctively dodged the incoming attacks. In this state of panic, the shadow cavalryman shouted out loud as he charged into the enemy's formation, tearing the imperial army into two. "Kill!" The general of the imperial army was a decisive man. He led his soldiers and charged forward, wanting to stop the shadow cavalryman. The shadow cavalryman didn't hesitate at all. Within a few breaths of time, he had charged into the imperial army. Wherever the shadow cavalryman went, he would be torn apart. The general of the imperial army was injured as he cried out in pain. The shadow cavalryman didn't stop as he turned around and slashed at him. Pooh! A head flew into the air as fresh blood spurted out. The headless corpse fell to the ground. The shadow cavalryman then shouted out, "The one who killed the general is Commander Li Hongyuan. The one who killed the general is Commander Li Hongyuan." The surrounding cavalrymen shouted out, causing the imperial army to be thrown into chaos. Li Hongyuan smiled evilly as he led his troops forward once more. Everywhere he went, the imperial army collapsed like snow. Up on the stage, King Lu heard these words and laughed. To be able to kill a general, he must be a valiant general. But I remember that Li Hongyuan was a captain. Eunuch Liao laughed and said, "King Lu, have you forgotten? The last time Li Hongyuan broke through the city, he had done a great service. He's now a captain." Hearing Eunuch Liao's words, King Lu nodded his head and revealed a look of joy. "So that's how it is. This man is very brave. He can be promoted to the second rank." "Yes." Immediately, a secretary noted it down. Xie Chengdong watched as the imperial army was defeated so quickly and smiled. This is the good fortune of King Lu. Since the start of the war, there have been many brave soldiers who have shown their worth. Now that the imperial army has been defeated, our army will be able to attack them from the side and cause them to fall apart. Although he said this, Xie Chengdong's heart trembled. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Ever since the start of the war, there had been 7 or 8 people who had done so. It was only natural that there would be brave soldiers on the battlefield. But for them to do so quickly, it was terrifying. Could this be fate? Ha! When King Lu heard Xie Chengdong's praise, he laughed out, feeling extremely proud of himself. Eunuch Liao was filled with joy as well. King Lu is truly blessed. Even before he finished speaking, the imperial army had already killed their way through the enemy's formation. The sound of horses galloping could be heard as they charged into the enemy's flank. Within a few breaths of time, the imperial army had charged into the enemy's formation. Against the infantry, the imperial army was invincible. Screams and cries could be heard as the imperial army was torn apart. Kill. Feeling the imperial army being shaken and thrown into chaos, the imperial army's 6th battalion was thrown into chaos. Li Hingyuan wasn't satisfied as he continued to drive the enemy's infantry away. Kill the 6th battalion commander. At this point, another shout rang out. Someone from the imperial army shouted, "Not good, not good." The imperial army is charging towards the main army. The enemy is in chaos. King Lu sat on a high vantage point as he watched the imperial army in chaos. He then ordered his personal cavalry, "Kill them all." Yes. Following this order, 500 of his personal cavalry charged out and shouted, "The crown prince has caused chaos and imprisoned my father. We are here to appease the emperor. If you surrender, you will be spared from death." Anyone who wasn't convinced immediately charged forward. Wherever the imperial army slashed, screams could be heard as blood and flesh flew everywhere. If you don't surrender, kill. If you kneel down and surrender, you will be spared from death. At this point, the enemy's infantry had collapsed. When the imperial army charged forward, some of them threw their weapons down and knelt down to surrender. The imperial army was well trained. The moment they saw someone surrendering, they charged towards the person who didn't surrender. Finally, the imperial army couldn't hold on any longer. Many of them knelt down and shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" Gradually, more and more people surrendered as they threw their weapons down. It was like a rolling snowball. Behind him, one of the generals knelt down. "Your Excellency Gao, we've lost this battle. It's better for us to retreat for now and to try to make a comeback." Gao Yunjia seemed to be a little hesitant. He looked at the battlefield and saw that the front line had been broken and could not be salvaged. However, the back line could still slowly retreat and preserve some strength. It was just that the sky was dark and the cold wind swept past, causing the flags nearby to jingle. He suddenly smiled and said slowly, "Actually, this battle is very unexpected. There's nothing wrong with the art of war. However, King Lu's army is braver than mine. That's strange. I'm the one who's leading the army. Why are these Lu's soldiers so brave and courageous? Could it be that the mandate of heaven is in Lu's hands?" Gao Yunjia's last sentence was a thought. Just as Gao Yunjia was pondering over this, the entire front line was crumbling. The soldiers were crying out as they tried to escape the battlefield. Some of them even knelt down and surrendered. This general was extremely anxious as he took a few steps forward. "Your Excellency Gao, now isn't the time to think about this. We could discuss this when we retreat to the county capital." Gao Yunjia nodded his head. "You're right." Just as he finished speaking, a blade flashed and a head flew off his neck, causing a rain of blood to rain down. The head landed on the ground and rolled a few times, revealing a look of bewilderment and unwillingness. It was as if he didn't understand why the general would kill him. He then heard Gao Yunjia speak, "My army has already tried their best and surrendered to King Lu." "Traitor!" The head's eyes widened in anger, but everything turned black and he didn't know what had happened. Gao Yunjia surrendered. Up on the stage, when King Lu heard this news, he was surprised and overjoyed. Although they had won the battle, the main army hadn't collapsed yet. They could still retreat. Why did he surrender? Just as he was puzzled, Eunuch Liao spoke out. Gao Yunjia was a general under the command of Marquis Dujiang, Fang Kachin. Marquis Dujiang had his military power reduced, and even his title was reduced to that of an earl. Could this be the reason? But when he fought against my army, he didn't go easy on us. King Lu was still suspicious. King Lu, if my army couldn't defeat him, he naturally wouldn't surrender. If we did, it would prove King Lu's prowess. He might even submit to us and be given the title of Earl. Besides, this general is part of the purge. Although it's not his turn yet, Marquis Dujiang, Fong Kuqin, has already fallen from power. He's not far from it. If we lose this battle, I'm afraid he'll be thrown into prison immediately. It's reasonable for him to have such thoughts. Xie Chengdong laughed. King Lu nodded his head and was about to speak when he saw several riders galloping towards them. It was Gao Yunjia and a few of his personal guards, begging to surrender. At this point, all his suspicions were gone as he welcomed them. Gao Yunjia dismounted from his horse and threw his sword down. He was about to beg for forgiveness when King Lu hurriedly held him up. General has followed my emperor father and is a veteran general of the dynasty. Now that my emperor father has been imprisoned, it's a blessing that you're willing to forsake the darkness for the light. Anyone who didn't know the truth would be touched. Gao Yunjia thought to himself, "Nonsense, I even received the emperor's edict yesterday." However, he couldn't say this out loud. He then kowtowed to King Lu and shouted out, "This humble general didn't know the truth and was willing to serve the traitor who imprisoned my father. I've sinned. Now that I've seen King Lu and have seen the truth, I shall serve King Lu with all my might." These words caused King Lu to laugh out loud. He wanted the general to surrender so straightforwardly. With General here, I have a higher chance of winning. At this point, a rider galloped over and shouted out, "General Han has already pacified Qin Prefecture. He sent 20,000 troops to support King Lu. They'll be here in a few days." Chapter 346. When King Lu heard this, he laughed out loud. "Even the heavens are helping me." Xie Qingdong's heart skipped a beat. Although Qin Prefecture's governor and other important officials had been captured, and the fall of the Dragon Sealing Pass had left Qin Prefecture without a leader, Han Hongwu had only led 10,000 troops. In less than 2 months, he had easily conquered the entire prefecture. It was like the heavens were helping him. Xie Chengdong didn't say anything as he felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and saw that it was raining heavily. On the battlefield, Gao Yunjia had surrendered, and the sounds of battle had died down. However, when he looked down, he could see that there was still a stream of blood. King Lu then gave the order, "These people are now my subordinates. Treat the wounded and let the medics take care of them. Boil some ginger soup for the soldiers to warm them up. Also, check the number of casualties. However, the main force of our army cannot stop. While the city is empty, we shall take it." "Yes." Xie Chengdong listened silently as he opened his inner eye to look at King Lu. When he saw him, his heart trembled. He could see that King Lu's head was covered in a layer of green energy, and purple energy was hanging down from his head. That wasn't all. When Xie Chengdong looked over, he felt nauseous. He could smell the stench of blood. He then muttered, "Could it be that the blind Taoist was right? Does King Lu really have the will of the heavens?" At this point, Pei Ziyin regretted falling out with the blind Taoist. He then thought to himself, "I wonder where he is now." Night fell, and a full moon rose up in the sky. The entire mountain was covered in silver, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Several houses in the village had their lights on, as though they were stars in the sky. All of a sudden, a loud scream broke the silence of the night. The lights in the houses that were lit up seemed to have been frightened and were extinguished. Woof, woof, woof. This scream was followed by the barking of dogs. In the midst of the panic, several birds flew out of the trees they were perched on. Within a cave, the interior of the cave was dark and damp. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave, and water droplets dripped down from the ceiling. The blind Taoist was rolling on the ground, moaning in pain. No, the blind Taoist struggled in agony as his hands clawed at his body. It was as though he was in agony. The blind Taoist's body was emitting a black aura, and a face seemed to be laughing within it. "I can't become one with you." The blind Taoist spoke in agony as he grabbed at his own hand, as though he couldn't control it at all. As soon as the blind Taoist finished speaking, his expression changed. His entire face revealed a mocking expression. "You and your master's master, haven't you always relied on the anchor to absorb energy from it? Now that the power is here, You just need to give up your consciousness, and you will obtain unparalleled power. If I lose consciousness, will I still be me? The blind Taoist continued to struggle. His voice was filled with a cheese sound. I am the source. Your consciousness now is merely a fake consciousness. Give up your consciousness and fuse with the source. You will become great too. Fuse with me, and you can become an earthen immortal. No, you can even become a true immortal in the future. In fact, you might even become the ruler of this world. What are you resisting? Furthermore, you won't be able to resist. My thousands of clones are all working together. Look at King Lu. We shall turn the soldiers into warriors, and the warriors into rulers. These are our chess pieces. With them around, you won't be able to resist. Why not just surrender? The voice was like the whispers of the devil, luring the blind Taoist into hell. Dong dong. The blind Taoist's body started to throb violently as his entire body turned bright red. The black aura was slowly consuming his consciousness and soul. As the black aura surged upwards, the pain and struggle on his face disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. Following this smile, the blind Taoist's body stopped trembling and calmed down. His soul was only left with the last bit of light. At this point, the three-faced giant appeared and opened its mouth, swallowing the last bit of light. The blind Taoist revealed a satisfied smile. His posture was somewhat stiff as the black aura around his body started to rise. It was as though a silkworm was spinning a web. His entire body was wrapped up in a black cocoon, as the sound of his heart beating could be heard. Beat after beat, the sound continued to spread. This sound couldn't be heard by the human ear as it spread far and wide. King Lu's camp, there were many people walking around the camp, and there were bonfires everywhere. Haha, let's eat meat, let's eat meat. A bunch of soldiers were gathered in front of the bonfire, eating meat. Today was a great victory, and even the soldiers were given meat to eat. Within a tent in the camp, several newly promoted battalion commanders were drinking wine. Commandant, you killed the Imperial Court's cavalry general and were promoted by 2 ranks. How enviable. One of the battalion commanders raised his wine glass as he spoke to the commandant in front of him. Li Hongyuan laughed. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Seeing that everyone had stopped drinking and were listening to him, he exhaled and said, Everyone, don't be anxious. Think about it. His Majesty had just raised the army. At the beginning, he only had 20,000 soldiers. Now, there are more than 45,000 soldiers here. The more people there are, the more officials there will be. There will be plenty of positions waiting for us. Besides, fighting a war isn't about gaining experience. Whoever is good at fighting, who is willing to risk his life, will be able to rise up the ranks. Brother, I'm just making move first. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for everyone. These words were spoken with sincerity. The battalion commanders present were all young, around 25 to 26 years old. They were at the prime of their lives and agreed, Commandant is right. Come, cheers. All the battalion commanders raised their cups. Just as Li Hongyuan was about to speak, he heard a sound. His eyes turned red as he shook his head. What sound is that? As he spoke, the blood in his body started to boil. Roar! Li Hongyuan stood up and shouted. He then pulled out his sword and started dancing. Although his sword dance was crude, it had a certain charm to it. One of the battalion commanders was slightly tipsy. He was startled at first, before he shouted out, Good sword skills. No wonder, Commandant, Li could kill the cavalry general. But Commandant, you're drunk. Everyone laughed out. Commandant Li is drunk. Not only that, there were more than 10 people in the camp who were all fired up. They started shouting out loud. Their voices were like the howls of wolves, filled with joy. Capital City, Pei Mansion, this courtyard wasn't considered big, but it had a long history behind it. There was a tree in the middle of the courtyard. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant. It was dark and gloomy. When one sat here in the summer, the wind would blow gently, and there wouldn't be any heat at all. Even if there was a light drizzle, it would be like an umbrella. As the saying goes, rain or shine is appropriate. At this point, Both of them were playing chess under the shade of the tree. Rinwei was deep in thought when he heard Pei Ziyin say, "Rinwei, you made the wrong move." "I saw wrongly and made the wrong move." Rinwei laughed. "There are no regrets in playing chess," Pei Ziyin said as he picked up a white chess piece and placed it on the board. At once, Rinwei's piece was taken, and he lost 5 or 6 pieces. Seeing that Pei Ziyin had taken his piece, Rinwei wasn't angry. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was drizzling. He then said, "These few days, it's been raining frequently in the capital. Young master's chess skills have improved. The tea is ready. I'll go pour some tea." Rinwei spoke as he extinguished the fire on the stove. He then took out the teapot and poured some tea into the teacups. The tea leaves sizzled, and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. He then took a sip of the tea. The bitter taste of the tea turned into a sweet and refreshing sweetness. Pei Ziyin then sighed. "What a good tea. Just smelling it makes me feel like I'm enjoying it." At this point, it was raining. The sun was shining brightly in the west, and the rain was still falling. Rinwei couldn't help but sigh. Wars are dangerous. If one isn't careful, the whole game will be lost. I've heard that Gao Yunjia of Ping County is considered a valiant general and has been through the founding of the country. I wonder if he can stop King Lu. The strength of the imperial court is 100 times that of King Lu's. If he can stop him, then King Lu's army will lose its edge. Actually, victory or defeat will be decided by this line. Pei Ziyin picked up a chess piece. "Rinwei, you're distracted while playing chess. The affairs of the world are important, but you can't underestimate the chessboard either. If you think too far ahead, you might miss out on what's right in front of you." Rinwei then picked up a chess piece and placed it down. He paused before saying, "AI, young master, the affairs of the world concern your future. How can I not be worried? If you can't stop him, the entire capital city will be shaken." Pei Ziyin laughed and didn't speak. He then placed another chess piece. "You've made a mistake again. Kill the dragon." "Ah," Rinwei exclaimed. "Young master, you're taking advantage of me when I'm down." He then looked at the chessboard. It was black and white all over the board. The chess pieces were all stuck in a dead end. Rinwei looked at it carefully and sighed. 10 moves ago, young master has already made a brilliant move. Young master's way of playing chess is really unexpected. Haha, you're not serious this time. Let's continue." Pei Ziyin laughed as he picked up a cup and took a sip. The tea is cold. However, the colder it is, the more fragrant it is. Try it. Rinwei drank a mouthful of tea. Indeed, it was different from before. The tea was hot and fragrant. Now that it was cold, there was only a faint fragrance left. Rinwei then said, "Indeed, it took the 3rd generation to learn how to dress and eat. Even drinking tea requires knowledge." Before he could finish speaking, a Taoist walked in and shouted, "Sect leader, the Ping County has been defeated. Gao Yunjia has pledged his allegiance to King Lu. Qin Prefecture has also been conquered by King Lu." What? Rinwei was shocked. Coincidentally, he was playing chess. His hands trembled, and the chess pieces around him were thrown into chaos. "Looks like we can't play chess anymore." Pei Ziyin placed his cup down and sighed. The debate in the imperial court should be coming to an end soon, right? Although he had a Taoist, he received the news later than the imperial court. The emperor was the emperor after all, and would definitely make a decision. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a sound outside the door. "The Grand Princess is here." Pei Ziyin stood up and saw a serving maid holding an umbrella for the Grand Princess. Rainwater splashed onto the umbrella. The Grand Princess had a serious look on her face as she walked in front of Pei Ziyin and stared at him. After some time, she asked, "Will you treat her well and love her?" "Of course." These words came out of nowhere, but Pei Ziyin understood and nodded his head. Hearing these words, the Grand Princess's face turned cold. "Remember what you've said today." As she finished, the Grand Princess waved her hands, and an old granny walked out. A eunuch walked down and shouted, "There's an imperial edict." Rinwei hurriedly retreated and walked out of the table. Pei Ziyin bowed deeply. "Long live the emperor." The eunuch waited for Pei Ziyun to finish kowtowing 3 times before he opened up the imperial edict and read it out loud. The imperial edict reads, Dao Master Qi Ning is diligent in managing the affairs of the emperor. He has accomplished much for the country. How can I be stingy and reward him? Chapter 347. The edict states, Holy Prayer sect has committed unlawful acts. True, sovereign Qi Ning, Pei Ziyun, has encircled and suppressed them. The eunuch retrieved a second edict and read it aloud. Thank you. Pei Ziyun stood up. The eunuch had a smile on his face as he greeted Pei Ziyun. Your servant congratulates true sovereign. Mr. Run, take out 10 taels of gold. Pei Ziyun smiled. Give it to this eunuch. Yes. As Renwei spoke, he entered the room and retrieved a gold ingot. After the eunuch received his reward, he happily left the mansion. Pei Ziyun turned back to look at the 2 documents. The 2 documents were different. The first one was an imperial edict. This imperial edict was made of green and yellow silk. On the right side of the edict was embroidered 2 words, Obeisance to the heavens, and was stamped with the words Treasure of the Emperor. Imperial edicts were not commonly used. The words imperial edict were used to announce to the world. According to the system of the dynasty, it was only used to bestow titles of earls and above. There was a set of true sovereign robes and a silver seal. It was 7 inches thick and 5 inches long. There was a Lingji mushroom button with the words True Sovereign Qi Ning engraved on it. Pei Ziyun then turned to a Taoist and said, Take these back to your sect for safekeeping. I have no use for them. He then turned to Renwei and said, This is the imperial edict and the border guard. It's the proof of my mission. Help me keep it. Yes. The second tier of edicts was actually an imperial edict. It was written by the emperor himself and was similar in size. It was stamped with the words Imperial Edict, and this scroll was an imperial edict appointing and removing people below the 5th rank. It was stamped with the words Imperial Edict Treasure and was made of red silk. Imperial edicts were also classified into different tiers. An imperial edict was still an imperial edict, but the authority it wielded was different. As for imperial envoys, according to the rules of the court, officials used their official seals. They were all square-shaped and were stamped with vermilion clay. Imperial envoys used imperial envoys. This was actually a rectangular seal. It was made of silver and copper. The silver seal was equivalent to that of a governor, while the copper seal was equivalent to that of a 4th-rank official. The only difference was that the imperial envoys used a vermilion clay seal. The meaning of this edict was that Pei Ziyun could use officials of the county level, as well as those below the rank of Yuji General, to complete his mission. Moreover, after completing the edict, he had to hand it in. There were many rules within. Renwei acknowledged. He wasn't in a hurry, but he was filled with joy as he bowed to Pei Ziyun. Congratulations, true sovereign. Congratulations, master. A true sovereign was equivalent to an earl. This was the highest position in the history of the Taoists. From now on, Pei Ziyun was on the same level as the dukes, marquises, generals, and ministers. In Ying Prefecture, Pei Ziyun's rank was the same as that of the governor. If he was found guilty, it would be difficult for the governor to arrest him. He would have to report it to the imperial court. Since Renwei had addressed Pei Ziyun as Lord, it was clear that he was officially a loyal subject. Pei Ziyun laughed out loud as he stood up and extended a hand to help Renwei up. Mr. Run, please rise. The Grand Princess looked on coldly. Pei Ziyun helped Renwei up and nodded his head. He then turned around and smiled. Grand Princess, I know what's on your mind. The Canton Princess is actually suffering from a mental illness. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly stabilize her emotions. I wish to enter the mansion to see her. Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, the Grand Princess paused. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Grand Princess, are you worried that Mr. Ren will be around? Mr. Run is my trusted aide. Besides, I only have a few loyal subjects. In the future, Mr. Ren will not be able to avoid the matters regarding Qinya. There's no need to avoid it. Who? When the Grand Princess heard this, She heaved a sigh of relief. Her expression softened as she said, "At least you have a conscience. However, Mr. Run does not have to go. You can come with me." The Grand Princess glanced at Rinwei before she led her men up the ox cart. The ox cart was lit with incense. The Grand Princess then sat down and asked, "How will you comfort Qinya when you enter the mansion?" "The Canton Princess and I will kowtow to the spirit tablet." "How about that?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Grand Princess was taken aback. This was a wedding ceremony. Her heart was in a mess as she broke out in cold sweat. After some time, she mumbled, "You want to marry Qinya immediately? This is the best solution." The carriage was silent. Pei Ziyun then spoke plainly, "I am a true sovereign, and Qinya is a Canton princess. Furthermore, I already have a wife. You know very well that we cannot marry each other openly. Besides, I am a newly conferred true sovereign. If I were to enter the mansion, I would attract unwanted attention. Hence, I have to think of a way to resolve Qinya's problem once and for all, so that she can rest in peace." The imperial physician said that Qinya's illness is in her heart. As long as we fulfill her wishes, her illness will disappear and she will recover. As for the exact solution, the emperor of the Jie dynasty fell in love with his own sister, Princess Ningping. She then passed away due to illness. He then changed her name and took her into his harem as a concubine. Throughout the dynasties, there have been cases of aunts or nieces being taken in the same manner. This is a precedent. Hearing this example, the Grand Princess could not help but spit out. There was tea on the ox cart. Pei Ziyin took a sip before explaining. A Canton princess is not a princess. There's a huge difference. Besides, a Canton princess was conferred the title of a prince's daughter. However, the Canton princess is not. Strictly speaking, she's not part of the royal family. It's much easier to operate this way. To put it bluntly, when King Lu attacks us, a mere Canton princess, who isn't even the official Canton princess, dies of illness. There's nothing to be said about this. The Canton princess can slowly recover from her illness. As long as the Canton princess recovers, Qinya will be free. I can then marry her. When the Grand Princess heard this, she paused. After some time, she lowered her eyes. That's the only way. As she spoke, her tears started to fall, and she couldn't stop them no matter how hard she tried. Pei Ziyin looked at the Grand Princess, crying, and sighed in his heart. Not mentioning the fact that the Canton Princess was a leaf of the immortal Dao dragon veins, and not mentioning this, could he really watch the Canton Princess die? Pei Ziyin knew that he couldn't do it. He then sighed and said, "Grand Princess, Your Highness, should I address you as mother-in-law?" Seeing that the Grand Princess didn't lift her head, Pei Ziyun then continued, "I know you're sad that you won't be able to see Qinya again. Actually, you don't have to be so sad. The Canton Princess has been ill for about 1.5 years. I can bring Qinya to see you. Tell her that she looks like the Canton Princess and accept her as your daughter. Even after all this, isn't she still your daughter? She's still on your knees, and you can see her whenever you want." The Grand Princess didn't speak. She retrieved a handkerchief and wiped her tears. She was much calmer than before and was still sobbing. Pei Ziyin exhaled deeply. To put it bluntly, when the Canton Princess recovers from her illness, the Emperor will bestow her with gifts. Although these gifts will remain in the underworld, when she passes away, she can still enjoy them. The only loss is that she can't use the title of Canton Princess while she's alive. But my golden island has 500 households and 5,000 mu of land. Do we lack her riches? Parents are always worried about their children. Don't you wish for Qinya to be happy? Pei Ziyun explained. Who? The Grand Princess wiped away her tears and let out a long sigh. Her expression changed as she smiled. Although it's like burying one's head in the sand, it's still a solution. When they reached the mansion, 2 old grannies greeted them. When they saw the Grand Princess and Pei Ziyun alight from the carriage, they bowed slightly before turning around to lead the way. However, when the Grand Princess left, her face was cold and expressionless. When she returned, her expression had changed. The Grand Princess then instructed, "Take a seat." I shall speak to Chinya in detail. I'll be back soon. Go ahead, Grand Princess, Pei Ziyin said before turning to drink some tea. After some time, one of the old grannies bowed and gestured for him to follow. Pei Ziyin followed her through a few doors and saw a shrine. When he entered, he could feel that the interior of the shrine was different. It was dark and gloomy. More importantly, there was an indescribable but distinct energy within. It was as if he had entered the water. He paused for a moment before realizing that the Grand Princess was already there. The Canton Princess was dressed splendidly, but was covered with a red cloth. Pei Ziyin didn't know where she got it from. He was about to step forward and pay his respects when the Grand Princess sighed. Get up. At a time like this, there's no need to pay your respects. All of you, go to the memorial tablet and light up some incense. Pei Ziyin stood up and walked to the side of the Canton Princess. He saw that the interior of the shrine was very simple. In the middle of the shrine, there was an offering table and a memorial tablet. The Grand Princess stood still and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. She then picked up the incense and walked forward. Pei Ziyin took a deep breath and pulled the Canton Princess forward. He then heard the Grand Princess say, "First bow to heaven and earth." The Canton Princess and Pei Ziyin paid their respects. Second bow to your parents. Pei Ziyin and the Canton Princess paid their respects to the memorial tablet before bowing to the Grand Princess. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Pei Ziyin and the Canton Princess bowed to each other and stood up. When the Grand Princess saw this, she was both sad and happy at the same time. She then sighed, "Thousand Leaf was just born. I still remember. In the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. How fast? You can remove the red cloth." Pei Ziyin bowed and gently removed the red cloth from the Canton Princess's face. He saw that she had lost a lot of weight, and her eyes were sunken in. Her face was pale, and she looked sickly. Even though she had applied makeup on, it could not hide her weariness. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Thousand Leaf, it's been hard on you." Pei Ziyin held her hands and wiped her tears away. The Canton Princess shook her head. "No, I'm happy." The Canton Princess held onto his hand and looked at him. She thought back to the years of longing she had for him and felt that it was all a dream. Amidst the fireworks of the Lantern Festival, a mask, and a poem, this was fate. She didn't know why she kept thinking about him and longing for him until she couldn't pull herself away. Occasionally, when she received a letter from him, she would ponder over it for a long time and read it over and over again. When she smelled his poems, she was happy. When she heard about his achievements, she felt not only glory, but also fear. When she heard that he had taken a wife, she became more and more haggard, unable to control herself. This made her realize that she couldn't live without him. This was fate, and she could only obey it. Now that she could be with him, it was just that she didn't have the title of Canton Princess. What did that count for? The Grand Princess looked at her pitiful expression and felt a twinge in her heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go out." Thousand Leaf, although it was only for a short while, the title has been set. In order to avoid any gossip, you should go back first. The Canton Princess replied meekly, as she looked at Pei Ziyin reluctantly before leaving. Pei Ziyin saw the Grand Princess gesturing for him to leave the hall and hurriedly followed. The Grand Princess walked out of the hall slowly as she felt more at ease. She had a smile on her face as she gathered a group of soldiers. They were all brimming with vigor and vigor. She then turned around and said, "You're already a true sovereign and can't be without guards. Besides, my Grand Princess's mansion has more guards than I can count. It's just that nobody has accused me of anything. I'll give you a group of guards, and everyone will benefit from it." She then shouted, "Come and pay your respects." Pei Ziyin knew that this was the dowry of the Canton Princess, and that they were here to protect the Canton Princess from any harm. Pei Ziyin then said, "Grand Princess, I shall take my leave then. Go." Although the Grand Princess had more to say, she knew she couldn't stay any longer. She paused before waving her hands. Chapter 348. Pei Ziyun walked out of the princess mansion, followed by 20 armored soldiers. Amidst the wind and rain, the coachman helped him up the carriage and smiled. Your Excellency, although it's summer, the wind and rain are not a problem. Please board the carriage. Pei Ziyun smiled and sat on the carriage. Let's go to the Dow Records office. Yes. The coachman shouted, and the carriage started moving. Although it was raining, it was summer, and there were many people on the streets. Pei Ziyun could hear the sound of the cows' hooves stepping on the muddy ground. The drizzle was sometimes heavy and sometimes slow. Pei Ziyun could feel it. In a blink of an eye, he felt as though his master was under the weight of a mountain. I've been bestowed the title of true sovereign. It said that this is an ancient agreement. It has nothing to do with my cultivation. In fact, it's beneficial. I was thinking of bestowing the title of true sovereign, which is equivalent to an earl or a rank 3 official. That way, I will be able to take on the role of an imperial edict. It seems like I can take on the role of a true sovereign, but it's still a heavy burden. Looks like I can overcome this conflict. It all depends on the strength of the plum blossom. He then took a deep breath and shouted, System. A small plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as a series of words appeared. Mission: eliminate Jibei Ho and be bestowed the title of true sovereign. Completed. Pei Ziyun looked at it carefully. After much effort, he had finally been bestowed the title of true sovereign. His mission was complete. He then tapped on the interface. Boom! The translucent plum blossom slowly appeared between Pei Ziyun's eyebrows. Originally, it was missing a petal, but now it was growing out. It was light purple and transparent. Pei Ziyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The imperial qi has lessened, but it hasn't disappeared yet. The petals are complete, and the plum blossom can be upgraded. It can also be used to detect danger, causing the opponent to lose their sense of danger. Pei Ziyun furrowed his brows as he thought about it for a moment. He then looked at the other items on the list. Master, 9th level, 42, 1%. Being bestowed the title of true sovereign meant that he would be respected throughout the 4 seas. He was not far from reaching the full circle level. Pei Ziyun retrieved a silver bottle from the corner of the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He then opened a fried dough bun, which contained strips of marinated beef. He leaned back on the cushion and looked out the window. He took a sip and continued thinking. When the king sets up a heavenly net, he uses it to cover it up. How can he allow the wild to remain outside? These are the words of the ancient sages of this world. The general idea is that the country has set up a net of law in the world, and no one is allowed to wander outside. I work at sunrise and rest at sunset. I dig wells to drink and plow the fields to eat. What does the emperor's power mean to me? Compared to the laws of the country, they are just people who can be punished. It's the same logic as not having the intention to rebel, but having the power to rebel. It's a different approach to the same result. Even if the Taoist is really quiet and inactive, according to the logic of the country, he has committed 2 capital crimes. One is to not be affected by the heavenly net, and the other is to possess Tao power. And no matter how many meritorious deeds I've made, I've committed a fundamental error of principle. This time, I've skirted the line and declined the young Canton princess's marriage. I'm afraid I've planted a deep seed of trouble. When perfected Lord Qining was added, his killing intent was probably aroused. There are rules and authority. Now, he has to use me for the time being, which is why he allowed it. Pei Ziyun thought about it and sighed. During the Qing dynasty, the Qing army conquered Beijing. Dorgan assessed the merits of the officials, and Boy was promoted to the 1st rank. After that, Boy followed Jigu to Hubei and defeated Li Zicheng's army. In the end, he was not allowed to talk about his merits and was fined money. He followed Hao Ge to Sichuan and killed many loyal soldiers. Once again, he was reported and sentenced to death. It was clear to see how much he had suffered and how difficult his situation was. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, Oboy could be said to have many merits, and was known as the #1 warrior of Manchuria. His contributions were outstanding, and yet he ended up like this. He was sentenced to death 3 times and was dismissed many times. Meritorious deeds could never be relied on. Pei Ziyun had no illusions about this. If it weren't for the system's request, I wouldn't have any requests from the imperial court. If it weren't for Xie Chengdong and King Lu, I wouldn't even want to participate in the Battle of Dragons. However, the Crown Prince is still all right and is relatively generous. The Emperor doesn't have much longer to live and will die in a few months. Of course, I can't rely on the Crown Prince as well. I can only rely on my own strength. However, this is a crime deserving of death. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, he burst out laughing. The ox cart came to a halt, and the driver spoke from outside. "Your Excellency, we've arrived at the Yamen." Under the drizzling rain, Pei Ziyun alighted from the cart and saw the Yamen of the Dao Records Department. The Central Dao Records Department was under the jurisdiction of the Grand Herald Temple and was actually a Daoist temple. The only difference was that it had a lion and a screen wall, which made it look rather odd. 20 soldiers followed behind him. When the guests saw this, they knew that Pei Ziyun wasn't someone to be trifled with. One of them rushed out to Pei Ziyun and smiled. "Your Excellency, may I know your surname? Tai Fu?" Pei Ziyun didn't reply. Instead, a guard answered, "This is true Lord Qi Ning, who was personally appointed by the Emperor." The guard looked at Pei Ziyun and kowtowed. "Please wait, Your Excellency. I shall report this to the Emperor." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. Before long, more than 100 men came out to welcome him. The leader was dressed in 6th-ranked robes. He rushed out to welcome him. "This humble subject is the supervisor of the Dao Records Department. Feng Min greet Your Excellency." Feng Min was around 40 years of age and had a fair complexion. He looked rather neat and tidy. Pei Ziyun then spoke. "I've been ordered by the Emperor to investigate Dark Altar Sect. Bring me all the information from their archives." "Yes, your subordinate shall do so immediately." Feng Min then led the way. As soon as he entered the monastery, he noticed that the monastery was about 15 mu in size. The main hall was located in the middle of the monastery. Within the monastery was the Immortal Officer Hall, which was where the immortal generals and immortal officers were trained. Behind that was the Dao Monarch's Hall. There was also the Scripture Tower, Stargazing Tower, Bell and Drum Tower, etc. This was where the Dao officials were trained. Pei Ziyun didn't have time to take a closer look. As he walked along the corridor, he saw a small courtyard hidden within the dense forest. The entire courtyard was filled with bamboo, and it was extremely quiet. Pei Ziyun then invited him in. As soon as tea was served, someone came in with a stack of documents. "Your Excellency, please take a look." Feng Min spoke. These documents were classified. Hence, even if Pei Ziyun wanted to take a look, he had to be present. Pei Ziyun took a look, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw that it was filled with information about the monastery. He took out one of the pages and looked at it carefully. There were a few lines of words that said, "Hanshan Monastery. West of White Turtle County, there's a spring. The spring water is clear, and there are 311 mu of farmland. The head of the monastery is Fong Kong. There are 7 Taoists who practice martial arts, 3 Taoists who practice magic, and 11 Taoists who practice incense. There were also many other important matters that were recorded in the appendix." Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "My Free Cloud sect must have investigated this thoroughly. The country does indeed have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas." Just as he was thinking about this, he revealed a smile and said, "Your Excellency Feng is indeed diligent. These documents are very detailed. Your Excellency, I am a subject of the Imperial Court. I have to do my best for the Imperial Court." Feng Min then sighed. "However, these documents are only superficial. The amount of farmland and the number of people could be investigated. However, it will be difficult to find out more about the inside story." Pei Ziyun laughed. All the orthodox Taoist temples had their own Tao techniques. Although they weren't flawless, they couldn't be investigated by just anyone. Of course, if the country were to focus their investigation on one Taoist temple, they would definitely be able to find out everything. However, there were over 8,000 Taoist temples under the heavens. Even the Tao Records Department did not have the manpower and resources to do so. Any investigation that did not involve manpower and resources would be considered amateurs. Pei Ziyun continued reading. At this point, the entire room was silent. All he could hear was someone chanting. Pei Ziyun took a closer look, and his eyelids twitched. He continued reading and asked, "These documents, can I make a copy of them?" Actually, it's not allowed to be copied or brought out. However, since you're acting on orders, it's different. You just have to leave a receipt. Feng Min bowed as she spoke. "That's easy." Pei Ziyun smiled as he turned around and walked towards the table. He then picked up a brush and wrote on a piece of paper. "The Tao Records Department shall assign 10 Tao officials to bring the documents regarding Dark Altar Sect to Imperial Envoy Pei Ziyun. This is the order." When he had finished writing, he handed it to Feng Min. "I'll give you this. Do you feel at ease now?" Feng Min took a look and hesitated. "Assign 10 Tao officials. This..." Pei Ziyun's expression changed as he laughed coldly. "You're going against my orders?" Feng Min froze as he regained his senses. This man before him was a man who had killed countless people. Even when he led his troops in a battle, he did not show any mercy. He then bowed and replied, "Yes, your humble official shall gather them now. I'll give you 15 minutes to make a copy and gather the documents." Pei Ziyun then regained his composure. Seeing that Feng Min had left in a hurry, he pondered for some time before retrieving a document from a drawer. He then laid it out on the table and searched for a particular spot. After some time, his eyes narrowed. "It's here." Dark Altar Sect is an established Taoist sect. Their businesses are spread far and wide. They have a total of 111 monasteries, and there are many highly skilled cultivators within. The fact that the imperial court appointed me to this task was to use me as a spear. If I were to carry out a large-scale raid on their properties, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. Not only would it incite a backlash from the Taoist sects, it would also incite the sympathy of the Taoist sections. When that happens, I would have no choice but to rely on the imperial court. Even if I'm guilty, killing me would not incite the Taoist sections. Pei Ziyun thought for a moment before he understood the intentions of the imperial court. He then laughed coldly. "But I need the strength of the imperial court to kill Xie Chengdong. My mission is to kill Xie Chengdong and not to be a pawn in the fire for the imperial court. Without the original owner's memories, no matter how intelligent I am, it would be difficult for me to see through the fog. However, I know the alias of Xie Chengdong's father. Chao Zhilong, Deep Lake Monastery's abbot. I shall ambush him and lure Xie Chengdong out. I can then test out my new special technique." Pei Ziyun knew that once one reaches the Yin Master level, they would have some form of killing intent and would have a sudden impulse. Once he reached the 10th level, his senses would be even sharper and he would be able to predict the future. At this point, a plum blossom appeared between his eyebrows. It rotated slightly, and his vision blurred for a moment before it became clear again. "It's done. I've shielded my soul from the danger." The plum blossom on Pei Ziyun's eyebrows had just faded away when he heard the sound of footsteps. 10 Tao officials came out with documents. Pei Ziyun no longer hesitated as he ordered, "I'll give you 3 hours to prepare. Gather at my mansion before 7 p.m. and follow me out of the capital city." As he finished, Pei Ziyun turned around and walked out the door. The Tao officials were all shocked. Someone was displeased. "Only 3 hours? Isn't that too tight?" Feng Min was displeased as well. She then scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and prepare. The true sovereign is in charge of the army, and the military rules apply. If you're late and get your heads chopped off, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hurry up and go." With these words, the 10 Tao officials dispersed and made their own preparations. Chapter 349. Deping County Governor's Mansion. The governor's mansion was spacious and deep. The weather was hot, but King Lu was in high spirits. His skin was tanned, and his face was glowing as he sat down. Xie Chengdong bowed and was about to speak when King Lu laughed. You don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. You're trying to persuade me not to go out and bring a large number of soldiers with me. But if I want to conquer the world, I have to do something about it. Even with my current position, I have to take a look at the situation of the citizens and not just listen to reports. If I were to bring a large number of soldiers with me, how would I be able to see the truth? Even if it's a private visit, I still brought a number of guards with me. I understand that the white dragon doesn't obey fish. King Lu then spoke. I went to the city to take a look. Luckily, there aren't many cases of soldiers plundering and pillaging. There's plenty of food on the market, and I feel more at ease. This is the heart of the people. When Xie Chengdong heard King Lu speak, he sighed. Although that's the case, King Lu is the ruler of 1,000 cities. You have to take care of your own safety. The next time you're patrolling, please allow me to follow you. All right, King Lu laughed and said, what I'm looking at is the heart of the people. I'm well aware of the heart of the army. There are 3,000 soldiers in the city, and I've ordered for them to be reorganized. I'm not worried about this. What's next is to see the heart of the officials. This time, Deping County was conquered thanks to the secret help of many nobles. Some of them leaked information to me, while some of them were spies. These people are aware of the bigger picture and have given up on the dark side for the light side. They contributed food and manpower. How can I be stingy with my future prospects? Have you arranged everything? Xie Chengdong then spoke. There are 7 families in this county that could be rewarded based on their contributions. Under your orders, I've already asked each of them to send a disciple. They're all waiting outside, waiting for you to meet them. King Lu nodded his head as he looked at the map. The situation in Qin Prefecture has been reported. Jibeiho's plan isn't bad. As long as 1/3 of the officials follow us, we'll be able to operate. But management isn't just about operations. These 7 families have to cooperate as well. I've decided to spend a lot of money to buy their talents. Regardless if they're talented or stupid, they'll be given an official position when they meet me. No matter how ignorant they are, they should be able to learn how to read right. They can be sent out after some training. Give them an official position and let them know that they will have a bright future if they follow me. Xie Chengdong was convinced and bowed. Yes, this official will ask them to come in. The Yaman's second hall was a row of rooms to the west. The rooms were full of people drinking tea and chatting. There were about 20 people, old and young, sitting at a table, sipping tea, tasting fruits, and gossiping. There were a few other youngsters seated in the row. One of them offered his tea and smiled. Brother Lu, what did your family do? Hey, there's a Taoist outside my mansion. He's known as the National Chess Master. I like to play a few games of chess as well, but I'm not very good at it. I'm just bored and went to take a look. Who would have thought that my father would be in cahoots with him and was able to get King Lu to help him? Luin fanned himself as he asked, Where's your house? My family is not that mysterious. The young man replied. He was slightly plump and was sweating profusely. My family is a merchant. We sold some rations to King Lu and thus connected to him. Everyone took turns to chat. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Hey, what kind of official do you think we can get? My family and my father have put in so much effort and risked so much. At the very least, we should be able to get an official position, right? If that's the case, who would dare to look down on us in the future? That's right. Riches come from danger. Those who are timid will starve to death, and those who are bold will die. Just as someone was speaking, his expression changed, as though he was in pain. Everyone around him asked, Li Cheng, are you all right? This man clutched his stomach. I have a sudden need to pee. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, everyone laughed as he ran out. When he reached the corridor, he revealed a fierce look. I didn't expect that there would be a remnant soul hidden within my body. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed again as he struggled. No, you can't do this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he laughed coldly. Blind Taoist, I've healed your eyes and restored your youth. You still want to struggle? I've bewitched the Leaf family and helped you get closer to the hidden dragon. It'll be beneficial to you. After struggling several times, the pain disappeared. He then stood up and left. Li Cheng, why are you so fast? Everyone at the table looked at Li Cheng. Just as Li Cheng was about to explain, a eunuch walked in and spoke. Everyone, come in. King Lu wants to see you. The 7 young men followed behind him, not daring to even breathe loudly. As they walked along the corridor, they saw a dense bamboo forest. Imperial guards were patrolling the area. Each of them had swords hanging from their waists. They stood there like nails, and the atmosphere was solemn. As soon as they entered, these people shivered. Even their footsteps became lighter, as they could feel the solemnity of the place. When the eunuch reached the door, he signaled for them to stop. This was something he had repeatedly instructed them to do. Hence, they stopped immediately. Their hearts were thumping wildly. When they saw the eunuch enter, they retreated and shouted, "Come in!" This group of people entered, and before they even saw King Lu, they fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to King Lu." King Lu raised his head and swept his gaze across these people. He then took a sip of tea before speaking. "Rise. I've seen your records. Not bad. You've all been educated. Some of you are even elementary scholars. The country selects scholars once every 3 years. Those who are outstanding in their studies will become officials. They are divided into Tong Sheng, elementary scholar, high scholar, and grand scholar. Only then will they be able to become officials. Because of your contributions to your clans, you've managed to take this step. I've decided to bestow upon you the title of a 9th-ranked official. You shall follow me and observe the politics of the country. This is a rare opportunity, and I have to warn you." Everyone was overjoyed as they bowed and listened to King Lu's orders. The entire room was extremely quiet, and even the sounds of the guards patrolling could be heard. Loyalty, diligence, and secrecy. King Lu smiled and spoke plainly. "I won't talk about loyalty and diligence. You should understand. Let's talk about secrets. I have to manage many affairs every day, and every single one of them involves the fate of thousands of people. This is a rare opportunity for you to observe the politics of the country, and hence, you have to know how to keep secrets. If you can keep these 3 words to yourself, I'm willing to give them to you. However, if anyone were to leak this information, it would be a small matter to be imprisoned or exiled. Exterminating one's entire family would be the norm." The youths below didn't expect to hear these words, and started to tremble in fear. Li Changshi's body twitched slightly, as though he had just seen the heavens for the first time. Xiecheng Dong saw King Lu's admonishment and thought that it wasn't too bad. However, his heart skipped a beat as he frowned. He turned around to look at these people, but didn't notice anything amiss. He then heard King Lu speak. "This is all I have to say. You may leave now." Hearing King Lu's instructions, these people all heaved a sigh of relief as they hurriedly left. Even the joy in their hearts had diminished. Qinping County, County Magistrate, true sovereign, the Qinping County Magistrate is just ahead. The carriage stopped as an official reported. Pei Ziyin nodded his head. "I shall go and see the magistrate." "Yes, true sovereign." Pei Ziyin alighted from the carriage as several officials followed behind him. The armored soldiers followed behind him without a word. "Who is it?" one of the bailiffs asked. He had never seen these people before. They looked like officials, and yet weren't. He then asked, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Hearing the bailiffs speak, the official who had followed them was enraged. He then stepped forward and shouted, "True Sovereign Pei is acting on orders. He is the Imperial Envoy. Hurry and report this." "Imperial Envoy? Imperial Envoy?" Hearing the Taoist official reprimanding him, the bailiffs were frightened as he trembled in fear. His legs turned to jelly as he fell to his knees. "Allow me to enter and report." The leader of the guards sent by the Grand Princess spoke out. "He's just a mere county magistrate, and yet he's so arrogant. There's no need to report. True sovereign, let's go in directly." The leader of the guards had a scar on his face as he led the way in. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment before retreating, not daring to block their way. "All right." Pei Ziyin nodded his head. He didn't want to waste any more time on the bailiffs as they barged in. Study the county magistrate was reading some documents when he heard a commotion outside. He then asked, "What's going on outside? What's with all this noise?" The door swung open and the county magistrate was enraged. Who dares to? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was amiss. The leader of the guards had a stern look on his face as he took out a document and slammed it on the table. The county magistrate trembled as he took a look at the document. When he had finished reading it, he thought of the document he had received yesterday. His face turned pale as he hurriedly fell to his knees. "Your humble servant, County Magistrate of Ping County, pays his respects to the Imperial Envoy." "Do you know why I'm here?" Pei Ziyan asked. Hearing this, the county magistrate bowed his head and replied, "True sovereign, I understand." Then summon the soldiers immediately. Pei Ziyan said, "Yes, Imperial Envoy." The county magistrate replied as he stood up, "Quick, summon the county officer." "Yes, Your Excellency." The county officer had been prepared for this and hurried over. When he saw Pei Ziyan bowing, his face was solemn. "Greetings to the Imperial Envoy. 300 soldiers have been summoned. Set off immediately. Our destination is White Hill Monastery." Pei Ziyan ordered. Yes. 300 soldiers marched out, their weapons ready. At this point, it was almost dusk, and the people on the streets were scared out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at White Hill Monastery. Pei Ziyan waved his hands, and the 300 soldiers surrounded the monastery. Even the Taoist officials were on guard. The county officer walked up to Pei Ziyan and asked softly, "True sovereign, shall we kill our way in now? There's no rush. Let's wait a little longer." The sky was getting darker, and there were still many worshippers in the monastery. Men and women were holding incense sticks in their hands. Their faces were filled with reverence. Pei Ziyan walked in and didn't attract much attention. The path led straight to the main hall and wasn't very big. In front of the main hall was a cauldron, half filled with incense. The inside of the cauldron was still burning, and smoke was still rising from it. Near the stairs, there was a small table. On the table, there was a pen and paper, as well as a merit box. Pei Ziyan looked at it and understood. Apparently, the incense was very popular. Most people would burn incense within the cauldron, and only after donating money would they go to the deity to burn incense. Pei Ziyan peered into the main hall and saw that the incense was still burning. Although the light was dim, he could see that the statues within the tent were glowing brightly. At this point, a middle-aged Taoist came out to greet him. "Those seeking medicine, please come back tomorrow." The worshippers started to disperse, and one person came out. Pei Ziyan asked, "Is this place efficacious?" This worshipper was an old man. He squinted his eyes and looked at Pei Ziyan. He was wearing a silk robe and looked like an elementary scholar. He then said, "Efficacious, efficacious, true efficacious. Don't underestimate me. My daughter-in-law was sick, and so I asked for some talisman water and incense. In the end, she was cured. I'm here to fulfill my wish. So that's how it is." Pei Ziyan laughed and retrieved an incense stick from the side. He lit it up and walked up to the cauldron. He then took a step back and sighed. Although the incense is efficacious, there's no fate energy left. He then turned around and smiled at the middle-aged Taoist. "Xie, don't you think so? Your young master has taken care of me in the past, and I'm here to repay him." Chapter 350. The middle-aged Taoist Xie Yi's face fell as he looked around and understood what was going on. He then cleared his throat. "Pei Ziyan, you dare to come to Dark Altar Sect's monastery alone? Aren't you afraid? Single?" Pei Ziyan laughed before replying plainly. "Even if I'm single, I'm not afraid. When I was young, I fought many battles. When did I not defeat my enemies alone? Since I've gained so much power and authority, how can I not be well-rounded? But you don't have to test me. I'm not single this time." Pei Ziyan laughed coldly as he clapped his hands. At that point, the sound of footsteps could be heard, as those soldiers were approaching. Xie Yi's face fell as he exclaimed, "I'm a 9th level Master Cultivator and have the ability to control my emotions. Why can't I feel any danger today?" He then shouted, Enemy attack. Several Taoists around him had already unsheathed their swords. Boom! At the same time, the door was flung open as the soldiers rushed in with spears and blades in their hands. The old man who had introduced Pei Ziyun to the monastery was still confused as he shouted, "Young master, this is a monastery. What are you doing? How dare you? Kneel down. Who gave you the guts to offend the imperial envoy?" The officer who rushed and saw the old man, pointing at Pei Ziyun, and shouted angrily, "What? Imperial envoy?" Xie's body trembled. "Pei Ziyun, you dare to offend the world and bring troops to attack Dao sect. Kill him. This man is a traitor to Dao sect. He's the dog of the imperial court. He has no chance of cooperating with us." Xie shouted out in anger as several Taoists charged towards Pei Ziyun. Xie even pointed at them. "Dark altar descends. Bind. AI. It's the same binding technique, but it's much more intricate than my free cloud sex. It seems like it's even more powerful," Pei Ziyun said. He then cleared his throat and shouted out, "I'm here to punish you, the imperial envoy." Following Pei Ziyun's words, a dragon's roar could be heard. Boom! The entire monastery was enveloped by the spell. Xie's face fell as he stumbled back several steps. "No, that's not possible. Impossible. You're a Taoist. How can you be an imperial envoy?" "I just said that I'm an imperial envoy. Do you still think I'm just for show?" Pei Ziyun chuckled. "Dao arts and imperial qi are in conflict. This is common since ancient times. However, if you have the Dao arts, then you have the authority. I'm already a true sovereign, and this authority is equivalent to a fourth-rank cultivator. I can still handle it." The Taoist in front of him took a few steps back in fear. Without his Dao arts, how could he fight against the officials with just his martial arts? Xie shouted, "Don't be afraid. Even so, he won't be able to use Dao techniques." "You're right, but my sword techniques are already the best under the heavens." "That's fine. I'm still the imperial envoy." "I'm not the only one dealing with you. I'm dealing with the entire dynasty." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Don't be confused. He's trying to mess up your minds. Don't worry about him. Charge!" Xie raised his arms and shouted out. Although the Taoists of the monastery had lost their Dao arts, they understood that they were supporting King Lu and were enemies of the imperial court. There was no way they could escape. Hearing these words, they shouted out and charged towards Pei Ziyun. "Kill! Don't let these vile Taoists harm the imperial envoy." Actually, these were just a few words spoken. After all, the soldiers were mortals. At this point, they were in position. The county magistrate shouted out as the soldiers charged forward like a tidal wave, protecting the imperial envoy and killing all the vile Taoists in front of them. Kill! The area of the monastery wasn't very big. Several Taoists formed a formation as the soldiers charged forward. All they saw was the flash of a sword, and screams of pain could be heard. The Taoist sword techniques were exquisite, and several soldiers fell to the ground. "Get into formation, line up your spears, and raise your shields." The county magistrate's face was black as he ordered, "Whoever dares to retreat, kill them." The country had just been established, and most of the soldiers were retired soldiers. At this point, they got into formation and advanced. These Taoists followed the formation of the soldiers as they slowly retreated. "Split them up," the county magistrate ordered coldly. A group of soldiers obeyed and charged into the formation. The Taoists saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Two highly skilled Taoists had already charged in. Their swords flashed, shwa shwa shwa, 3 times. 3 soldiers were struck by the swords and fell to the ground. At this point, blood splattered all over the place. "Go kill all these Taoists." Seeing these Taoists killing them, the county magistrate's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted viciously. These soldiers were all under the county magistrate's command. Seeing them being killed, he felt as though his dignity was being trampled on. Even though the Taoists of the monastery were on good terms with them, the only thought he had now was to kill all these people. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly. Pei Ziyun watched on coldly. He was the imperial envoy, and fighting and killing was not for him. In just a few breaths, several of the Taoists who had charged forward fell to the ground. These Taoist sword techniques were extremely high, and they continuously forced the Taoist soldiers to retreat. Their bodies were covered in blood, but the Taoists still could not take them down. They had suffered heavy losses and did not dare to charge forward again. The county magistrate looked on and was shocked. He then shouted out in anger, "Whoever dares to retreat will be dealt with according to military law. Not only will you be killed, your family members will also be buried with you." The county magistrate frowned. However, the county magistrate was the main official. He then ordered, "What are you looking at? Get into formation and charge forward. Soldiers with spears and short swords, charge forward and kill them." There were still some who didn't listen to him and were about to retreat. The soldiers with spears behind them shouted out under the county magistrate's command. They raised their spears and pierced forward, killing the fleeing soldiers. "Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy." The county magistrate shouted out, "Kill!" The soldiers didn't dare to retreat any longer and continued to charge forward. The soldiers in front used their swords to slash and kill, while the soldiers behind followed suit and stabbed forward. One of the Taoists from Dark Altar sect killed several soldiers in a row. He couldn't even catch his breath before the spears pierced through his body. The Taoist screamed in agony as he died. With such great power in his hands, it's no wonder even heroes would bow down to him. As soon as he gave the command, hundreds and thousands of soldiers would rush forward to take his place. Pei Ziyin looked on and sighed. This is the power of the imperial court. Not to mention 10, even 100 of them would be worth it to kill one enemy. Even if you've cultivated diligently for over 10 years and your martial arts skills are high, but to the imperial court, killing tens of soldiers isn't even worth a single cent. Even if it was me, if I didn't have any Tao arts, I would have to pay a high price to escape from this encirclement. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, fighting with the imperial court to the death is already a lost cause. Another scream rang out as a Taoist stabbed his sword into a soldier's body. At the same time, 3 soldiers with spears pierced deep into the Taoist's body. The Taoist had a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at the spears pierced into his body. He screamed in agony as the spears were pulled out from his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground, twitching as he died. Screams rang out incessantly. The killing was extremely cruel. The Taoists knew that the imperial court was merciless and that there was no way they would be spared. Even if they had outstanding martial arts skills, what use would it be against a life and death battle? The soldiers' skills were ordinary, and under the military law, they continued to charge forward. The more Xie fought, the more his heart turned cold. He had painstakingly trained these Taoists, and yet they were sacrificing their lives to these ordinary soldiers. Even if he killed one Taoist, it would cost him the lives of dozens of soldiers. What was the point? Damn it. Pei Ziyin has arranged for the imperial court soldiers to surround and kill me. I can't let this continue. I'm a Taoist, and I'm good at ambushing and killing. I can't fight these soldiers head on. Thinking this way, he killed a soldier and wiped the blood off his face. He then turned around to leave. As soon as he turned around, he felt a chill run down his spine. He used his hands to parry the incoming sword and shouted in anger, "How dare you sneak attack me?" Pei Ziyin tossed his scabbard aside and laughed. The art of war is all about using all sorts of methods. Why should I be ashamed? However, Dark Altar sect is indeed a Taoist sect with a long history. Their sword techniques are truly marvelous. Not to mention Xie Changdong. Even you have reached 90% mastery in your sword techniques. However, you're just a step away from death. Let's see how many strikes you can take from me. As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light. His sword flashed as he launched his attack. At the same time, Xie struck out with his sword as well. Zheng, zheng, zheng. A series of sword sounds rang out. At that moment, all the tricks and tricks were rendered useless. Every single sword strike was a fatal blow. At this point, a ray of sword light pierced through the air like a gust of wind. Ugh! A shadow appeared as Xie cried out in pain. The right side of his abdomen had been sliced open, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His heart sank as he touched it. This sword strike had already pierced through his kidneys. Even if he didn't die immediately, the chances of saving him were slim. Without hesitation, he retreated to the front of the statue. Xie knew that he was out of luck and shouted out, "You will never know the true strength of Dark Altar Sect. I shall wait for you. You talk too much." Pei Ziyun said coldly as a shadow flashed like lightning. Xie roared out in anger as all the energy in his body surged. The statue behind him glowed brightly as it struck out with its last attack. The sword light carried with it a terrifying amount of energy as it broke through the spell. Die! Pei Ziyun did not hesitate as he struck out with his sword as well. The two swords clashed, and the statue stopped moving. A head flew off as fresh blood splattered all over the place. The statue shone brightly as a bright light appeared on the head before disappearing. Pooh! Outside, the last Taoist was stabbed by several long spears. Blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. "Your Excellency, the 12 Taoists from Dark Altar Sect have all been executed." The county officer scanned the area and counted the casualties. He then reported to Pei Ziyun, "Our side has lost 79 men." As he spoke of this, the county officer's face twitched. 300 men and a quarter of them had died. If the battle had continued, the entire army would have collapsed. On the ground, the strong stench of blood permeated the air. The entire Taoist temple was littered with corpses. Pei Ziyun looked around and said, "Your Excellency, do not worry. The imperial court will compensate you generously. Every participant will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Those who were injured will be rewarded with 5 to 10 taels of silver. Those who were crippled will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Those who died will be compensated with 100 taels of silver. I shall issue the order to the imperial envoy. Those who are crippled will be compensated. Those who died will be compensated by their descendants. County officer, search the entire Taoist temple and seal it. This is to prevent any mishaps. As for these worshippers, lock them up and release them after everything is over. This is to prevent the news from leaking out." The county officer came to his senses. The gods of this world had the power to bring about good and bad fortune. He looked at the statue and said, "Hurry up and bring me a seal. Pour some dog's blood on it and smash the entire statue." The county officer had long since prepared a seal. As soon as the seal was placed on the statue, the dog's blood was poured on it. Finally, a bailiff walked up and smashed the statue with a hammer. Several bailiffs walked up and dragged the corpses out. Pei Ziyun looked at it and asked, "Are there any clean rooms?" "Imperial envoy, the rooms are here." A constable walked up to him as Pei Ziyun brought the Taoist official and the soldiers with him. This was the place where the Taoist used to cultivate. It was clean and tidy. After inspecting the place, he instructed, "All of you, stand guard outside." The Taoist official nodded his head. "Yes, understood." The door was shut, and the entire room was silent. Pei Ziyun sat down on the couch and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He tried to move his Yin spirit, but felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him. He was unable to focus. This is actually a type of restrictive spell. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he shouted, "Open!" The plum blossom moved, and the pressure on him lessened. His Yin spirit rushed out and disappeared. Chapter 351. The underworld, as far as the eye could see, everything was gray and black. A cold wind blew, and a speck of light shone through the darkness. It was Xie Yi's Yin spirit. His body glowed with spiritual light, but his face was black, and he was clearly enraged. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, he felt his body sinking. It was as if a seal had been placed on him, causing the pressure on him to intensify. Damn it, I had a fleshly body and I didn't feel anything. Now that I'm dead, my Yin spirit is being controlled. Xie Yi's face was filled with anger and fear. With just this little bit of prohibition, I borrowed the Taoist temple's spiritual aura for decades, and yet it still had an effect. If I don't kill this person, I won't be able to rest in peace. After cultivating for dozens of years, My hopes of becoming a sage have been severed. How can I not hate him? Xie roared at the sky. Just as he finished speaking, a few more specks of light fell from the sky. These were the Taoists from Dark Altar sect. The few of them had opened the gates of heaven and were following behind Elder Xie. Who would have thought that they would be slaughtered for no reason? As soon as they landed, their bodies were covered in blood. They looked like evil spirits as they knelt down in front of Xie and shouted, Pei Ziyun has become a dog of the imperial court. Today, he has openly declared war against all the Taoist sects under the heavens. Now he has destroyed our physical bodies and destroyed our hopes. Elder Xie, please enter Teacher Yan's sect and seek justice for us. When Xie heard this, his face darkened. He then said coldly, Let's leave this place first. The Imperial Envoy's restrictive spell is still in effect here. We can't even use our magic. If they try to attack us again, we won't be able to defend ourselves. The Taoist's spirit's expression changed. If his physical body was destroyed, then so be it. But if his spirit died, then he was truly dead. The group of people then walked towards the direction of Dark Altar Mountain. If we didn't have the restrictive spells, how could mere officials kill us? It's a pity that our fleshly bodies are already dead, and it's difficult for 1,000 tribulations spirit to ascend to sainthood. We can only cultivate the Tao of gods. When Xie heard these words, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed. Actually, to these disciples, they didn't have much of a future ahead of them. Switching to the path of gods was just a matter of bringing it forward. Now that he had lost his physical body, it was a huge blow to the Xie family in Dark Altar sect. This was especially so when his son Xie Changdong was supporting King Lu. His expression changed before he turned to the disciples and spoke coldly. All right, I have my own plans. Let's leave the forbidden grounds and report back to the sect. Sooner or later, Pei Ziyun will pay the price. Yes, Elder. These people flew quickly, and as the distance between them increased, the barrier gradually disappeared until it was completely out of sight. As soon as they broke free from the restrictive spell, their spirits glowed with a white light. The bloodstains on their bodies were gradually reduced, and there were even traces of red light enveloping their bodies, cleaning them up. The Taoist monastery has been accumulating incense for tens of years, and now we can use it for our own use. The few spirits of the Taoists relaxed a little as they inhaled and exhaled. This was one of the benefits of a sect. But at this point, the red glow dimmed and a dark red color appeared. Not only was the glow unable to be absorbed, it started to emit a foul stench and sizzling sounds. Several of the Taoists screamed out in pain. Not good. This thief is a traitor to our sect. He's already used the county magistrate's seal to seal off the spiritual energy in the Taoist temple. He's even tainted the statue. Hurry up and sever the spiritual power connection to this Taoist temple, said Xie. His face was grim as he opened his mouth and spat out a talisman. Prefect Mansion, it was different now. There were sentries every 3 steps and sentries every 5 along the wall. They were all imperial bodyguards, standing under the eaves and looking straight ahead. Boom! The rain continued to pour as a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire place. King Lu, Xie Chengdong, and Eunuch Liao were in the study room. Reporting, King Lu, there's the latest news from the imperial court. A Taoist official reported. Hearing this, King Lu frowned. Come in and report. Yes. The imperial bodyguard outside let the Taoist official in. When he entered, the Taoist official kowtowed and handed over the report. Eunuch Liao received it and handed it over to King Lu. King Lu opened it up and frowned. He then stood up and paced several steps. Go gather the generals and officials to discuss this matter. Yes, King Lu. Eunuch Liao nodded and glanced outside. It was raining cats and dogs, and the wind was blowing loudly as it disappeared into the rain. Main hall after an hour, several generals rushed over. The rain outside was too heavy, and their hair and clothes were wet. There were also wet footprints on the ground. Outside, dark clouds covered the skies, and the main hall was dark as well. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Before long, several people lit up more than 10 lamps, illuminating the entire hall. Silence. Eunuch Liao shouted out. Along with his loud and clear voice, the entire hall quietened down. King Lu sat at the head of the table and laughed. It's raining now, and I'm sorry everyone came. Men, give everyone a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. Immediately, someone acknowledged. King Lu retracted his smile as his face turned serious. He then placed the report by the side. Eunuch Liao, help me read it to the generals. This way, the generals can help me think of some ideas. Hearing King Lu's words, the generals were shocked. Could it be that the imperial court's army has arrived? This servant will do as you bid. Eunuch Liao received the report and read aloud. Count Zhongqin has led an army of 70,000 across the river. The surrounding prefectures are under his control. In total, he controls an army of 200,000. Count Zhongqin has just crossed the river and issued a decree in the name of the chief commander, ordering all the prefectures to fortify their defenses. No one is allowed to go out into battle without permission. Another 200,000 taels of silver have been allocated to the prefectures to equip them with weapons. Several of the generals and UG generals heard these words and felt a chill run down their spines. They then started discussing amongst themselves. Count Zhongqin is indeed a man who followed the founding of the empire. It seems like he's trying to stop us from going out into battle. If we were to fight, the losses would be much greater. If that happens, King Lu's plan to rid the emperor of all his enemies would be hindered. Ha! Xie Qingdong laughed out as everyone turned to look at him. Xie Qingdong then bowed down to them. He had a calm smile on his face as he spoke. Generals, you might not know this, but this isn't the work of Count Zhongqin. This is a copy of Pei Ziyun from Ying Prefecture. As he spoke, he then explained the situation in Ying Prefecture. Seeing that all the generals had understood, he then continued. This person copied this strategy. It's like playing chess. As long as you block the opening of the qi, you can kill the dragon. This strategy doesn't allow the weak to fight the strong. However, it allows the strong to fight the weak. It's impossible for the weak to win. I have to say, this strategy is indeed the art of war. Oh, when King Lu heard these words, he pondered for some time. He knew that Xie Qingdong wouldn't allow him to lose his prestige and morale at this point. He then spoke out. Where there's a method, there's a way to break it. If you have any ideas, just speak your mind. However, the biggest drawback of this strategy is that it's a small obstacle. Xie Qingdong revealed a cold smile, as though everything was under his control. He paused for some time and noticed that everyone was listening attentively. Even King Lu leaned forward before he spoke out. Now that Qin Prefecture is under our control, the new general has many family members who are still under the control of the imperial court. It's not a good idea to make a big fuss about this. You can go to Qin Prefecture to train your troops. Qin Prefecture has already mobilized many new soldiers and is currently lacking a general. General Han Hongwu cannot be left idle in Qin Prefecture. We have to send out our troops immediately. However, our target is Hanning County. As long as we can take down Hanning County, we can attack Shu Prefecture from the south and Jing Prefecture from the east. We can then conquer half of the north and travel 1,000 miles. Blocking the way would be of no use then. As for my army, all we have to do is delay Count Zhongqin and allow General Han Hongwu to break out of this predicament. This is a ploy. If Pei Ziyun was here, you might be able to see through my strategy. However, Count Zhongqin is a scholar and doesn't understand the logic behind it. Hence, he won't be able to see through it. After learning Pei Ziyun's tactics, he thinks that he can use it against us. Hence, he stuck to his old ways of thinking. When that happens, not only will Count Zhongqin die, but the entire army will be destroyed as well. Our army will then be able to attack the capital and cleanse the emperor's side in one fell swoop. King Lu is the son of the emperor after all. When that time comes, the entire world will submit to you. His analysis was thorough and penetrated deep into everyone's heart. When the generals heard this, they all nodded their heads in agreement. They felt that there was hope for victory. They then stood up and congratulated King Lu. "Congratulations, King Lu. Congratulations, King Lu." "Ha!" King Lu laughed out and praised him. "Mr. Xie, you are truly my strategist. The war has been won." He was in a good mood. At this point, he raised his head and looked at the few new officials. He had a sudden impulse and smiled. "You've all received your father's support and became officials. However, since you become officials, I have to test you and see what you're capable of. Come on, don't be afraid. Tell me what you think." King Lu asked casually as he smiled and took a sip of tea. The few new officials mumbled under their breath. The blind Taoist had changed his appearance and was brimming with confidence. He then took a step forward and spoke. "Taoist strategies are unparalleled throughout history. How can we, a lowly official, comment on them? However, this humble official has something to add. Would you mind listening?" "Speak." King Lu was just acting on a whim. He didn't expect a mere ninth-ranked official to actually have something to say. He then laughed out. "Yes." The blind Taoist bowed once more. "My army's main objective is to hold Count Zhongqin back. However, we can't just defend to the death, or else we'll be exposed. I've heard that Qin Prefecture has cavalry troops. Now that Qin Prefecture is in your hands, this is our trump card. Cavalry troops are highly mobile. We can send a few hundred men, or even 1,000 men each. They can ambush Count Zhongqin's troops and destroy their supply lines. Not only can they accumulate this many times, they can also train their soldiers. They can also strike at the enemy's morale and increase the chances of victory, for your highness. Let's make the battle more lively. This way, we can cover General Han's strategy." When Xie Qingdong heard this, he was deep in thought. This made sense. King Lu sat on his throne and looked at this new official in admiration. He didn't think that this son of a noble family, who wasn't even an elementary scholar, would be so talented. King Lu then thought about it and asked, "You're Li Cheng? I didn't expect you to be so talented. With this strategy, you've achieved much. Being a 9th-ranked official is too much for you. You could be promoted to an 8th-ranked official." The blind Taoist, who was disguised as Li Cheng, immediately knelt down. "Thank you for your reward. This official will do anything for you." Seeing that Li Cheng had gained the trust of King Lu, Xie Qingdong frowned. He felt a sense of discomfort welling up within him. He sighed and looked at Li Qingdong carefully. He then realized that Li Cheng didn't have any traces of cultivation. He then thought to himself, "Could it be that I'm jealous of this talented person?" Just as he was thinking about this, the talisman in his robes moved. His expression changed, and the blind Taoist raised his head to look at Xie Qingdong. King Lu didn't know how Xie Qingdong was feeling. After thinking for some time, he felt that his plan was flawless. He then laughed. "This is a good plan. Generals, act according to the plan." "Yes." The general stood up and bowed before retreating. Chapter 352. Xie Qingdong returned to his own mansion, which was quite a distance away from King Lu. He walked along the corridor and passed through a rock garden before arriving at a moon door. There were vines all over the place, and the entire place was silent. After taking a look around, he entered an empty room. It was dark inside, which was exactly what he wanted. He took out a talisman from his robes and pointed at it. The spiritual light gradually dispersed. He then saw his father's Yin spirit and asked curiously, "Father, why did you contact me when you were out of it?" However, Xie Qingdong's Yin master cultivation was at the peak, and he snapped out of it. His face turned pale. "Father, what's wrong?" "My son, don't act like a child. I've been killed by Pei Ziyun, and I'm currently in the underworld. I've just died, and the barrier between Yin and Yang isn't complete. That's why I can communicate with you. Hurry and help me." Before he could finish speaking, the talisman flashed, and Xie's expression changed. "Not good. Pei Ziyun's master is caught up." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword flashed, and the talisman was extinguished. Xie Qingdong's face fell. Boom! As Xie Chengdong's face turned ashen, another bolt of lightning struck down from the skies, illuminating the entire place. Amidst the heavy rain, the bamboos by the corner of the walls trembled violently. The sudden clap of thunder caused Xie Chengdong to tremble. He then looked up and mumbled, "How did Pei Ziyin find my father? My father changed his name and acted in secret. He had to know the details before he could act." Thinking up to this point, Xie Chengdong's face turned ashen. My father was an elder. Once he died, my authority within the sect was greatly diminished. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? He paced around uneasily before thinking. No, Pei Ziyun is vicious and ruthless. He has to get rid of the root of the problem. I'm afraid even my father's master won't be able to escape. Thinking up to this point, he couldn't help but tremble. After all, this was his father. Even if he treated others coldly, he wouldn't be able to abandon his father. No, I have to go and help him. His face was ashen as he hurried off. He found a quiet room and instructed the guards to guard him. He then sat down and was about to enter a trance when he realized something. No, something's not right. Looks like I have to ask the Earth Immortal for help. Thinking up to this point, he retrieved a talisman and sent a message to the Earth Immortal. After he was done, his master emerged from his body and disappeared into the ground. Dark Prayer, Qianji Mountain, the main hall, was hidden among the cedars and cypresses. Side palaces, side halls, pavilions, steles, and galleries were everywhere. Under the sunlight, it seemed lush and lush. As far as the eye could see, one could even see the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, giving off a faint feeling of a celestial mountain. In a pavilion, Taoist Xu Guan was sitting on a cloud couch. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him. An emergency communication letter? This is a letter from Xie Chengdong. Could it be that something important has happened to him? The Earth Immortal frowned as he stretched out his finger and read the contents of the letter. He then frowned and stood up. Damn it. Pei Ziyunju dared to attack my Dark Altar sect's monastery. It looks like he's really going to make use of the Imperial Court to deal with us. Pei Ziyun is chasing after Xie Yi. Xie Yi was a 9th level master cultivator and an elder at that. His movements had always been cautious. How did Pei Ziyun find out where he was going and kill him so decisively? Could it be that someone was secretly communicating with Pei Ziyun? Thinking up to this point, the Earth Immortal frowned. Since there were people, there would always be conflicts. After thinking for some time, he thought to himself, forget it. Although the mysterious force has dissipated, and Xie Yi and his son are suspicious, and Xie Yi's death might not be a good thing for our sect. However, he has indeed contributed greatly to our sect. In the future, he can focus on cultivating the Tao of gods and contribute to our sect. Thinking this way, the incarnation, which was meditating in the underground palace, suddenly opened its eyes and transformed into a beam of light as it sped off in a different direction. Underworld's several beams of light were trying to escape. Boom! A beam of sword light slashed down on a mountain far away, causing the mountain rocks to crumble. Ayin Master was unable to dodge in time and was blasted into smithereens. Xie Yi's eyes dimmed, block him. The few Masters behind him looked at each other. Once a Master died, he would die for real. They wouldn't even be able to head to the city god city. Xie Yi wanted them to die. It was obvious that Pei Ziyun was chasing after Xie Yi. If they followed Xie Yi now, they would definitely die. Not only did they not listen to his orders, they started to scatter and escape in all directions. Pei Ziyun was neither fast nor slow. He didn't chase after the others, and only chased after Xie Yi. As he chased after him, he laughed coldly. Elder Xie, why do you have to run so quickly? Look, the others have already left. We can talk for a while. Damn it, Pei Ziyun. I didn't expect you to grow up to be such a huge threat to my Dark Altar sect. I hate myself for destroying your free cloud sect in the past, even if I had to take advantage of the losses I suffered in the past. Xie Yi gritted his teeth as he tried to escape. Ha! When Pei Ziyun heard Xie Yi's words, he didn't rebuke him. He laughed out. That's right. It's a pity that you've missed this opportunity. The heavenly Tao is clear. Today, it's my turn to kill all of you. Hearing these words, he was about to spit out the words he wanted to say, but they were stuck in his throat. He then turned around and said, "There's a saying in the pugilistic world that one shouldn't harm one's wife and children. When Taoist sects go all out to kill, they don't harm the souls. You're chasing after them. That's completely unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of Taoist sects? Chasing after the souls was your dark altar sect's initiative." Pei Ziyin chased after him, his face cold. From time to time, he would strike out with his sword, forcing Xie Yi to flee. As he chased after Xie Yi revealed a sinister smile. "You've fallen into my trap." "That's right, the time has come." As Pei Ziyun spoke, his body flickered as his speed increased. In a blink of an eye, he was nearing Xie Yi and shouted, "Traitor, you shall face the law." As soon as he shouted, a ball of yellow qi appeared above his Yin master. The shadow of a flood dragon could be seen, as a powerful ripple spread out, causing the gray mist to retreat. A claw then struck out. Xie Yi's Yin master screamed out in pain and was unable to move. "This is Imperial Qi." Xie Yi gasped for breath as he tried to resist. His face was filled with fear. "No, that's impossible. Your Yin master actually has Imperial Qi, and it's automatically activated." He looked at Pei Ziyun as if he was a madman. Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before laughing out. "You wanted to ambush me, but I wanted to use you to lure your son Xie Chengdong out. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to bait the city and lure your son here, I would have killed you long ago. Do you really think I can't catch up to you and can't kill you?" Xie Yi used his Dao arts as he struggled with all his might. At this point, a beam of light appeared above the gray river. "Father, I'm here to help you. Your son is here." Pei Ziyin spoke out. When Xie Yi heard this, his face froze as a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Pei Ziyin laughed out at Xie Chengdong. "Xie Chengdong, you can't save him in time. Your father is dead." The yellow flood dragon pressed its claws down. "No!" Xie Chengdong screamed out in pain as he saw the dragon claw pressing down on him. Xie Yi's face was filled with hatred as he struggled to block the attack. However, it was to no avail. All he could do was stare blankly for a moment before a loud pong sound was heard as his body was disintegrated into pieces. These pieces then flew in all directions as they slowly disintegrated in the dark underworld. Xie Chengdong pounced forward and grabbed hold of a piece. This piece of Yin Master's Yin Master seemed to be replaying Xie Yi's memories. "No!" Xie Chengdong screamed out in pain as the pieces of Yin Master continued to disintegrate in Xie Chengdong's hands. Xie Chengdong's face was contorted as he glared at Pei Ziyun with eyes filled with hatred. He screamed out, "Pei Ziyun, do you think you can kill my father with Imperial Qi without any consequences? You're a Taoist. Using Imperial Qi would destroy your Tao foundation. I didn't expect you to be so crazy." "Ha!" Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed out loud. He stared at Xie Chengdong. "So what? Today I've killed your father, and now I'm going to kill you. Next, I'm going to destroy your sect. How's that for a surprise?" Pei Ziyun laughed sarcastically. At this point, he secretly used his primordial spirit to examine his own body. He realized that after he had used the Imperial Qi, a small amount of Imperial Qi was slithering in and out of his Yin Master, trying to assimilate the Imperial Qi. It was just that within his Yin Master, a plum blossom could be seen. As the plum blossom moved, the Imperial Qi was squeezed out of his Yin Master, causing some damage to his energy. "See," Pei Ziyun sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, the Imperial Qi within his Yin Master had seeped into his Yin Master. If it weren't for the plum blossom blocking it, his foundation would have been damaged. No wonder Xie Yi and Xie Chengdong treated me like a madman. So this Imperial Qi is used to kill 1,000 enemies, but at the cost of 800. Although Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat, he was filled with killing intent. "But I have the plum blossom. It looks like I can still hold on for a while." I shall take this opportunity to kill this Xie Chengdong. The moment his killing intent rose, Xie Chengdong could feel it. His expression changed. Pei Ziyun was about to make his move when the plum blossom moved. What? An earth immortal from dark altar sect is here? Pei Ziyun was taken aback as he looked in a certain direction. He sighed to himself. Xie Chengdong was here on the spur of the moment and wouldn't be able to kill him. He then laughed. You've killed your father, and yet you don't dare to fight me to the death. How can you still be considered a son? Do you even have a shred of conscience? As long as you're human, you wouldn't be like you. You're still trying to stall for time so that you can take my attack. Xie Chengdong spoke out loud and was both shocked and furious. Pei Ziyun, wait for me to get out. I shall command my army to wipe out your entire clan and wipe out your entire sect. Shut up, Pei Ziyun replied coldly. He then transformed into a beam of light as he sped off into the distance. As for the flood dragon, it remained in its original position and struck out with its claws. Xie Chengdong wanted to chase after it, but was obstructed. He then waved his sword slash. The sword light landed on the flood dragon's claws. With a loud boom, the sword light shattered and the flood dragon dissipated. Pooh! Xie Chengdong spat out a mouthful of blood as it landed on the ground, dissolving into starlight. By the time he regained his composure, the beam of light had already disappeared. From afar, the Earth Immortal's beam of light was nearing. Xie Chengdong clutched his chest as his eyes turned red. Pei Ziyun, I will not let you live under the same sky. At this point, the Earth Immortal's clone arrived. Seeing that Xie Yi was dead, Xie Chengdong was injured, and that Pei Ziyun hadn't stayed behind at all. He was furious. Trash, a bunch of trash. As he spoke, he transformed into a beam of light and chased after them. Xie Chengdong knelt on the ground, his hands clutched tightly onto the gravel of the underworld. His father had died, and he was even chided by the Earth Immortal. It seemed like he was feeling pretty good. His sect was already suspicious of him and his father. His heart was filled with pain and despair. Tears of blood flowed down his cheeks as they dripped onto the ground, turning into black bloodstones. Actually, if he could borrow King Lu's imperial qi, he wouldn't be any weaker than Pei Ziyun. After all, Pei Ziyun had only received an imperial order. However, Xie Chengdong knew the dangers of imperial qi. Unless he had no other choice, why would he do that? After kneeling for some time, Xie Chengdong gritted his teeth. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and looked into the distance. He didn't chase after them, but turned around and left. Chapter 353. The room was dark and gloomy. Sunlight shone through the window onto Xie Chengdong's body. Xie Chengdong's face was wet from the tears of blood that flowed from his Yin master's eyes. A bit of spiritual light emerged from the ground and entered his body. He immediately opened his eyes. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After Xie Chengdong had spat out the blood, he felt a chill on his face. He stretched out his hand and touched his face. It was full of tears. He threw his head back and laughed out loud, ha. After laughing, he did not wipe his face. After some time, he stood up and walked to the window. The wind blew past his face, and he tasted the blood in his mouth. Dark clouds rose, and a gust of wind blew past. The sky changed color, causing him to shiver. He sat down on a chair and looked out the window. I still remember Yuko Village. That place was very close to Dark Altar Sect. At that time, my father had yet to meet the blind Taoist. He was just an ordinary disciple. He had already married and had children. He held my hand as we walked home. Little Huang was waiting for us at the door. As he spoke, Xie Chengdong's chest tightened and he laughed bitterly. When he was young, he had followed his father to cultivate Tao. His talent in cultivation far exceeded that of an ordinary person. His father had placed all his hopes on him. It was a pity that he did not have the resources to nurture him. His father had to grit his teeth and work hard to earn resources for him. Later on, he met the blind Taoist who gave him many pointers. Eventually, his cultivation improved, and he was recognized by Elder Sunday. He was accepted as a core disciple, and his father became famous. However, his father continued to support him. Later on, he even helped Xie Chengdong obtain a fruit. He often told him, "My talent is limited. To be able to achieve this, I had to force my way up. I will never be able to become an earth immortal. You are still young. I placed all my hopes on you." Now that he'd been killed by Pei Ziyun, that was fine. Even if his physical body died, he could still enter paradise and meet his father again. But now that his body and soul had been destroyed, he was beyond redemption. Even if he were to become a true immortal, there was no turning back. Xie Chengdong bit his lips, tears welled up in his eyes, and refused to fall. He could not control himself as he choked on his tears. After a long time, Xie Chengdong wiped away his tears and calmed himself down. He thought to himself, "The sect's attitude towards me has changed, even before my father was killed. I've failed so many times that I'm sure there's something wrong with the sect. It's just that my father and I are both Master level 9 and 10. Furthermore, we've performed many meritorious deeds in the past. That's why we have the right to speak up. Now that my father is dead and both his body and soul are destroyed, I'm afraid my influence within the sect will be reduced by half." Just thinking about it, Xie Chengdong felt a stifling pressure in his heart. He slammed his fist against the window, his heart filled with rage with nowhere to vent it. What was even more chilling was the attitude of his master. After a long time, he took a few steps forward and coldly laughed. "Cheng Yuanzi, you are suspicious to the bone. How many talented disciples have mysteriously disappeared or fallen into depravity? You've lived for 200 years, but you've actually sucked dark altar sect dry. Both my father and I have contributed so much to the sect's resurgence. That's why we have so many master experts. Are you going to turn your back on us now? Now, the only thing I can do is to feign civility and support King Lu's victory. As long as I can obtain half of the world, I will be able to break through to the earth immortal level." Xie Chengdong laughed coldly. "However, you've already lived for 200 years. You don't have much lifespan left. You fought so many battles and lost so much of your lifespan. How many more years do you have left? Even if I do have a few more decades, when I become an earth immortal, and with the help of Imperial Qi, do you think you can stop me? As for Pei Ziyun, I shall think about how I can repay you every day." At this point, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire room. Xie Chengdong's face was filled with malevolence. Underworld, it was an eternally dark place. A chilly wind blew past, as lonely spirits wandered about in the darkness. Several evil spirits lurked deep within the underworld, looking for an opportunity to strike. Pei Ziyun transformed into a beam of light as he advanced forward. As long as he continued upwards, he would be able to return to his physical body. At this point, Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. He then extended his hand and pointed it at the ground. The Imperial Qi, which had been hovering above him, flew out and landed on the ground before disappearing. "You've chased me so many times. Let's see how I deal with you," Pei Ziyun said. Not long after he finished speaking, another beam of light appeared in front of him. It landed not far away from Pei Ziyun and smiled coldly. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was not running away, the Earth Immortal was shocked. He then laughed. "Pei Ziyun, I didn't expect you to be so daring. You're not running anymore?" As he spoke, he looked at Pei Ziyun and was shocked. His master was faint like glass and exuded an aura of perfection. He wore the robes of a true sovereign. His robes were magnificent, and there was a faint shadow of a dragon. His expression changed. "You've already attained immortality, and your master is close to perfection. You've even received the title of true sovereign and are even an imperial envoy. No wonder you're so daring and dare to offend me. However, I shall let you know what it means to be a villain, and to be successful will bring disaster." When the Earth Immortal saw that Pei Ziyun had attained the 3rd level of cultivation, his eyes turned cold. This kid had only relied on the imperial chi to achieve immortality. So be it. He didn't expect that he'd already attained immortality. The last time he was here, he had only been expelled from the imperial records. Such a person, if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. As this thought flashed through his mind, he clenched his fist, causing a lightning orb to appear in his hand. He then pointed at the orb, and a loud boom could be heard. The orb carried a large amount of lightning with it as it shot towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin stretched out his hand as well, as a transparent sword appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger forward, slash. The sword charged forward, and the lightning pearl struck down. Both of them were extremely fast, and a loud boom could be heard as the light from the sword dissipated. Pei Ziyin was shocked to see that the blade of the sword was still intact. It was just that the lightning seemed to be relentless. One lightning bolt exploded, and another followed. It was like a chain of beads, and the blade of the sword exploded into pieces. It was just that once the blade of the sword had exploded, there wasn't much lightning left. When the remaining lightning reached Pei Ziyin, it dissipated. So the might of an earth immortal is only this much. Ha! Hearing Pei Ziyin's mocking words, the earth immortal's face fell. The lightning in his hand changed, and another lightning pearl appeared. This time, it was 3 times stronger than before. Pei Ziyin acted as though he was about to escape, and the earth immortal started to move. Pei Ziyin then pointed, "Trap." A dragon's roar could be heard from beneath the ground as it chased after the earth immortal, forming a fence that trapped the earth immortal within. The fence looked like it was made of iron, and the top was shaped like a dragon. One could even see the head of the dragon, and it looked extremely sturdy. The moment the earth immortal neared, the fence started to emit lightning, which struck the earth immortal's body. Ha! Not only was the earth immortal not angry, he even laughed out. Pei Ziyin, do you think you're the only genius in this world who doesn't know how to control imperial chi? Every time you use imperial chi, it will seep into your yin spirit. When that happens, you will become a puppet of the imperial court, and your Dao foundation will be ruined. This is something that many Taoists have paid a heavy price to learn. What a pity, what a pity. Free Cloud Sect is just a small sect, and yet they don't know this. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the lightning pearl at the fence, causing it to split open. Thousands of sparks flew out, and the fence started to tremble, as if it was about to change shape. Pei Ziyin waved his hands. How would I not know about this? Earth Immortal, please hold on. I have something to say to you, but I know that the Immortal would want to keep me here. I had no choice but to do this. Hearing Pei Ziyin's words, the Earth Immortal, who was prepared to destroy the cage, stopped in his tracks and paused. Oh, you and I are enemies. What's there to talk about? Haha, Immortal's words are wrong. The so-called enemies are merely a clash of interests. But since our interests are the same, even enemies can sit down and negotiate. There are no eternal enemies in this world, and no eternal friends. Pei Ziyin said, what you've said isn't wrong. It's almost philosophical. Hearing these words, the Earth Immortal stopped in his tracks and didn't attack again. He was listening to what Pei Ziyin had to say. Pei Ziyin looked at the Earth Immortal's expression and laughed. You're an Earth Immortal, and your senses are vast. Have you noticed that Dark Altar Sect has undergone many changes over the past 20 years? As soon as these words were spoken, the Earth Immortal's expression changed. Pei Ziyin ignored him. In the memories of the original owner of the body, Xie Chengdong had achieved a great victory, but didn't become the sect leader of Dark Altar Sect. Furthermore, Cheng Yuanzi had died a year before the original owner was imprisoned. Pei Ziyin didn't believe that Dark Altar Sect wouldn't be aware of this, and laughed coldly. Xie Yi was a mediocre person. How did his cultivation suddenly improve by leaps and bounds? How did Xie Yi and his son manage to obtain so many secrets and gain so many merits for the sect? When Xie Yi and his son were promoted, why did so many people mysteriously disappear? Dark Altar Sect is supporting the Dragon Court, and naturally they would benefit from it. But is there a need to be so anxious, so close, and so brazen? Aren't they afraid of being punished for their failure? If the imperial court were to be angered, they would change the mountains and rivers, and Dark Altar Sect would not be defeated. You're just an Earth immortal. Do you think you'll be able to save them? Think about it carefully. Could it be that both father and son were chosen by the heavens? They were only helping Dark Altar Sect and had no ulterior motives? I'm sure Immortal would know some insider information. Seeing the Earth Immortal's dark expression, Pei Ziyin laughed out. If you have any doubts, you can send someone to contact me. My only enemy is Xie Chengdong, and not Dark Altar Sect. I'm going. As he spoke, he dashed forward. Before he could cross the fence, Pei Ziyin waved his hands, and a sword ray shot down. The fence didn't stop him, and he pierced through it, landing on the Earth Immortal's head. Pei Ziyin didn't stop, and pierced through the space between yin and yang, returning to the world of the living. Seeing Pei Ziyin leave, the Earth Immortal stretched out his hand to receive the sword ray. It was only a few inches long, condensing qi into a sword. Another genius? Xie Chengdong's cultivation speed is fast, and he has his own secrets. I don't think you're too far behind. As soon as the Earth Immortal finished speaking, he sent a message to the Earth Immortal. His face fell as he waved his hands, and the third lightning pearl struck the fence. A loud boom could be heard as the fence was torn apart and turned into a white smoke. The Earth Immortal's body was starting to turn transparent, and his face was gloomy. However, it's time to investigate the history of the Xie family's father and son, especially when it comes to the mysterious power that disappeared not long ago. I have to investigate both of them together. Thinking about the mysterious power, the Earth Immortal revealed a look of fear. My spiritual sense tells me that this power is a huge threat to me. As he thought about this, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Chapter 354. In the gloomy and quiet room, there was only one lit oil lamp. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared, and along with the wind, a speck of spiritual light appeared from the ground. With a flash of light, he returned to his physical body. The moment he returned to his physical body, he frowned. His expression was solemn. With just a thought, a 5-petaled plum blossom appeared, emitting a faint glow. Following this glow, traces of imperial qi could be seen emanating from his physical body. This dragon qi was as thin as a strand of hair. It drilled in and out like a snake, not stopping for a moment as it attempted to leave a mark on the Tao Foundation. Is this the price of using dragon qi? The plum blossom spun, and dragon qi was gradually squeezed out. Pooh! Pei Ziyin spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, he felt much more relaxed. He then took a deep breath and mumbled to himself, "The Earth Immortal from Dark Altar Sect didn't lie to me. I have the plum blossom's protection, and the imperial qi has also seeped into my body. If it were any other ordinary Taoist, they would have been corroded by the imperial qi within a few months. Actually, it's not that bad. It's just that I can't break away from the dragon qi anymore. No wonder since ancient times, the Taoists have always been afraid of the dragon qi and could not accept it. But now it is a trump card. As long as I use it carefully, I can surprise the Earth Immortal." Furthermore, they've planted a chess piece this time. In the previous life, Xie Chengdong and Dark Altar Sect weren't of the same mind. It's just that Xie Chengdong's success has sealed the gap between them. As of now, all sorts of manipulations have been made against Dark Altar Sect. Some of them have already been done, while others haven't. But as long as the Earth Immortals were to investigate, the results would be shocking. This is a venomous snake in hiding. What would Dark Altar Sect think then? No matter what, it's all good for me. Weakening Xie Chengdong's strength is an open scheme. I'm really looking forward to the Earth Immortal's face after his investigation. I'm also looking forward to the possibility of him sending someone to contact me. This means that Xie Chengdong and Dark Altar Sect have already separated and are now enemies. Boom! Pei Ziyin pushed open the door and looked up into the sky. The sky was dark and gloomy, and it looked like it was about to rain. The guard at the door heard the sound of the door opening and bowed to Pei Ziyun. True sovereign, the magistrate has just come to report that the monastery has been cleaned out. He asked us to wait for true sovereign to come out and report to him. You're out so quickly. Hearing the guard's words, Pei Ziyun paused before saying, "Bring me to the magistrate." Yes, perfected immortal. The two guards led Pei Ziyun into the main hall. There was a table in the middle of the hall, and rows of officials were registering people. The table was filled with gold, silver, copper coins, and other valuables. With one glance, one could tell that there were at least a few thousand taels of silver. The county magistrate saw that Pei Ziyun had arrived and hurriedly welcomed him. He then invited him to take a seat and reported, "We've already counted out 500 taels of gold and 4,600 taels of silver. That's about 10,000 taels of silver and 500 mu of farmland. The rest of the valuables are not included. It's just a Taoist temple, but it's actually a place of great wealth. These Taoist sects are really the country's parasites, taking away the country's bloodline." Just as the county magistrate was speaking, he realized that the imperial envoy in front of him was a Taoist sect as well. Realizing that he had said something wrong, he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, Imperial Envoy, please forgive me. Your Excellency, Imperial Envoy, please forgive me." Pei Ziyun took a rough look at the amount of farmland and the amount of gold and silver. It was just that he had investigated before and knew that there was more to it than that. He knew that he had embezzled some money, but didn't care. He then cleared his throat and said, "That's all." It wasn't wise to pursue these matters too deeply. He then heard the county magistrate say, "Your Excellency has issued an order to the Imperial Envoy to reward every participant with 10 taels of silver. That's 3,000 taels of silver. Those who died in battle will receive 100 taels of silver. That's 7,000 taels of silver. I know your difficulties, but it's easy to solve." Pei Ziyun waved his hands to stop him, thinking to himself that these officials really wanted to take advantage of everything. He then said, "The statue of the Taoist temple has to be dismantled, but the temple itself will not be dismantled. Even if it's as you've said, 500 mu of farmland would be worth at least 5,000 taels of silver. Those who are injured cannot just be given money. Convert it to farmland, and there will be a rental fee. That's more than enough. I'm not counting the other valuables. Furthermore, I've issued an order to the Imperial Envoy and have 5,000 taels of silver as compensation. Can I do it?" Everyone fought together and killed the bandits. I know it's tough, but all of you, the county magistrate and the county magistrate, will write a memorial to the bandits. This business isn't a loss at all. The county magistrate laughed and said softly, "And Your Excellency, I'll pass. I'm different from you guys." Pei Ziyun said plainly. He had 1,000 mu of farmland on the mainland and 5,000 mu of farmland on the island. He had 20,000 taels of silver on hand and 130,000 taels of gold hidden away. Although he didn't have much in the open, he wasn't worried about money. He wasn't prepared to take any more money and be in cahoots with them. He swept his gaze across the room and noticed a few secret manuals. He picked one and flipped through it casually. He then waved his hands and said, "You guys continue to check. Don't worry about me." He then continued reading the book. Yes, with the Imperial Envoy around, the county magistrate was extremely uneasy. He sat on his chair and looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was reading the book intently. Compared to Free Cloud Sect, Dark Altar Sect's Tao arts were much more exquisite. The foundation of Dark Altar Sect was different from Free Cloud Sect's. The foundation of Dark Altar Sect was only slightly different from Free Cloud Sect's. However, the amount of chi they could refine would increase by 10% every day. This resulted in a shorter foundation period. He couldn't help but sigh. It's indeed a 1,000-year Tao meridian. He then looked at the Taoist official who was sorting out the books. This Taoist official had his head lowered and didn't even look at the more advanced parts. Pei Ziyun was bewildered. He then threw the book in his hands onto the pile of valuables and asked, "Why are you only looking at the basics?" The young Taoist official was copying the book. When he heard this, he smiled. "True sovereign, we are Taoist officials. Opening the gates of heaven and above is useless to us. Useless? Paisian paused, and then realized something. The foundation of Dark Altar sect relied on the human body to refine qi, and thus had some value to the Taoist official. Above the gates of heaven, all cultivators had to rely on spiritual qi. Without paradise, it would be useless. Furthermore, they were Taoist officials, and their foundations would be corroded by the imperial qi. In the future, they would only be able to follow orders. No wonder they didn't even glance at the books. However, the books in front of him were of great value to him. He took a few steps closer and paused. Legacy. There's a legacy here? Eh. He then looked at the book. The Taoist official was taking notes by the side when he looked up. Paisian looked at it and took out a small seal. It looked like a lion's button and was a legacy that he hadn't seen for a long time. Dark Altar sect was a Taoist sect that had existed for 1,000 years. How many Taoist legacies did they have? Paisian held onto the small seal and smiled to himself. Luckily, he had paid attention to it. If not, he would have missed out on a treasure trove. He then asked, all these books and items, are they kept in the Tao Records department? The Taoist official stopped writing and nodded his head. Yes, Taoist master. All these books and items are kept in the Tao Records department. Paisian was overjoyed as he ordered the Taoist official. I shall leave the imperial envoy's post. Make a copy of all these books and items for me. Also, bring over these Taoist treasures as well. I have a use for them. He then picked up his brush and pondered for a moment before writing several lines of words on a piece of paper. He then asked the imperial envoy to stamp his seal on it before handing it over to the Taoist official. The Taoist official paused, but still obeyed the order. Seeing that things were coming to an end, the magistrate heaved a sigh of relief. Paisian then said, the confiscation of property and compensation to the bereaved is your authority. You don't have to ask me. It's better for each of you to submit your own memorials. As he spoke, he started writing a memorial to the Taoist official, detailing the events that had transpired. He then thought for some time before saying, I feel that since Dark Altar sect has a 1,000-year Tao meridian, their strength is not to be underestimated. Since Xie Changdong is the main supporter of King Lu, we could try to get in touch with them. First, we can sow discord between Dark Altar sect and King Lu. After we kill Xie Changdong and quell the chaos in the north, it won't be too late to deal with Dark Altar sect then. When he finished writing, follow the procedure and report this to the officials. Have a good rest today. Tomorrow morning, we shall make our way to Chungyuan County. Yes, Tao Master, the Taoist official replied loudly. Grand Princess Mansion. As the sun rose, the Grand Princess woke up early in the morning. A serving maid was waiting on her dressing table. She applied some makeup and combed her long hair. An old granny then instructed her to bring a set of clothes. Has the princess woken up? The Grand Princess asked. The old granny hurriedly replied, Yes, princess. The princess has woken up and is practicing the guqin in the garden. However, the princess's body is weak. Arrange for someone to follow her and arrange for some time for her to practice. After all, the imperial physician has instructed that the princess is depressed. It would be beneficial for her to do something she likes. Phew! The Grand Princess exhaled deeply before a smile appeared on her face. Whatever Qinya likes to do, she should do it. As a mother, how can I not love my daughter? However, you're all very meticulous. She cannot practice the guqin for too long. You have to control your time. If she doesn't listen, report it to me. Yes, princess, the old granny acknowledged. Garden flowers were in full bloom as the Canton princess sat in the middle of the pavilion. She stretched out her fingers and played the guqin. As the music played, many butterflies started to dance around her. After some time, the Canton princess stopped playing. A butterfly landed on her fingertip. It's you again. I've finished playing the guqin. I'm going to have breakfast. You guys go too. The Canton princess spoke to the butterfly on her fingertip. The butterflies around the Canton princess were reluctant to part with her as they slowly left. When it was time for the dining table, it was filled with delicacies. Just looking at it was enough to whet one's appetite. However, the Canton princess's body was still weak. She took a bowl of bird's nest soup and ate it. She wasn't satisfied and ordered some spring rolls. Her actions were noticed by the Grand Princess, and she spoke out. Chinya, your appetite has increased these few days. The Canton princess nodded her head in embarrassment. Yes, I've been feeling hungry for the past few days. I want to eat more. The Grand Princess picked up a spring roll for her daughter and passed it to her. That's a good thing. However, you can't eat too much at one time. It's easy to hurt your stomach. Not long ago, her daughter was on the verge of death. Now, she was recovering rapidly and her appetite had increased. It had only been 10 days, but her face was much rosier than before. The Grand Princess took a sip of the bird's nest soup and nodded her head. She was both sad and gratified. AI, girls tend to be outgoing. When a girl grows up, she can't control her mother anymore. Speaking of the matter of Qian Yi faking her death, others could hide it, but the emperor and the crown prince couldn't. If they did, they would be in big trouble. The Grand Princess couldn't help but think of Pei Zi Yun and how she reported the matter to the emperor about Qian Yi. The emperor was silent for some time before he said, "Forget it. This is not a bad thing." The Grand Princess couldn't help but shake her head as she thought to herself, perhaps it's a good thing that Pei Zi Yun is retreating now. Otherwise, even if Qinya were to follow him, she wouldn't have a good ending. Just as she was thinking about this, a female official stepped forward and bowed. She then handed over a sealed document. The Grand Princess placed her chopsticks down and tore open the document. She then frowned, splitting up Dark Altar Sect and killing Xie Chengdong. This would cut off all ties between Dark Altar Sect and King Lu. My guest, no, son-in-law, should focus on killing Xie Chengdong and cut off the connection between Dark Altar Sect and King Lu. That's a good move. The Grand Princess looked at the book and asked, "What did the emperor say?" When the Canton princess heard this, she raised her head. The female official was expressionless as she replied. The emperor only said one word, "Yes." Chapter 355. Capital City, Records Department. In the 8th month, it rained several times in a row. The sun scorched the ground until the sand rose. The official road emitted white smoke. Although watermelons, melons, pears, and other fruits, as well as fans, cattail mats, and cool pillows, were all sold out as soon as they were on the market. Even honeysuckle, chrysanthemum, and other medicines were sold very quickly. Moreover, because the streets and alleys were packed with people, it made one feel even hotter. Fortunately, not far from the entrance of the department was a large locust tree, sprinkling down a cool and refreshing feeling. Not only that, there was also a continuous stretch of large trees inside, with exotic flowers and strange grasses everywhere. Faintly looking at it made one feel cool and refreshing. Some alleys led to a pond. In the middle of the pond was a statue of a tortoise looking up at the sky. Under the rays of the sun, steam rose up from the tortoise. Not far away, someone was ordering, "Boil a few pots of mung bean soup for the people on duty to relieve the heat." A middle-aged Taoist official took a look before hurrying towards the tipping hall. When he reached the door, he knocked. "Your Excellency, this lowly official has something to report." Inside the hall, Feng Min was reading through the documents, categorizing them, and making decisions. When he heard the Taoist official's voice, he placed his brush down and shouted, "Come in." The moment the middle-aged Taoist entered the room, he felt a chill run down his spine. The entire room was filled with ice cubes, which were emitting white steam. He then took a deep breath and reported to Feng Min, "Your Excellency, the Taoist official we sent to fight against Dark Altar Sect with True Sovereign Pei has reported back with the latest intelligence reports. He also has a request from True Sovereign Pei. I don't know what's gotten into True Sovereign Pei, but he issued an order to transfer all the books and records that our Dao Record Department had previously acquired. It's all here, take a look." Feng Min looked through it once before pacing around with a sullen face. After some time, he sighed, "Let's talk in the main hall." "Yes, tipping hall," the Taoist acknowledged before pushing the back door open. They walked along the corridor, and passed through a courtyard before arriving at the main hall. He then pushed the door open. Inside the main hall, there were dozens of Taoists busily working. The entire hall was lined with copper cabinets and rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves were not filled with books, but were filled with documents. From time to time, someone would bring in documents, check, categorize, and label them. After Feng Min entered, she sat down at the main seat and instructed people from the 6 divisions, come up and take a look before filing them. Following Feng Min's words, 7 or 8 people from the 6 divisions, who were busy, stepped forward and saluted. The leading Taoist official was wearing an 8th-ranked official robe. His thin face was expressionless as he received the report and began to read it. After reading it, he silently passed the report to the next person. After several officials had finished reading the report, they placed it to the side. Members of the 6 divisions, if you have any opinions, feel free to voice them. Feng Min looked on as she asked. Hearing these words, the 8th-ranked Tao official paused for some time before replying. It's normal for them to request for books, and we can understand that. These books are useless to us. However, to Free Cloud Sect, which has a weak foundation, these books are valuable resources. However, Free Cloud Sect is considered a middle-tier sect. Even if we are lacking in resources, we wouldn't be too far off. Although these manuals have some similarities, it isn't too important. Commoners may think that Tao arts have their own unique and miraculous qualities, but we all know that they are all similar. A single Tao meridian is even more complete. This lowly official thinks that we can give them to them. Feng Min nodded her head. This was very pertinent. She then paused for some time before replying. That's true. It's fine if we request for these manuals. It's normal for us to use them for our own purposes. However, what's so special about asking for these old items? Feng Min was suspicious as she asked, have you checked these old items? What's so special about them? Another middle-aged Taoist official stood up and reported, it's a reminder. These old items are stored in our Tao Records Department storeroom. Not to mention this dynasty, even the previous dynasties have studied them. Most of them don't have any spiritual energy. Even if they do, it's very weak. They wouldn't be of much use to true Lord Pei. When Feng Min heard this, she frowned. The middle-aged Taoist official then said, but there's something strange going on. Since Pei Zi Yin has asked for them, there must be something wrong with them. Or perhaps there's something we haven't understood. AI. Feng Min heard this, and her face darkened. She then took several steps forward before sighing. I have the same suspicions as well. Tell me, should we give them to them or not? The Taoist officials of the 6 divisions discussed amongst themselves. The 8th-ranked Taoist official stepped forward and bowed. I feel that we should give them some advice. Oh, why don't we listen to your reasoning? The 8th-ranked Taoist official replied, there's no such thing as a reason in this world. Since true Lord Pei wants these old items, he might be looking for them. Or perhaps there's something we don't know about them. These items are useless to us, but we cannot give them to him without knowing why. If something were to happen, we wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Hence, we can give them to him, but only in batches. Every batch must be recorded in a book. The shape, size, and other characteristics of the items must be recorded. Then, the Taoist officials who are following the items must keep a close eye on them. As for those items that true Lord Pei is particularly interested in, we shall investigate them further. Perhaps we can find out why true Lord Pei is so interested in them. Feng Min listened to the 8th-ranked Taoist official's explanation and stood up. All right, let's do it this way. Give them to him, but in batches. Arrange for the following Taoists to keep a close eye on them and see what they can be used for. Yes. Everyone present bowed in acknowledgement. Feng Min then patted the document in her hands. As for this one, the emperor has already given his approval. It's not something we can handle. Just record it down. Yes. Everyone acknowledged as they used paste to stick a small note on the document and recorded it down. Everyone took the note and placed it on a bookshelf. When they looked closer, they could see that the bookshelf was filled with countless documents. On top of the documents, there were labels such as Free Cloud Sect, Golden Island, Pei Zi Yun, etc. Zhongling, follow me. Before they left, Feng Min called out to the 8th ranked Taoist official. Zhongling followed behind without a word. Feng Min walked a few steps before standing in the middle of the corridor. She then spoke in a heavy tone. Pei Ziyun is different from the previous Taoists. In the past, no matter how profound the Taoist Tao arts were, they didn't know much about politics. However, this person is well-versed in both literature and martial arts. Once he's up against the Taoists, he won't be able to kill them in a single strike. Otherwise, he'll be in big trouble. The 6th Division is in charge of capturing and killing Taoist bandits. You shall be in charge of Pei Ziyun. You have to do this well. I know this will be difficult, but this is a secret order from the Emperor. Your humble subject understands. Zhongling bowed slightly. Her skinny face was expressionless. I've already placed men in Slow River County, Free Cloud Sect, and Golden Island. I'm currently investigating. I want to find out who Pei Ziyun is. This is my first step. Next, I want to find out who his relatives are. Once there's an order, take them down immediately. As for Pei Ziyun himself, the 6th Division is no longer able to complete this task. It's up to the Imperial Court. The rules of the Imperial Court were to control the family members of the Taoists. These words were spoken normally, but as soon as they were spoken, a gust of wind blew in, causing the windows to rustle. Feng Min shivered uncontrollably. After some time, she then said, I understand what you mean. We'll follow your rules. If there's any progress, report back to me immediately. Yes. Relay station to relay station was in good shape and was only a few hundred meters away from the streets. Since it wasn't a market day, and it was the height of summer, there weren't many people on the streets. However, there were medicine shops, tea leaves, porcelain, and even a tavern. The sun shone through the window into the room. As Pei Ziyun woke up, an indescribable feeling washed over him. He fell silent for some time before exhaling heavily. Although this wasn't the first time, every time he experienced life, he felt as though he was somewhere else. In the future, it's best not to use such dreams, as it affects myself. If I use my experience, the side effects will be much smaller. However, this is the legacy of the Taoist of Dark Altar Sect. Only by experiencing it personally can I absorb the most experience in Tao arts. I had no choice this time. Pei Ziyun closed his eyes. He didn't need to think about it, nor did he need to think about it. The dream from yesterday appeared in his mind in a vivid and lifelike manner. The child. His parents patted his head. Li Changsheng, I've heard that there are immortals on Dark Altar Sect's mountain. When you go up there, you must cultivate well. Who knows, you might become an immortal in the future. All right, the child replied in a childish voice. He then saw his parents dressed in rags. Their faces were sallow and emaciated. Time passed day by day. Pei Ziyun continued to cultivate on Dark Altar Sect's Tao arts and sword techniques. All of a sudden, someone came from the foot of the mountain. Changsheng, your parents have been severely injured by the bandits. They are on the verge of death. Hurry and go take a look. Changsheng, you must take good care of yourself. Pei Ziyun rushed down the mountain. His parents didn't even have time to speak before they passed away. Before they died, they held onto Li Changsheng's hands tightly. Li Changsheng screamed out in agony. It was a heart-wrenching cry. After a long time, he finally calmed down and wiped his tears away. Without saying a word, he buried his parents. Li Changsheng became quiet. Every day, he worked hard and cultivated hard. Finally, he opened the gates of heaven and mastered his sword techniques. He was promoted to the inner sect and went down the mountain to raze the bandits to the ground. For decades, he silently cultivated and comprehended the Tao. Year after year, he gradually became an old Taoist. Longevity, cultivation, Tao arts. Gradually, he grew old. Finally, he was given a place to live and became the leader of a Taoist monastery. If he didn't become an earth immortal, he would only have a lifespan of 100 years. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and sighed. Dark Altar Sect's Tao arts are indeed exquisite. They are much better than Free Cloud sects. However, many of the principles are the same. It's just that dark altar sex Dao arts are much more profound. These are all resources. Pei Zi Yun exhaled before shouting out, "System!" A plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It then transformed into a translucent information interface. It carried a faint sense of light as it floated in front of his eyes. Master. Level 911. 2%. Sword Techniques. Master. 66. 1%. Dao Arts Principles. Advanced. 87. 3%. Dao Arts. 85 Types. Advanced. 53. 1%. Stars Transposition. Level 3. 76. 7%. Cloud Wind Form. Level 3. 33. 9%. He then thought to himself, after obtaining the Dao Arts from Dark Altar Sect, my Dao Arts Principles have finally reached 87. 3%. If I could reach 100, I would immediately become a master. The Dao Arts of this world would no longer be mysterious to me. I could even transform them into my own unique divine abilities. The Dao Records Department inherited the previous dynasty. I wonder how many of these items they have accumulated. Even if only 1 out of 10 of them were legacies, I would still be able to become a master. Just as he was about to stand up, an official approached him and asked, "We've reached Wenyang County. Are we going to fight?" "Of course we are. Why wouldn't we?" Pei Zi Yun replied casually. Before he left, he had given them the information he had obtained from the demonic beast dimension, as well as his conjectures. He then made it seem like the Earth Immortals would be scared witless. This could be the basis for their cooperation. However, before the Earth Immortals could respond, they were still enemies. Why wouldn't they fight? Weakening the Dark Altar Sect was a matter of course and right. Chapter 356. The underworld, everything was gray and dark. There was no day or night, only darkness. It was dark and gloomy, as though it was night, but not to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. A ray of light shot through the skies. Occasionally, he would see buildings. Most of them were small houses, which were used by the commoners to worship. There were also some lit up, which were used by the temples. When he arrived above a dilapidated palace, the Earth Immortal's clone stopped in his tracks. This place was filled with signs of decay, and there were even a few ghosts struggling within. AI, the nobles of the previous dynasty, were only... The Earth Immortal sighed, but did not stop. He continued flying until he arrived at a paradise. There was no sun here, but light shone down from the sky. As soon as he entered, he could see a mountain range. White clouds surrounded the area, and it was a beautiful sight. Looking around, he could see many beautiful caves and trees. Occasionally, he would see a Taoist walking in and out. This was a paradise. However, the Earth Immortal's clone did not stop there. He flew towards a palace and arrived at the palace. He then flew upwards and appeared in the world of the living. This was a palace. Although it was not as good as the underground palace, it was still very luxurious and elegant. On a jade couch, the Earth Immortal was sitting cross-legged. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. His clone had a solemn look on his face. Looking at his clone, the Earth Immortal laughed. "Looking at your expression, did you receive some important news?" Hearing the main body's words, the clone's face turned extremely dark. Indeed, something important has happened. The Earth Immortal was shocked as he laughed. "I'm already an Earth Immortal, and you're my clone. Could it be that Pei Zi Yun is so strong that even you're afraid?" Pei Zi Yun is very strong, but that's not the only reason I'm shocked. He gave me some information, and I'm afraid that the heavens will change. What? Heavens will change? Yes. You and I were originally one. The Earth Immortal thought for some time before speaking to the clone. The clone nodded his head and transformed into a ball of light. He then flew towards the Earth Immortal and returned to his original form. Everything that had happened was reflected in the Earth Immortal's mind. When the Earth Immortal saw the information that Pei Zi Yun had given him, he trembled as his face turned pale. His lips trembled. "No, this matter cannot be decided by me alone. I have to report this to the previous Dao Masters." Immediately, Another clone appeared and flew towards the ground. Dark Altar Gate, blessed land. The mountain range stretched on endlessly. The hills were flat, and the valleys were lush and lush. The paths were winding, and from time to time, there would be a waterfall and a small stream. Spiritual light shone down from the sky, illuminating the palace. Several Taoists and commoners resided within the paradise. These people had done a great service to Dark Altar sect, which was why they were living here. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Seeing this ray of light, the Taoists all bowed. Within the paradise, there were rows upon rows of palaces. The white light separated Dark Altar sect from the underworld, but the Earth Immortal did not care. He walked towards the central hall, which was the most majestic. There were 2 words written on it, Dark Altar. Arriving at the central main hall, the main door was closed. The door was full of bowl-sized golden nails, 3 zhang tall. It looked very dignified, but when the Earth Immortal's incarnation arrived, the door automatically opened. Inside was a garden. There were 4 or 5 spiritual plants planted, each of them exuding an extraordinary fragrance. There were many pavilions and pavilions. In the main hall, mixed spiritual energy and incense entered, continuously refining. Sitting in the middle of the main hall was the first Earth Immortal Patriarch. It was just that his physical body had decayed and entered the underworld. He continued to exist as a deity, and thus had a certain level of control over Dark Altar sect's paradise. When the Patriarch opened his eyes, the Earth Immortal had a grave expression on his face. He then laughed. Chung Yuan Zi, what's the matter with you today? What's the matter? Chung Yuan Zi bowed to the Patriarch solemnly. His expression was somber as he replied, Indeed, it's something important that concerns Dark Altar sect. As he said this, he didn't speak as he stretched out a finger and snapped it off. He then handed it over to the Patriarch. The Patriarch paused in shock as he stared at Chung Yuan Zi. Why are you doing this? If I don't do this, I'm afraid there will be changes to the plan. Chung Yuan Zi's tone was cold, and the Patriarch didn't speak further. He stretched out his hand to receive the finger and swallowed it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, he trembled as his expression changed. He didn't make a sound as he muttered to himself, exchanging glances. After some time, the Patriarch exhaled and lowered his eyes. He then sighed deeply. The information you've received, I've thought about it carefully. I'm afraid it's not entirely false. Xie Yi was an ordinary disciple and couldn't even enter the inner sect. He was married and had children. Under normal circumstances, he would at most have the right to recommend his son into the sect. I didn't expect the fate of the sect to change so suddenly. Actually, it's not that I didn't have any suspicions, but to be able to become an Earth Immortal who doesn't have their own secrets. If I don't become an Earth Immortal, I'll be able to enter paradise in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect the implications to be so huge and the process to be so bloody. Even I'm shocked. The Patriarch turned around. His face was covered in a layer of frost as he looked at Chung Yuan Zi. Chung Yuan Zi's expression was somber as he spoke. That's not the most important thing. What's more important is whether or not it's as Pei Ziyan said. Our paradise and our sect are under the control of the gods and demons. That's the most important thing. The Patriarch didn't reply. He stood up and walked to the top of the stairs. He then looked up at the sky and asked, How do you intend to handle this? Chung Yuan Zi stared at the back of the Patriarch and spoke slowly. Seal paradise and activate the spell. Do you think there's a need to do this? Yes. Chung Yuan Zi said decisively. Yes. Good. I shall summon the Taoist masters here. The Patriarch spoke. Before long, several beams of light shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. The Patriarch then looked at the Taoist masters and spoke. Something big has happened. We have to activate the spell and seal paradise. We have to activate the spell? The Taoist masters were shocked. If that's the case, many of the Tao arts in the world will be affected. Chung Yuan Zi stood up and looked at the Taoist masters fearlessly. This is a very important matter. Once we seal paradise, I shall explain to everyone. The Taoist masters were all shocked and didn't speak further. Dark Altar's sect, it was already nighttime. A crescent moon hung high up in the sky, and its light shone down upon the earth. Chung Yuanzi's body was deep in thought for some time before he stood up and walked towards a small bell. He took out a small hammer and hesitated for some time before striking it down. Dang, 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 this was the truth-gathering bell, and it never rang lightly. The moment it rang, all disciples of Dark Altar sect had to respond. Many people were surprised. Why is the earth immortal gathering the elders and core disciples today? Dozens of people heard this and rushed back to the earth immortal's palace. In the world of the living, Taoists didn't have the ability to fly. The nearest Taoist soon arrived at the earth immortal's palace. The palace was located near a small stream and had many pavilions and ponds. It was extremely elegant, but nobody was in the mood to admire it as they rushed to the front of the palace. A Taoist walked out and looked at them before speaking. The true sovereign has instructed that you disciples shall form groups of 5 and enter the palace to meet him. The highest title of a person was a true sovereign. Dark Altar sect had patriarchs who had received this title before, but it was impossible for them to have the title of true sovereign for generations. However, those who reached the earth immortal stage, even if they weren't given the title of true sovereign, would still refer to themselves as such. Yes, the first to arrive was Zhang Qing. He was somewhat taken aback, but still acknowledged the order. Seeing that there were 5 people gathered, he entered the palace together. As soon as he entered, he saw the earth immortal seated on the jade couch. He hurriedly bowed. "Forget it, get up." The earth immortal spoke as he looked at the next person. "Junior brother Qin, let's begin." "Yes." A tall and skinny Taoist walked out from the left. Everyone recognized him. This was Elder Qin, the law enforcer. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Elder Qin stood still in the middle of the palace as he took out a scroll and opened it in front of everyone. "Zhang Qing." Elder Qin called out, "Your disciple is here." Zhang Qing didn't know what was going on, but replied. As soon as he responded, a shadow appeared on the scroll. Elder Qin looked at him carefully before speaking. "Go to the left." "Yes." Zhang Qing didn't know what was going on, but it seemed like he had passed. He then went to the left. "Fan Zilong." Elder Qin called out, "Your disciple is here." Fan Zilong's voice trembled as he replied. It seemed like he had nothing to do as he went to the left as well. "Rin Yao, your disciple is here." Rin Yao appeared to be very calm. However, with a buzz, the shadow on the scroll was suddenly covered in fog. It was unknown what was mixed in the fog, but it was hard to see clearly, following which a hanging golden bell rang. "Kneel." Elder Qin's face turned cold as he spoke. "Elder Qin, what crime did I commit?" Rin Yao looked very innocent, but Elder Qin laughed coldly. With just a tap of his finger, the scroll seemed to come to life. The fog within it resisted with all its might, but in the end, a shadow appeared. It was an ape. "Take him down." When Rin Yao heard these words, his expression turned ferocious. He turned around and fled. Elder Qin didn't hesitate any longer. This is the land of a perfected lord. Even in the world of the living, he can still display his might. "Do you think you can escape?" As he spoke, he tossed out a jade scepter that streaked across the sky and fell down. Rin Yao's expression changed. With a loud roar, he punched out. With a loud boom, sparks flew everywhere. The sound of Rin Yao's bones breaking could be heard. The jade scepter did not kill him. Although he was covered in blood, he still dashed towards the entrance of the hall. His body was covered in fog as he shouted, "Quick, go and inform the others. The secret has been exposed." At this moment, a faint flash of lightning flashed past, followed by a loud explosion. The fog dissipated, and blood dripped down from the hall all the way to the entrance. Rin Yao's head was smashed into pieces. There was another disciple who was trying to escape. His chest had caved in, but he was still alive. For a moment, the hall was silent. The last disciple was so scared that his legs were trembling. "Qian Shaochong." Elder Qin calmed himself down and called out. Qian Shaochong replied with a trembling voice. However, the scroll did not change. Elder Chin pointed to the left and said, "Go and stand there." He then shouted, "Next batch." The hall was so quiet that no sound could be heard from the outside. Hence, when the second batch of 5 people entered, they looked very normal. However, they were a little confused. When they saw the corpses and the blood, they were shocked. Wang Shi Wu Xiang, Song Ping, Chui Lu Zhang Tao. It was the same as the last time. However, there was a slight difference. All 5 of them were surrounded by a layer of gray aura. However, not much of it seeped into the aura. Elder Chin looked at the Earth Immortal, who glanced at them and said, "These disciples have not been infiltrated yet. Use the mirror of consonance to cleanse them." "Yes." Elder Chin heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed his finger and a mirror appeared. A ray of light shone down onto the ground. Under the light, the gray aura was dispelled. "Go to the left and wait." Elder Chin ordered the 5 lucky disciples. The Earth Immortal's face was solemn. These disciples all had some sort of strange aura on them. Thinking about it, it was terrifying. Chapter 357. The ancient mirror was 6 inches tall and had an elegant design. There was a shadow on the surface of the mirror, which was emitting a faint golden light. Every time a batch of old men was plucked clean, the next batch would be replaced. At this point, something happened. Z. As the light shone on an elder's body, it was like ice meeting fire. The elder raised his head, revealing 2 long fangs. He looked extremely ferocious. "Zhao Chun, wake up." The Earth Immortal frowned as he increased the intensity of his weapon. He then called out to the elder. However, the elder's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his sword and charged towards the Earth Immortal. He's already seeped into his soul, causing him to be bewitched. The Earth Immortal looked at him and sighed as he pointed his finger. Boom! The elder's head exploded as a ball of black chi tried to escape. However, a red beam of light shot towards the elder. As soon as it came into contact with the elder's black chi, it exploded. The entire hall was filled with sparks as the elder's black chi was blasted into pieces. True sovereign. Elder Chin looked at the dozens of corpses in the hall and couldn't help but lament. The elders and core disciples have all been examined. What do we do with these few? Apart from Zhao Chun, the core elders were fine. He stood beside the Earth Immortal, while the rest of the elders were all tied up by runic chains. True sovereign, what's going on? How did things turn out like this? All the elders were trembling in fear as they asked the Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal's face was solemn as he stared at the few elders who were tied up. These few elders were close to Xie and had never expected them to end up like this. It's evil Lord. The Earth Immortal remained motionless as he looked on in silence. His heart was filled with fear. Dark Altar Sect only had 7 core elders and 30-odd ordinary elders. Who would have thought that a quarter of the elders would have fallen victim to the spell? One of them was even a core elder. Xie himself was a core elder. With these people around him, it was no wonder that he was able to influence the decisions of the sect. There was no need to say these words, in case the morale of the sect was shaken. This evil lord is something I've never seen before. Elders, don't test it out yet. Let's see if we can use Dao arts to purify him. The Earth Immortal ordered coldly. Yes. Roar. There were a few other disciples on the side. Elder Chin grabbed one of them and used his magical tool to shine it on him. Z. Under the spiritual light, the disciples' fangs and red eyes gradually degenerated as the strange energy dissipated, turning him back into a human. Elder Chin heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the disciple screamed. The Earth Immortal opened his eyes and saw that the disciple's Yin spirit had fused with evil Chom. As the strange chi dissipated, so did the Yin's spirit. When the last bit of demonic chi dissipated, the disciple fell to the ground, dead. Damn it! The Earth Immortal clenched his fists. One of the elders was bewildered and in disbelief. What kind of heretic overlord is this? It's so powerful that even our crystal-bright mirror can't break it. Akor, Elder's face darkened. With a pah sound, he smashed the scepter and said, "This kind of evil can actually infiltrate our elders and disciples and secretly influence our judgment. This is truly terrifying." Elder Chin wasn't as shocked as he was. He took a closer look and reported, "True Sovereign, it's not completely useless. It's just that this is the first time we've seen such an evil. Hence, we can't do anything about it. These disciples and elders are all elites of our sect. Apart from the fact that they're hopeless, we have to save them. Given the current situation, we can only try them one by one. Let's start with the disciples. We have to find the problem and analyze the nature of this evil. As long as we can find out the nature of this evil, it won't be difficult to break it." "You're right." Hearing Elder Chin's suggestion, the Earth Immortal's face was solemn. After some time, he sighed and said, "That's the only way. We've checked the core sect. We've also checked the inner sect and outer sect. The Patriarch of the Paradise has ordered that we have to get rid of this evil." As the Earth Immortal spoke, he felt something inside. The Paradise has sent news. The Paradise has cleaned up the Paradise much faster than us. We found Evil Chong. Although he resisted, he was surrounded and killed. But we can't be too careless. The evil in Paradise has been eliminated, but our Taoists haven't. We can only relax after we get rid of them one by one. As for Xia Qingdong, Hayes, let's talk about it after we've dealt with the sect. Yes. Elder Chin sighed. Just by looking at how the Earth Immortal didn't mention a word about the Xie family, he knew that he was suspicious of them. The sun was setting in the west, shedding a blood-red glow. A troop of grain escorts was walking on the official road. This was Count Zhongqin's troop. On both sides, there were armored soldiers guarding them. They looked into the distance warily. There was even a troop with a crossbow in their hands. If anything went wrong, they would shoot right away. One of them looked out and saw that they were still 10 miles away from the bank town. The sky was dark. He shouted anxiously, "Quick, hurry up. There's a relay station 10 miles ahead. When we reach it, we'll set up camp and rest." "Yes, General," someone replied loudly. The troop whipped out their whips and sped up. The dark red glow of the sun shone down, causing their shadows to become longer and longer. A pavilion appeared in front of them. In another 5 miles, they would reach the relay station. They could stop and rest then. All of a sudden, an officer's expression changed. He got off his horse and laid on the ground to listen. Looking at the officer's expression, the general raised his hand and signaled for the soldiers to stop. This officer was an elite soldier who had been through many battles. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, he raised his head and shouted, "General, there are cavalry approaching." Although their hooves were wrapped in cloth, there were too many horses and they couldn't cover it up. I could hear it. "What?" The general didn't panic and ordered, "Form up the carriages and prepare the bows." "Yes," the officer replied. The troop moved the carriages to a spot and formed a circle. The archers were at the top, and the infantrymen were all using their spears. Only the general was left in the middle. The moment the carriage formation was formed, one could see a cavalry in the distance. These cavalry were dressed in light armor and were painted red. When the sun shone on them, they shone even brighter. They looked like heavenly soldiers descending from the heavens. The hooves of the horses stepped on the ground, causing smoke to rise up. "General, there are only about 200 of them. We should be able to defend against them." The officer looked at the 200 to 300 cavalrymen and relaxed. The general laughed coldly. "Listen to my command. Archers, prepare your spears. We must teach these cavalrymen a lesson." "Kill, kill!" the grain escort team roared. King Lu's officer looked at them and felt that something wasn't right. The carriage formation, the archers, the spears. This was a troop that was meant to deal with cavalrymen. He hesitated. There's something strange about this troop. They actually discovered us. Should we attack or not? The officer looked at them and decided to retreat. All of a sudden, he felt a strange feeling in his head as a red light flashed past his eyes. "It's just 20 crossbows. We can fight them." The officer pulled on the reins of his horse and shouted, "Kill! Charge forward and kill them all." The cavalry charged forward, and the 200 to 300 of them arrived in a split second. Seeing the cavalry charge forward, the general laughed coldly. "You're just 200 to 300 light armors, and you dare to attack us? Fine, if I kill all of you, it'll be a merit." As he spoke, he shouted, "Prepare the crossbows." His voice was rough and forceful. The archers within the carriage raised their bows and took aim, as the arrows gleamed coldly. The dust cloud got closer and closer. The general then saw a flag appear in front of him. A large group of cavalrymen clad in red armor followed closely behind. Although there were only 200 to 300 of them, the sound of the hooves of the horses was getting louder and louder. It was as though the ground was shaking under the hooves of the horses. Without much time to think, the general shouted, "Shoot! Poo-pee-you!" Arrows rained down on them. Several cavalrymen in front of them could be seen bleeding profusely as they fell to the ground. "Shoot again!" He didn't have time to think as he fired another volley of arrows. Another 7 or 8 cavalrymen fell to the ground. Since they were wearing armor, as long as they weren't hit in their vitals, it would be difficult for them to die. However, they were trampled by the cavalrymen behind them. The cavalry captain grabbed onto the reins of his horse and charged forward. The soldiers around him fell to the ground, and he immediately appeared. Several archers took aim and shouted, "Shoot!" Several sharp sounds could be heard as the arrows rained down on the cavalry captain. The cavalry captain wasn't afraid at all. He felt as though he was filled with energy, as though he was possessed by a tiger. His sword techniques were exquisite, and he allowed the arrows to fly past him. Only when the arrows hit him did he raise his sword to block them. Poo-pee-you! His sword fell, and the sound of wind could be heard. The arrows were deflected and missed their target. Not good, they're elites. Quick, shoot the horse. The general looked at the cavalry captain and ordered. The archers looked flustered as they took aim at the horse. Shoot! The arrows rained down, not only on the cavalrymen, but also on the horses. The cavalry captain laughed and raised his sword to block the arrows. Hiss! An arrow pierced the neck of the horse, causing it to whinny. The cavalry captain then urged the horse forward, causing it to slam into the horse. Boom! The horse slammed into the carriage, causing it to tremble. However, it didn't flip over. At the same time, the cavalry captain let out a long whistle as his entire body leapt up from the horse. He then stepped onto the roof of the carriage and flipped over. The general who was inside the carriage was shocked. The enemy was fully armored and was as agile as a leopard. He had never seen such martial arts before and was extremely fearsome. Pierce! At this point, the long spears that the cavalry captain had prepared were pierced out. The cavalry captain's sword flashed, and each spear was pointed. Although it didn't seem like much, the spears that were pointed at the soldiers felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their long spears almost flew out of their hands. The cavalry captain roared out as he rolled forward. Wherever his sword landed, 4 to 6 soldiers were killed. The pitiful cries of the soldiers rang out in the general's ears as he saw the enemy charging towards him. Actually, the spears were useless against the enemy and couldn't be used at all. Only the personal guards were still able to block the enemy. Wherever the long blade slashed down, the soldier's arm would go numb, and his entire body would slow down before he was killed. When the general saw this, his face fell. How valiant! King Lu is a traitor. How can he have so many brave soldiers willing to serve him? He then ordered, "Throw away your spears and draw your swords." However, it was too late. Within the carriage formation, there was nowhere to hide. Seeing the enemy charging towards him, the general drew his sword and was about to say something when the enemy's sword slashed down on him. The general shouted out loudly and raised his sword to block the incoming sword. His vision blurred, and the shadow of a tiger appeared in front of him. The general froze. "Aren't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the two of them exchanged blows. The general's head flew off, and blood spurted out like a fountain. At this point, boom, boom, boom. One of the carriages was flipped over as the cavalry dismounted and charged in. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The cavalry captain was agitated by the sight of fresh blood as he rubbed his face and shouted out in anger. Chapter 358. Kill all the enemies. Leave no one alive. The captain spoke out in a sinister tone. Seeing that one of the soldiers was trying to escape, he swung his sword lightly, and the soldier's blood splattered all over his body. Hearing the order, the cavalrymen charged in like a tidal wave, killing their way through the resistance. Under the gleam of the sword, pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground. Seeing this, the captain laughed. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the commoners who were guarding the rations knelt down and shouted, "General, we are farmers, not soldiers. Spare us, spare us." At this point, the cavalrymen had already completed most of the killings. Their eyes were bloodshot. When they heard these words, they looked towards the captain. The captain grinned and pounced forward. Pooh! A blade sliced through the air, and a head flew into the air. The captain then stretched out his arm and spoke coldly. "Didn't you listen to my orders? These people helped the fake crown prince to resist the heavenly troops. The law is heartless and cannot be tolerated. Kill them all, kill them all." The setting sun was like blood splashing onto the ground. Wherever the sword flashed, commoners would be chopped off. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The cavalrymen cut up the rations and threw them onto the ground to feed the horses. The captain then stepped on the head of a corpse, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. He then said, "If the rations can be transported, send them back. If they can't be transported, burn them." Yes, a bright red fire started to burn. Some of the commoners who weren't completely dead, yet were screaming in agony. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the air. The captain's entire body was bathed in blood, as though he was enjoying the smell. He then waved his hands, "Retreat." Governor's mansion within a room, the blind Taoist sat upright. A black aura surrounded his forehead, as images flashed past his eyes. In front of him, a man was bending over a table, writing something. He looked to be around 30 years old. When he saw the blind Taoist open his eyes, he asked, "How is it?" "Not bad. Another cavalry general has fused with the tiger demon. Another one has been infiltrated. This general has contributed greatly and will be rewarded when he returns. He will be able to command a few hundred cavalrymen. Don't look down on a few hundred riders. King Lu only has 3,000. We've already gained control of more than half of them. It's not just the cavalry. Even the foot soldiers have been infiltrated as well. I don't think it would take long before we would be able to gain full control of the army. In times of chaos, military power is the most important. King Lu was the one who rebelled. Although he raised his banner, the ancestors of the underworld didn't support him. Most of the time, he relied on the support of the army's chi, which gave us the opportunity to infiltrate the army. Once we infiltrate the army's chi, his imperial chi will be infiltrated as well. That's too troublesome. Why don't we join forces and control King Lu? The scholar spoke out. The so-called demon sovereign is actually a combination of tens of thousands of demons. You are just one of them. There are many things that you do not know. This is also to prevent the heavenly Tao from finding out. The blind Taoist sighed. Heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes. Now that we've entered with our complete consciousness, and with such a huge amount of energy, we would be repelled in any world. That's why we made use of the heavenly tribulation to split ourselves into thousands of pieces, and each piece only knew what they should know. That way, even if they were refined, they wouldn't be able to piece together the truth. Apart from the top 36 pieces, the rest of us don't even have the awareness of being part of the demon race. We still think of ourselves as humans. King Lu has the mandate of heaven on him. If we were to control him directly, we wouldn't even be able to do so. Even if we were able to, we would only be killed a second time. You have to know that every time we were killed, even if we were prepared, we would still suffer huge losses. When the scholar heard this, he asked, "By controlling King Lu like this, we can deceive the heavens. How could it be so simple? Even if we were to infiltrate the world from below and form an important part of King Lu's fate energy, we would still be discovered and killed. We would then enter the next cycle of reincarnation. It's just that every time we reincarnate, as long as the gains outweigh the losses, we would be able to develop further. Furthermore, we would be able to assimilate with this world until we are recognized as natives of this world. The blind Taoist spoke coldly. Even I, as the main piece, cannot predict the changes that will occur. If the losses outweigh the gains, we would have to hide our claws and teeth and endure. We would have to preserve the seed of the world. Who knows how many sacrifices would have to be made? But in the end, it would all be worth it. As long as this world becomes the world of the demons, you and I would be able to return to normal. Then, we would be able to move on to the next world. The scholar laughed. I understand. When the blind Taoist heard this, his face fell. Something's not right. AI, the demonic chi dweller, has been destroyed. Has it been discovered? The scholar was surprised. Could it be that the general is dead? No, it's not the army. It's Dark Altar sect. They used the anchors and snuck in. The earliest ones had been planted for over 70 years and had only grown recently. This isn't sudden at all. Why would there be a change in fate? The blind Taoist was deep in thought as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. After some time, he laughed. I didn't expect you guys to be so alert and to have discovered it. Could it be that the heavens are warning me? But my demonic chi is good at concealing. Even if it's exposed, it can't be easily removed. There are emotions and no emotions. Flying scaled beasts, stone and wood tools, all of which have been enlightened by my demonic chi, have become part of the demon race. Even the Emperor Shard can be concealed. Although there's a way to remove all concealment, I've just arrived here. No matter how miraculous I am, it would be difficult for me to detect it. How are you going to find out? Dark Altar sect, it was built on a mountain and was surrounded by dense foliage. Another group of disciples stepped forward, their hearts filled with unease. Although news of this had been sealed, the movements of a few hundred people would definitely be leaked. All of you can enter now. The Taoist child walked out. Zhen Rong tidied up her Taoist robes and adjusted her hair. She then led her 4 junior brothers in, all of them trembling in fear. In the middle of the main hall, there was an incense burner. It was shrouded in a thin layer of mist and looked extremely mysterious. At the front of the hall, there were 10 Taoists seated. In the middle of them was an earth immortal. To the left and right of them were the core elders. The moment Zhen Rong entered the main hall, she could feel an immense pressure pressing down on her. She could smell the blood in the air, and her sharp eyes could see the blood stains on the ground. Her heart turned cold as she bowed. Disciple Zhen Rong pays her respects to the true sovereign and elder. The earth immortal didn't speak. Instead, the elder on the left spoke. Zhen Rong, you've been here for 13 years, right? Zhen Rong replied, yes. The elder grunted before continuing. Recently, there's been an invasion of evil cultivators. There's no need for you to panic. All you have to do is take a look. Yes, Zhen Rong replied. The elder didn't speak any further. A beam of light shot out from an ancient mirror. In the blink of an eye, a person could be seen in the mirror. Zzz. The gray energy dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the light. The elder nodded his head in satisfaction. All of you can leave now. Yes. The 5 of them heaved a sigh of relief as they stepped out of the door. Zhen Rong's eyes shrunk, revealing a pair of snake-like eyes. She turned around and smiled. The sun was setting, and the atmosphere within the hall was tense. Chen Wu, 9 Origin, Li Zhong, Wu Ping, Song Jing. Following the voice, another group of people entered the hall. These people had nervous expressions on their faces. They had just entered when they saw the core disciples guarding the entrance. The disciples followed the procedure when they entered. Under the light of the magical equipment, the disciples' bodies were illuminated. There was some strange energy on their bodies, but it wasn't a problem. They washed themselves clean, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhu Yuan, Zhang Shi, The elder muttered. Another batch came. Under the light of the magical equipment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Looking at the magical equipment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The elder's expression froze. The earth immortal sat at the head of the table. He swept his gaze downwards, and his face darkened. The elder in charge was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Previously, there were more than 10 people who were detected. Now, there were 5 consecutive batches, and none of them were detected. This was impossible. Such a sudden change. Could it be that Siechong is able to communicate with each other and hide? The elders present were all experienced people, and they all had doubts in their hearts. No matter how big the matter is, the earth immortal will handle it. I just have to continue presiding over it. The elder thought as he continued, Hu Di Hai, Zhang Fing, Chao Chao. Another batch of disciples entered. Under the light of the magical equipment, the purification light was even stronger this time. The disciples were thoroughly illuminated, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. The hall was filled with gold and jade. There were several lamps in the room, and they emitted a faint yellow light. After this batch of people left, the elder in charge didn't call for them to enter again. He turned around. True sovereign, something isn't right. We've already checked 6 batches, but we can't find anything out of the ordinary. These people only have some strange energy on their bodies. The earth immortal's face was expressionless, and his fingernail broke. What do you think? Yes, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Siechong is still able to communicate with each other, and hence he's hiding. The other possibility is even scarier, which is that Siechong has a divine sense that is beyond our knowledge. The elder bowed as he spoke. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. The earth immortal couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and paced around. He gritted his teeth and ordered, continue to check. If there's still nothing, report back to me. Also, we've already checked. Analyze the nature of this Siechong. You and I both know that our Dao techniques are of different levels, but they all have similarities. These may be low-level Siechong, but the source of the sect is still here. I don't believe that we can't find anything after we've checked. Hearing the earth immortal's orders, the elder was convinced. He then replied, Yes, true sovereign. The earth immortal then turned around and left. There was a group of elders who were in charge of purifying the Siechong. The earth immortal stepped into the hall, and a few elders were in charge of purifying the Siechong. The earth immortal stepped into the hall and saw several elders using a magical weapon to purify another elder. The magical weapon looked like a red cloud, but it also looked like a canopy. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be 7 layers to it. It was emitting a faint red glow, as though it was trying to purify the Siechong's Yin Master. An ordinary disciple. His Yin Master is too weak, and the Siechong's Qi is too strong. There's nothing we can do. This elder can still be saved. The earth immortal thought to himself. All of a sudden, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. The canopy that was being purified cracked, and the elder who was being purified started bleeding from his eyes. The other elders' faces changed as they spat out a mouthful of blood. One of them wiped the blood off his mouth with his sleeves and said, There seems to be dragon qi in the depths of this corruption. We can't purify it unless we kill him physically. Dragon qi? These Siechong are mixed in with the dragon qi? That's why it's so powerful. Although the earth immortal was calm and collected, he was still taken aback. He could no longer maintain his composure. This news signified that the situation was going to worsen. The earth immortal paced around several times before he asked, Is there no way to get rid of the corrupted Taoist? Yes. If it's just Tao arts, that's fine. But the Siechong's back is connected to the dragon qi. If we try to purify it, the dragon qi would retaliate. The elder spoke. His face was unsightly. Dragon qi, Siechong, infiltration. Could it be that the imperial court had planned this? After thousands of years, could it be that the imperial court was unwilling to give up and decided to break the agreement that the Taoist monarch had made with his life and kill all the Taoists? Chapter 359. The Earth Immortal muttered to himself for some time before asking, "Can you confirm where the imperial chi came from?" "It's definitely from the dynasty. However, King Lu is a branch of the dynasty. Hence, we have no way of knowing where King Lu is from. Think of a way to verify this. This concerns the enemy's judgment." "Oh yes, how's the investigation on Xie Yi and Xie Qingdong?" The Earth Immortal's expression was frightening. An elder was expressionless as he instructed a disciple. "Bring me the investigation report." The disciple hurriedly brought the report up as the elder received it. Su Ji-chung, Li Yuan, and Wu Jiayou were all killed by Xie. "That's not all. We've sent people out to investigate and found out that the Xie father and son visit a monastery. It's the one that was destroyed by lightning. The strangest thing is that it's a small place with good feng shui. Although it's just a small branch of the dragon veins, the most important thing is that it's not in the sect's records. Even the patriarchs of the paradise didn't notice it. That's terrifying." The Earth Immortal's cheeks twitched. This was the crux of the matter. A mere place with good feng shui wasn't much. However, the paradise was in control of a few hundred miles. All the branches of the dragon veins should be under their control and not in the records. He then spoke out coldly. "A branch of paradise in dark Altar Mountain range? The bigger the dragon veins are, the more branches there would be. But how did the Xie father and son find them?" When an elder heard this, his face turned gloomy. "We should summon Xie Qingdong and make him explain himself." The Earth Immortal didn't speak as he looked at another elder. "You're the first elder. What's your opinion?" Yukan's eyes were dark as he replied, "I'm afraid Xie Qingdong might not return. If he returns and explains himself, everything will be fine. If not, I'm afraid there's a problem, and it's very serious. We can give a try." Hearing Yukan's words, the Earth Immortal then instructed, "Now that these disciples are in serious trouble, we have to restrict them. Pass down my orders. Without my orders or the elder's orders, nobody is to leave the mountain. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." As the Earth Immortal spoke, he was clearly troubled. He then took a few steps forward before saying, "Also, those disciples who have fallen too deeply into the demonic path have lost their souls. Their flesh bodies are useless and can be used as a substitute for my incarnation. Bring all of them to the foot of the mountain. I wish to see Pei Ziyun." You can immediately understood the intention. When the Earth Immortal's incarnation seized the physical body, it would not be able to last long in battle. The reason for this was the lack of mana. Even if an Earth Immortal could use the natural power of the world, the amount of magical power he had to use was quite large. Therefore, a complete Taoist body in the foundation stage could only fight for a quarter of an hour, even if he burned all his blood essence. If he met an expert, it would be even shorter. Now that there were a few more, he immediately replied, "Yes." Prefect mansion before the battle. The governor's mansion was heavily guarded, but there was a line of people waiting in line. The guards within the mansion were patrolling the area. At this point, one of the guards looked at them with envy. "Those people over there are waiting for their rewards. Honestly speaking, these people are much better than us guards. They'll be promoted to nobility. Patrol properly, don't be envious." One of the guards spoke out. At this point, a eunuch walked out and shouted out, "Jian Cheng, Guangjun, Sang Tai, Dizong Wu, Gu Qianshan, His Highness has summoned you. Follow me." The eunuch's voice was extremely sharp, and it caused one's entire body to go numb. Jian Cheng and the other four entered the main hall. Although it was called a main hall, it was actually a hall within the prefect's mansion. There were 4 basins filled with ice, and the moment they entered, they felt cool and refreshing. The 5 of them kowtowed and bowed. King Lu was dressed in a silk robe and wore a golden crown. Although he looked tired, he was full of energy. It seemed like he had won the battle and was in a good mood. He smiled as he bowed and asked, "Who is Jian Cheng? You've done many good deeds recently. How many men do you have left?" Jian Cheng was a cavalry officer and hurriedly replied, "There aren't many soldiers under my command. Originally, I had 300 men, but after so many battles, I'm left with 217 men." King Lu then looked at him carefully. He noticed that this man was very young and didn't look more than 18 or 19 years of age. There was even a scratch on his face, and he looked very valiant. King Lu was very satisfied. He then spoke out. The casualties aren't small either. However, you've fought valiantly. You've managed to get rid of Count Zhongqin's rations. I'm very pleased with you. I shall promote you to be a cavalry officer. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jian Cheng shouted out loudly as he bowed down. The people around him revealed looks of envy. Although there were only 500 cavalry officers, they were promoted to a 5th rank official. This was the privilege of being a cavalry officer. Guangjun, you're a cavalry officer as well. You've also contributed greatly. You shall be promoted to a cavalry officer. As for the rest of you, Sangtai, Dizongwu, Guqinshan, although you're a foot soldier, you fought valiantly and killed the enemy's general. You shall also be promoted to a cavalry officer. I know that you don't have enough soldiers now. I'll give you 10 days' time. Choose your soldiers from the counties and prepare to fight for me in battle. King Lu then looked at the 5 of them. At that moment, his eyes shone brightly. The 5 of them bowed down in unison. Yes, we shall do our best to serve you. You may leave now. King Lu waved his hands as he turned around and smiled at Xie Chengdong. Although Count Zhongqin has hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, it's a large number. Furthermore, my army has produced many heroes and has accumulated many merits. I'm very pleased. Seeing that Xie Chengdong was deep in thought and didn't seem to hear him, he laughed. What's Mr. thinking about? Xie Chengdong looked at King Lu and felt uneasy. It was as though a threat was approaching him. Why do I feel more and more uneasy? When he heard these words, he snapped out of his daze and bowed. The heavens are on your Majesty's side, and there are many good generals around. However, aren't you promoting them too quickly? Mr. is prudent. King Lu took a sip of tea before he spoke. It's just that we've been promoting more recently. Last night, I looked through the records of the newly promoted soldiers. There are 37 of them. 19 of them were originally from my army, while 10 of them were from the countryside. 8 of them were from the surrendered army. There aren't many problems with this list. King Lu then spoke out plainly. My army has King Lu's personal army as the core, Qin Prefecture, and then the surrendered army. There are many soldiers stationed in the counties, but they're just sheep. We need a wolf to lead the army. These people come from all over the country, and their only distinguishing feature is that they're resolute and decisive. They can kill and fight. Mister, you're worrying too much. Xie Chengdong thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. He then bowed and said, what King Lu said is true. I've been worrying too much. Count Zhongqin's movements are getting more and more aggressive. We need elites to be prepared. Yes, that's the logic. King Lu then asked, how's the situation in Hanzhong? I've received news recently. Although they've been mobilized by our side, they've gathered 20,000 soldiers in Hanzhong. Although General Han is good with his troops, it's reasonable that he hasn't been able to take them down. King Lu, you mustn't lose your composure. If you continue to supervise him, I believe there will be good news soon. Xie Chengdong advised. North of Hanzhong was the Qinling Mountains, while the south was the Bingba Mountains. Since ancient times, Hanzhong has been known as the Kingdom of Abundance. Not to mention the amount of food, the key thing was that their strategic focus was different. After pausing for some time, Xie Chengdong then spoke out. But if King Lu is anxious, I can send some rations over to reassure the soldiers. At the same time, I can find out more about the situation. That's settled then. Go and do it. King Lu sighed. It's not that I'm anxious, but this concerns the life and death of my army. As soon as he finished speaking, he ended the meeting. Xie Chengdong then left the room. When he reached the corridor, his face sank, but his thoughts weren't on Hanzhong. The people he had just promoted were all from different places. It was impossible for them to be from the same organization. But even though that was the case, he still felt uneasy. What was the problem here? Just as he was thinking, a Taoist walked over and spoke softly. Xie Chengdong was shocked. My sect has sent someone? Then I shall go and welcome him. As he spoke, he walked out of the room. When he reached the door, he saw a Taoist. Surrounding him were 3 other Taoist soldiers who were dressed in robes. This Taoist stepped forward and bowed when he saw Xie Chengdong. Senior Brother Xie, the sect has summoned you. I hope that Senior Brother Xie can return first. Xie Chengdong paused. The sect wants me to return? For some reason, Xie Chengdong felt even more uneasy, as though a threat was approaching. He paced around and thought for some time before speaking out. King Lu's situation is urgent, and I cannot leave. If not, all my efforts will be wasted. I just have to wait for some time and help King Lu achieve victory before I return to the sect. Hearing Xie Chengdong's words, the Taoist felt uneasy. Seeing that there was no one around, he spoke out softly. Senior Brother Xie, Elder Yu has given orders for you to return immediately. It's not good to disobey. When a general is outside, he cannot obey his master's orders. Now that I've received an important mission from King Lu, and this is a crucial time for the war, if I were to leave suddenly, it would offend King Lu, and all my efforts would be wasted. Go back and report this to my master. Xie Chengdong spoke out in a heavy tone. The Taoist looked at Xie Chengdong as though he wanted to say something but didn't. He sighed and turned around to leave. Xie Chengdong's face was cold as he watched the Taoist leave. The Taoist who had been rejected reached a crossroad and turned around to look. He sighed and walked towards the ox cart, not too far away. At this point, it was drizzling and the entire city was shrouded in mist. The ox cart looked neither new nor old, and there were several men dressed in raincoats standing around. The Taoist walked up to the ox cart and reported softly, "True sovereign, Xie Chengdong said that he wouldn't return to the sect because of the war." The Taoist recounted everything that had happened and didn't add anything to the story. The Earth Immortal looked like he was around 40 years old. His facial features were ordinary, but his soul seemed to have changed. His eyebrows were raised slightly, and he had a cold expression on his face. He listened to the Taoist speak, but didn't speak. His eyes stared at King Lu's residence, as though he was deep in thought. After some time, he sighed, "Purple Qi descending? The Emperor's Qi is only SOSO. Even if King Lu obtained Qin Prefecture, he wouldn't have such an appearance. It looks like the heavens have changed." The Earth Immortal sighed before he turned around and spoke to the Taoist. "Since Xie Chengdong isn't willing to return to the sect, and we can't find out what's going on, let's contact Pei Ziyan." Yes. The Taoist's heart turned cold, but he complied. Chapter 360. Go! An anxious voice rang out as a messenger broke the silence of the morning. Many birds were startled as they rushed towards the prefecture capital. The streets of the prefecture capital were bustling with activity. Due to the recent war, the number of people on the streets had dwindled. Seeing the messenger on horseback, everyone dispersed. This was an extremely urgent message. If anyone tried to stop them, they would be killed without mercy. The messenger ran towards Count Zhongqin's mansion and entered the governor's mansion. He then presented the urgent report to Count Zhongqin. Count Zhongqin hesitated before he took the report and read it. He was enraged but didn't explode. His face was gloomy as he paced around. Actually, he was deep within the governor's mansion, and it was very quiet. However, after some time, his anger had yet to dissipate. He then threw his teacup on the ground. "Bastards, a bunch of bastards." He cursed as he sat down to think. King Lu is really sinister. Count Zhongqin knocked on the table as he frowned. He thought to himself, could it be that my strategy was wrong? As these thoughts surfaced in Count Zhongqin's mind, his face fell. He then stretched out his hands and patted them gently, as though trying to dispel these thoughts from his mind. I have to admit, I used Pei Ziyun's strategy to deal with Count Zhongqin in Prefecture as a reference. I've also discussed it with my advisors, and there were no flaws. How could I have made a mistake? However, Count Zhongqin couldn't get rid of these thoughts. His expression was solemn as he took out several documents and read through them. Who would have thought that King Lu's cavalry would be so elite? 5 out of 10 times, the supply team was ambushed and killed. Even when the troops from the counties came to reinforce them, they were still defeated. This caused the transportation between the counties to be cut off. What's more frightening is that these cavalrymen are extremely sensitive. I've set up ambushes several times, but they were all evaded. I wanted to trap King Lu, but I ended up being trapped instead. The sun rays shone through the windows as the birds chirped outside. The scenery of the past was extremely heart-wrenching. Men, gather all the generals. Count Zhongqin seemed to have made up his mind as he gave the order. Someone immediately obeyed and left. Meeting hall, the guards stood on both sides of the hall. Each of them had their swords in their hands. They stood as straight as nails, as though they had been nailed to the ground. The atmosphere was tense, and the atmosphere was tense. The person in charge of the provisions was the commissary supervisor, a fourth-ranked official. He looked to be in his 40s and was sitting beside the general. His face was pale, and his forehead was dripping with sweat, which he wiped with a handkerchief. Count Zhongqin seemed to be looking at the file, his expression calm. He didn't say a word. After a long time passed, he raised his head and stared at the grain supervisor. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together and stood up. He threw the booklet about the raid on the grain supply line at the feet of the grain supervisor. Yuan Song, as the grain supervisor and advisor, you have repeatedly lost the supply route. According to military law, you should be beheaded. Count Zhongqin roared out. His face was flushed red. Yuan Song picked up the documents and hurriedly fell to his knees. Uncle, there's a reason for this. I don't know why, but King Lu's army is extremely ferocious. Our army isn't a match for them. Oh, why isn't it the right technique? Count Zhongqin asked coldly. Uncle, I shouldn't have said this, but King Lu's cavalrymen are behaving strangely. It's as though they've been possessed by demons. Someone reported that King Lu's cavalrymen have seen a leopard man. We're the ones who transport the grain, but we're merely soldiers. How can we defend against such demonic soldiers? What nonsense! The imperial court has the Dao record department, and all these things are made public. Dao techniques can't be used to defend against King Lu's cavalry. Do you really think I'm stupid? Men, drag him out and behead him. As he spoke, an armored soldier stepped forward and was about to drag the grain supervisor out of the room. Your Excellency, spare me. Everything I've said is the truth. The grain supervisor struggled as he shouted, Your Excellency, it's not my fault. The few generals looked at each other before stepping forward to plead for mercy. Uncle, we are guilty as well. We weren't able to annihilate King Lu's cavalry. We beg Uncle to spare His Excellency Yuan. Killing an official in the midst of battle is not a good thing. Count Zhongqin looked around at the crowd. He didn't want to kill anyone, but since they had lost the supply route, he had to take responsibility. However, this wasn't the era of the previous dynasty, and there were too many officials. A fourth-ranked official was already considered a high-ranking official. Killing him would be easy, but the consequences would be hard to say. Now that someone was pleading for mercy, he sighed, Since all the generals are pleading for mercy, I shall spare him from the death penalty. Although the death penalty has been spared, the punishment will be severe. 20 strokes of the rod will serve as a warning to others. The armored soldier acknowledged before pouncing on him. The grain supervisor was a civil official, and thus couldn't withstand such beatings. After 10 strokes, he fainted. After 20 strokes, his breathing was weak. Take him away and give him proper treatment. Count Zhongqin was somewhat vexed, but he had no other choice. He turned around and asked, Given the current situation, what suggestions do you have? The generals listened to this and were speechless. After some time, one of them spoke up. Uncle, Qin Prefecture is close to the horse fields, and there are many cavalrymen there. They move like the wind, and it's hard for us to defend against them. Originally, we had some cavalrymen with us, but we lost most of them in a battle not too long ago. Now we only have 500 cavalrymen, and can only protect the main army. Although we've requested for reinforcements from the imperial court, and it's been said that the cavalrymen have already been mobilized. However, it will take some time, and we can't. Hearing these words, Count Zhongqin felt a sense of suffocation in his heart and was unable to speak. A sense of despondency crept into his heart, and he felt heavy. After some time, he finally spoke. "That's all for now. All of you are dismissed." The general replied, "Yes, uncle." Count Zhongqin had no choice but to dismiss them. His original decision was wavering once again. Could it really be my fault? Does King Lu really have the will of the heavens? A sense of unease filled his heart. When he was fighting alongside King Lu, Count Zhongqin had always felt that it wasn't difficult for him to be the commander of the army. But now that he was the commander of the army, he knew that he was under a lot of pressure. He could barely breathe. Just as he walked back, a scholar came up with a letter and some ginseng soup. "Uncle, it's been a tough day for you. Drink some ginseng tea to nourish your body. If you were to collapse, who would be in charge of the army?" This scholar was Count Zhongqin's advisor and had always done his best. He was highly regarded by Count Zhongqin. At this point, Count Zhongqin's heart was heavy. He forced a smile and sat down on a chair. He received the ginseng soup and drank it in one gulp. The ginseng tea was warm and flowed into his stomach. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he leaned back on the chair. After some time, he struggled to get up and read the letter. When he saw that his grandson had been born, he was overjoyed. His eyes lit up, but when he looked at the candlelight, his eyes dimmed. He then sighed. "It's a good thing. But the situation now." At this point, he sighed, "I wanted to lock down King Lu. Who knew that I would end up being pinned down by King Lu? Furthermore, there were cavalry attacks all over the country, preventing us from being able to move. Grandfather might not be able to bring you glory. It might even bring bad luck to you. Uncle, you've worked so hard for the imperial court. I'm sure the emperor will understand your efforts." The scholar consoled him. Hearing these words, Count Zhongqin waved his hands. "This has nothing to do with the emperor's trust in me. 100,000 soldiers would cost the imperial court 100,000 taels of silver a day. I know that the imperial court's treasury isn't much, and the emperor's health isn't good. How could he allow me to spend so much money on this war?" He then sighed. "Am I really not as good as Pei Ziyun?" Just thinking about it made him feel a pang of pain in his heart. The sunlight shone down onto the windows. Count Zhongqin stared blankly at the dust. Just as the scholar was about to console him again, someone rushed in and knelt down. "Urgent report. Hanzhong has been conquered by King Lu." What? This was like a bolt from the blue. Both of them froze in shock as they froze in their original positions. Soon after, the scholar regained his senses and rushed over to the table. He looked at the map and his voice changed. "Uncle, something's wrong. Once Hanzhong is conquered, King Lu will be able to make a move against Jing and Shu. The entire north will be shaken. If he loses control of either Jing or Shu, the entire world will be in danger. When that happens, no matter how much I favor him, he will be imprisoned and punished for his crimes. He might even implicate his entire family." Count Zhongqin regained his senses and sat down. He then laughed bitterly. "This is like a bolt from the blue. I lost control of myself." He then pointed to the map. His face was pale. "At first, I saw that King Lu only had 20,000 soldiers, and yet he attacked the capital city. I thought that King Lu was too young and rash. But when Qin Prefecture fell into chaos, I realized that King Lu was trying to attract the attention of the imperial court. Just now, I thought that King Lu would be pinned down here and wouldn't be able to move at all. Who would have thought that King Lu would be able to sneak up on him? Now that he's turned around and conquered Hanzhong, the situation has changed. Instead, I'm stuck here and unable to move." Count Zhongqin laughed bitterly. "I've followed many generals to battle, and even the emperor himself. Usually, I'm in charge of the military affairs, and I'm worthy of praise. However, the moment I'm in charge, I've made many mistakes. Are there really such geniuses in this world? Uncle, we can talk about these things later. The most important thing now is to break out of this predicament." The scholar spoke out anxiously. "Shouldn't we send a letter to Jing and Shu and order them to be on their guard?" Sending a letter to Jing and Shu, ordering them to be on their guard, is only a temporary measure. Now that the world is at peace, Jing and Shu have no soldiers. Even if we were to send a letter, it would take a long time. Count Zhongqin's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Hanzhong has the Qinling Mountains to its north and the Beishan Mountains to its south, forming a basin. Since ancient times, it has been known as the Kingdom of Heavenly Province. That's not all. The most important thing is the topography of this place. Half of the world would be shaken by it. With this, King Lu's entire plan would come to life, and the imperial court would be in danger. The emperor is the founder of the empire and would definitely see this. If I don't have a plan and allow the situation to worsen, I'm afraid that in less than a month, I would be locked up in the capital and a new general would be appointed to replace me. Hence, all the strategies I've come up with are useless to me now. Count Zhongqin was Count Zhongqin after all. Although he was stumped earlier, he had regained his composure and intelligence. He paced around. His expression was dark and frightening. The only thing we can do now is to attack and attract the enemy to retreat. Only then can we give Jing and Shu time to prepare. As soon as Count Zhongqin finished speaking, he stood up and pushed open the window. As soon as he did so, the sky rumbled with thunder. A gust of wind blew into the study room, bringing with it the smell of blood. Both of them shivered. Indeed, half the sky was covered by thick clouds, and the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Count Zhongqin looked up at the sky and didn't hesitate any longer. He then spoke out word by word. "Pass down my orders. Immediately gather all the generals and bite down on King Lu. No matter the cost, we have to wear him down. Even if we lose 3 of our soldiers, it's still worth it. I want to see, with King Lu in such a dangerous situation, how would Han Zhong dare to continue fighting?" As he spoke up to this point, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Heavy rain began to fall, hitting the eaves of the house. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.